Yeah, yeah.
Is there?
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Yeah. That's. Yeah.
I wasn't even. Of course. Your daily routine. No. It is. Coffee.
Hey, good. How are you? You give me your time.
Start.
Yeah.
Like 4 or 5 days. Yeah, off white.
All the one. Which one? That was No.
You want this one?
Not at the moment.
I don't know.
Oh.
Stay in my lane. Yeah, okay.
No, they left this. Yeah. Well, like, yeah. That's why I was thinking about going to the front, the seats. You know, stop them.
No.
Yeah, I do that.
So you're saying 12 years.
And then you. Oh. I have to sit here, otherwise I'm not gonna. So. Whoever the little guy is, I'm sorry.
You should think it's possible. There's someone else that's here, I can't see the lips.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's in the. Yes, I think it's fun. You know what I mean? And then you see a view of the. Yeah. Yeah. Why? It's so big.
Oh, my God. I see some. Oh, no, no, no.
Cool. And. Oh.
Turkish version will be the song.
Oh, yeah, you see that. Look at me.
As long as it's kind of swag, grab like that, it's all fun.
But you guys are. So like.
I thought he was Turkish. He was- Very Turkish. I don't even know who's. Oh, I'm not.
Oh.
Who is it? I thought that it begins to, but. Yeah. What was the third? Oh. That's a lot of money. I went to swim.
Oh.
Ross.
Oh, no. Big. Yeah, reach out.
It's very rotating now.
He's gone.
It's familiar. Yeah.
So, not in my class,
No, when you started.
but I'm taking you off the other spots, but I don't know. So, because I don't.
The rock was so.
Like,
Yeah.
what
Well,
is
it's a
that?
long story.
Oh, okay. I thought about it. You said I said super hurt. So I'm like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Totally bad with words. You have to know all the cultural partners. I waited for all. You know, you guys started. From then. Your pool class. Right. But. So one of the other. Yeah. But yeah. That works.
Hey, the whole time, yeah. That dude. Like, I was like, whatever. And he's done. That's okay. They were made to. Let's.
I'm sorry. It's because I know. I don't like my house there. So it's because like.
That's what I'm talking about phone before. I'm so proud of her. Yeah.
Trying to get everything.
All. Around 2018. Yes, like 2 years. But you just now started. I get it. Yeah. You just started. Sometimes you. Was he on the island? He was on the island for sure because there was an island. I was there. You were there. I was like, yeah, yeah, Hey, okay. That's fun. Oh, shit. Hey, what I'm putting like the dirtiest thing. Oh, man. That's so fun. I started. I started. I took a year and a half. So much all after I finished in 4 semesters. So like in Washington. Oh, you did the at course? Yeah. What did you? Maybe you guys were in the same. She said she thinks he started. That doesn't make sense because. What's Suleiman? I know Suleiman. Suleiman. I know. How did this just? I've been asking you for the past 15 minutes. How did this just? I'm so bad at names. I'm like, you know, I'm horrendous at names. He put him in one of my. What the? That's so good. I'm so bad at names.
Yeah,
Like, give it a month.
You want to
No, it's not. That's something I gotta fight with. That's cool. He probably did. He might laugh. He's in Chicago right now. I'm gonna go see him. Ask him if you remember. I'm not gonna say anything. Just a picture of yours. What is this? Why do you have a picture? He's gonna do the same thing. Oh, what year did he blah blah blah? I don't remember his name. I remember he was he was my actual partner. We chose each other to be partners, I think. Pretty sure he's marked up, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember it.
It's not like. Live on.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yes. Way.
How is it, you know?
How you guys know I was struggling with that? My memory it sucks. You're really smart. I do a lot of stuff.
That's my problem. Yeah, I asked him.
Yeah. Did I know it's something? Especially like big certain. Okay, I want to.
So that's what I do, but we're bio.
Have that. Okay, which one is it's not. Oh, it's not. Yeah, why don't you take the you know, he didn't. You're gonna random change the book you something around with the book. Yeah, I can't do that. He can find anything. He could. Because we were in the big university. Wait, like end of 2020. I mean, end of 2019. Yeah, like 5 minutes. Oh, so you tried the same time I did basically. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. I did my basic. Right. Yeah, it's 5.5. It took me 6 because of. It's usually 5 years. Yeah. Yeah. Something about your house job, the year long. But actually, practice out. I forgot my company, but I bought this organic thing there.
I think.
Yeah.
Right now, like, I know what's wrong.
Oh, this is just one.
Depends on, yeah. I know.
Yeah, I speak Spanish.
Wow.
Not the egg. It's just fun. That part.
All right, let's try and take it from where we left off yesterday, finish up the catabolic. See where I left off. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're done for leprosol. Acetaldehyde dehydrogenase, yeah. I saw from, yeah, we did that. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. All right, the last 3 fates of pyruvate. We're on the 5 fates of pyruvate. We did 2. Now we're going to do the other 3. This third one is called the anaplerotic function of pyruvate. Anaplerotic, that term means to fill in. To fill in. All right, it's just a Latin word for filling in. The true meaning is if you can fill in one of the intermediates of Krebs cycle, you're anaplerotic. But this is the #1 anaplerotic enzyme. Why? Because pyruvate goes to oxaloacetate as part of gluconeogenesis. Your body's doing that every day. So on a test, expect you to pick this one. And remember, this was pyruvate carboxylase. So one of the fates of pyruvate is to go backwards and go to glucose, and that's gluconeogenesis. And as you're going to see later, your body may need pyruvate to go sneak into the mitochondria this way. Okay. And any questions on that? All right. So that one's pretty quick. That's all they want you to know there. And then finally, there's the aerobic function of pyruvate. That means if you have oxygen, remember then the doors to the mitochondria are wide open. And if the doors are open, pyruvate enters and becomes acetyl-CoA. And in the process, carbon dioxide comes off and NADH comes off. Jolita, how would you name this enzyme? Pyruvate going to acetyl-CoA. Following our rules. First name? Hey, Julita, I can't hear a thing.
I don't know.
Okay, there you go. So what's the name of the enzyme? Oh, did you see it? You see, I don't know. Oh, okay, no problem. Idanis, you know the name of this enzyme?
The acetyl-CoA one?
This one right here, pyruvate acetyl-CoA. How would you name this enzyme? First name?
Pyruvate?
Pyruvate what? Cofactor.
Acet I'm not sure.
Cofactor, Sandeep.
Carboxykinase?
Pyruvate what? Dehydrogenase adenase. Remember, anytime there's a cofactor, somebody loses a hydrogen. That's why they call it dehydrogenase. Okay, that means to lose a hydrogen. Read. You lose the carbon dioxide, but the main thing is you're creating a cofactor. That's why I said anytime there's a cofactor, it's a dehydrogenase. That means ignore all the other stuff. Okay? Well, folks, anaplerotic again means to fill in. Pyruvate dehydrogenase was the very first quaternary enzyme they ever discovered. Huge complex. Huge complex. All right, 3 different proteins interacting as one, just like collagen. 3 different proteins interacting as one. But it takes 5 different steps and 5 different vitamins with 5 different cofactors. Pyruvate dehydrogenase was worth a ton of points for me on the exam. Because there was something in this enzyme that I saw in my first year of medical school, and I was so fascinated by it. And I was so happy when I got to the exam that all the other test writers were fascinated by it too, because they asked me a ton of questions. But I was happy because I said, wow, good thing I paid attention to all these things. I want to show you what I saw when I saw this enzyme. All right, first thing they want to ask you is 2 other enzymes that act just like this. Charlie remembers? Alpha-ketoglutarate dehydrogenase. It's got to be another dehydrogenase.
Right.
Branch chain amino acid dehydrogenase. So you got 3 dehydrogenases that do the same thing. That means operate the same way. 5 different steps, 5 different vitamins, 5 different cofactors, that kind of thing. All right, the way I look at this, plan F. The plan is to do something. All right, plan F got me a lot of points. So first point, what are the other enzymes that do it? I just gave it to you. Second, pyruvate dehydrogenase deficiency is inherited as an X-linked dominant. That is rare. Remember, I gave you only 3 diseases that are that way. There's only enzyme. The other ones are not even enzymes. Okay, X-linked dominant. Remember, that means dad transmits it to all his daughters. Any questions so far? All right, next point. They said name the cofactors in this pyruvate dehydrogenase step. Well, my mnemonic was plan F. All right, plan F. P is for TPP. See, I got it right here for you. Diamond pyrophosphate. L is for lipoic acid. A is for coenzyme A, N is for NAD, and F is for FAD. Plan F. So the question was, which one was not a cofactor in the enzyme? Well, if you know the 5, then it's easy to pick the one who's not. All right, next point. Put the cofactors in the order in which they act in this enzyme. All right, so that they say which one was out of order. So if you know the order, it's easy. And the mnemonic we use here, tender love and care for Nancy, puts them in order for you. Otherwise, you'd have to flip F and N, and it'd be plaffin, and that's not even a word, so you would never remember it after a while. So tender love and care for Nancy makes it easy to remember the order in which these cofactors act in those 3 enzymes. Any questions so far? All right, next question they ask, what vitamin was used in each cofactor? Well, look at that, diamond pyrophosphate, it has the word diamond in it. You don't have to guess that one. Lipoic acid is a vitamin. Coenzyme A has pantothenic acid. Remember, you learned anything with CoA at the end has pantothenic acid in it. And then FAD has riboflavin, and then NAD has niacin. So easy to remember all 5 vitamins necessary for this. Any questions so far? Next point, match the vitamin with its letter name. Mitchell, Diamond. What's the letter name? For thiamine. B1, that's the answer. Letter name, B1. It's gotta be a letter. All right, lipoic acid. Well, let's do it this way. Riboflavin. B2, niacin. B3, lipoic acid. B4, pantothenic acid. B5. Now, I purposely give it to you in order so you remember it, okay? But those are the 5 vitamins. All right. Next point. Match the vitamin with its deficiency state. All right, Chris. Thiamine deficiency. Neurological disease is called? Very is not neurological disease. What's the neurological disease called? It's called Wernicke or Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. All right, where's Wernicke's area in the brain? Yeah, posterior temporal lobe. And you're gonna find out you got a phosphorylated sugar that you cannot digest if you're missing these enzymes. What do phosphorylated sugars do? It's like in water. Your brain is swelling. That's Wernicke's area. That's Wernicke's encephalopathy. It's just increasing the pressure because cells are swelling in Wernicke's area. Okay? And later on, I'll show you what that phosphorylated sugar is. But it involves these enzymes. They use thiamine. All right? And then when the cells finally lyse because they're so swollen, right? What do you got? Wernicke's aphasia now, because you got a part of the brain that doesn't exist. And so now you cannot understand spoken or written language. That's what Wernicke's aphasia is. So encephalopathy progresses to aphasia. And then when that water, remember swelling, when that water soaks downward right underneath it, the mammillary bodies, that's why they get soaked. And then they pop too. Now you got Korsakoff syndrome. So it's one disease just progressing. So Wernicke's encephalopathy first, Wernicke's aphasia second, Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. You know you got Wernicke's aphasia when you cannot understand spoken or written language. You know you have Korsakoff when you start making things up. Why? Because mammillary bodies take short-term memory in the hippocampus and take it to parietal lobe, which is long-term memory. So now you have no way to do that. And so you cannot even remember what you told me yesterday. And that's what confabulation is. They just make up a new story all the time. Okay? Any questions on that? And then when it involves a heart, Chris, then you call it beriberi. What's the clue for beriberi? Remember, massively dilated heart. Dilated cardiomyopathy. All right? All right. Which one of these has no deficiency state? Acid. That was a point. I said no deficiency state. I gave you 2 that no deficiency states.
Oh, vitamin 4.
Yeah, B4 and B5. That was another point. Okay. Riboflavin deficiency at 9. What's the clue for that? What's the clue for it? Something about milk. Milk is just the best source of riboflavin, but that doesn't answer my question. What's the clue for it? Gloria will help you on this. Remember, angular chylosis, fissures in the corner of your mouth. All right, niacin deficiency. What's the clue for that, Matt? Pellagra. What's the clue for pellagra? And just take all 4, not 3. So 4 Ds. And what disease presents us like pellagra? All right, nubs, in which you're losing what amino acid in the urine? Tryptophan, which is used to make niacin. Points. I'm racking up points. Okay, but let me show you why I got so interested in this enzyme. Here's what I saw, and that's why all this stuff intrigued me. There are 5 B vitamins right here. You understand? Everybody else understand? I forgot your name. What is it? Zena. Oh, yeah. Got muffler on, I didn't even recognize you. Okay, I'm used to seeing you right here. Okay, I got it now. I'm like, is there a new girl in my client? Okay, I got you, Zena. My bad. All right, so Zena. All right. I forgot where I was going. Oh, yeah. What was I intrigued with? All right. So you got 5 B vitamins here. You need 5 B vitamins to enter the mitochondria. Do you understand what this means? Does everybody understand? You need 5 B vitamins to enter the mitochondria. What if you don't have any of them? The first one they found, Zena, was thiamine deficiency. If you have deficiency in thiamine, you cannot enter the mitochondria because perfect just can't work. Remember, I told you we used to give these people D25. Take the sugar up to like 200, 300 to wake them up. What if you don't give them thiamine? See the problem? That means all that glucose turns into all that pyruvate, and you cannot enter the mitochondria. What's it going to do? Stay out here in the cytoplasm and be turned into lactic acid. GABA will kill you. When I told you the guy who wrote that article, shocked the hell out of ER physicians. And when he wrote down, when he saw, drew the biochemistry, and says it's because you guys don't understand biochemistry. And you just give him a whole bunch of sugar. But how does he take it to mitochondria and make ATP? He can't. So all he's going to do is make lactic acid out of it, and GABA will kill him later on. So they'll leave your ER, but they'll die later on. And that was the article's name. Alcoholics die after leaving local ERs. And he made an excellent point. That's the reason why, lesson number 1, we give 100 milligrams of thiamine to every alcoholic, before you give any glucose at all. Any glucose at all. But there's a way to sneak glucose in there, Maria, hoping that you didn't catch it. And it works. The fluid we give people is D5 normal saline. That's sugar. 5% dextrose is in there already. A lot of physicians forget. A lot of nurses forget. You see, you're the doctor, so you're the one who's liable. If you don't tell the nurse, I want normal saline without D5, she's going to grab D5 normal saline. That's what we normally do. See? But a lot of alcoholics have become encephalopathic after getting D5. So now paramedics are being retrained. Get an alcoholic or homeless person. Do not use D5. Just normal saline without D5 in it until you get in the ER, and then we can check everything out. See that? Saving a lot of lives. Otherwise, so many of them were dying after they left the emergency rooms, and we didn't know we were the ones causing it. Any questions on that? Okay, Anna.
So the giving a banana bag is contradictory.
No, it's not contradictory. I'm getting to that right now. All right, Cynthia. You give thiamine first. As long as you give thiamine first, you give us an injection. That way you can give the glucose right away if you want. Yeah, it's already in there. Yeah, it's already in your system. Everybody understand? Now, Anna, to your point, thiamine was the very first one they found. But my point is, Anna, don't you need the other 4 vitamins too? That means if you're deficient in any one of them, you still cannot enter mitochondria. Well, you and I know alcoholics drink. They don't eat. They're deficient in everything. That's why they started hanging the banana bag. You guys know what a banana bag is? It's got all the vitamins in it. It looks yellow, so it looks like a banana. They were so excited about thiamine, they forgot what about the other vitamins? The other vitamins are going to cause the same problem. If you have a deficiency in any one of these 5 vitamins, you cannot enter mitochondria, you'll still kill your patient with glucose. So now we give them 100 milligrams of thiamine, hang a banana bag, now you give them sugar if you want. Okay, but I want you guys to see the whole thing. Now, to the community. That means if the electron transport, i.e. the mitochondria, Karis, produces 80 to 90% of ATP I need every day, it means I gotta have access to that mitochondria every day. You understand that? Does everybody else understand that? Then does everybody else understand why having these 5B vitamins with breakfast every morning is so important? Why do you think they say breakfast is the most important meal of the day? All of a sudden that sentence made sense to me. There it is right here. I told you vitamin sales now like a $30 billion industry. It used to be like 14 billion years ago when I read about it. Now it's 30 billion. That's because people are realizing if you don't get your vitamins every day, you don't have access to your own mitochondria. And that's why you're tired and you're dragging. You don't know. It's because you're not eating breakfast. And studies have shown the person who eats breakfast actually loses more weight than the person who doesn't eat breakfast. Because some people are saying, well, I'm trying to lose weight. So they thought skipping a meal will help you lose weight. The problem is if you skip that meal, you don't open up the mitochondria, who's the one who burns all the calories for you. So that means you're out here in the cytoplasm only with glycolysis. Glycolysis cannot burn as many calories as the mitochondria can for you. See? So that made sense to me all of a sudden. Why breakfast is the most important? All of a sudden, I went back to eat breakfast. Because I was one of those who thought, well, I'll skip breakfast to lose some weight. I said, never again. You know, and then I started with Pop-Tarts. That's how that whole thing started. You know, it's something I could just grab real fast and run out the door. Yeah. You know, but I said, now no leaving the house without eating some breakfast from now on. And I'm telling you, a few weeks later, I felt the difference. I said, oh my God, I feel a lot more energy. I had no idea. Before I used to be, I'm dragging. I thought it was a boring class. I had no idea. My brain was dragging because I didn't have enough ATP. Everybody follow me so far? To the community again. So let's say you're part of a poor community and mom is the only one there. Dad is not around. So she goes to work every morning. So what does she do? Leave donuts, honey buns for the kids. A box of sweet cereal for the kids with a bottle of milk. That way they can feed themselves. Folks, honey buns and donuts don't have the 5 B vitamins. A box of sweet cereal with a bunch of sugar in it doesn't have the 5 B vitamins either. That's why poor children were going to school without any real food or nutrition in their body. And that's why so many of them have a hard time learning when they get to school. They have a hard time concentrating because the brain doesn't have ATP to concentrate. And so people think, oh, that poor child, he's poor, he doesn't understand anything. His brain, no, there's nothing wrong with the kid's brain, except there's no energy in there. Feed the kid, see what happens. So what happened? Years ago, they did IQ testing all across America. Children, adults. And they found that children in the inner city had the lowest IQ points in America. Now, because the inner city was full primarily of Blacks, poor Hispanics, and a few poor whites, but because Blacks made up the majority, so, oh my God, look at this, that Blacks were genetically inferior, all right? And of course, that caused a lot of uproar. Said, no, it cannot be. Well, there was a group in America who the government did not like, the Black Panthers. They were in the inner city. Now, they were a very militant group. That's why the government didn't like them. But what did they do? They said, you know what? We're going to feed every child in this neighborhood free breakfast. They started the very first free breakfast program in America. And then over the next few years, these children were, remember, these are poor children. And they didn't care if they were Black, Hispanic, or white. They just fed all the poor kids. And so these kids got food every day as they went to school. They would even walk them to school to make sure there's no danger. Folks, years later, when they redid the IQ testing, those kids had the same high IQ as anybody else. And the government said, what? So the government stole their data. The government ain't gonna tell you where they got it from because they didn't like the Black Panthers, but that's where they got the data from. And they said, you know what? Let's start our own breakfast program. That's how the government got the idea to start a breakfast program all across America. That way these kids can have food. That's when they realized it's not that they're genetically inferior. It's not that these children have learning disorders. Their brain doesn't work without energy. Give them the food then. Did you know that's how the WIC program was developed? Women, Infant, and Children program? Yeah, again, because they see so many Blacks on it, they think, oh, it's a Black thing. I said, no, it's not a Black thing. It's a poor thing. The WIC program was developed because of poverty. It just so happens at the time they did their studies, it was mostly Blacks that were poor in the inner city. So all of a sudden it became a Black thing on TV. You know how the news always skews everything. They don't understand either. So anyway, WIC program, Women, Infant, Children program. They say, you know what? It's cheaper to give them free food for the first 2 years of life than to deal with one child who's intellectually damaged. And then you have to take care of him for the rest of his life. Because that's the rule. That's why they pack food, give them, free cards, go charge food, eat all you want. They gave pediatricians, like that, they give us all the extra food. Keep it here, anybody run out, tell them come by your office and pick it up. See that? Government does not give you free food. The government says, hey, it saves us a lot of money. That way we don't have to start social programs for kids who can't learn. That's what they were looking at. It's cheaper to just give all the poor people free food than have to deal with children who are intellectually damaged. Because that's permanent. You can't go back and get it. It's President Clinton who then stretched out to 5 years. Why? To catch that second growth period. when the brain starts dividing again. See that? There's a method to the madness once you understand the basics, where it all came from. All right, 0 to 2 is the first growth period, right? That's why they took that one. And when they saw how well it worked, they said, good Lord, let's cover the second one too. And that was Clinton's mark, okay? But now you know. Now, here was the problem. Children were eating donuts and cereals, which were mostly sugar. Post and Kellogg was the two big companies making cereals, all sugar. No nutrients in this thing. But children loved it because it was sweet. And they were eating it like crazy. They were making billions of dollars. And then when the government did their studies, said, man, this is worthless crap. And they were about to pull all cereals off the market. And all you need is a lawyer who makes $1,000 an hour to come up with a solution. You know what the solution was? They said, okay, to give us time to figure out a way to put these vitamins in the box, they started this campaign of commercials. The commercial always ended, you know, Kellogg's, whatever, part of a balanced breakfast. They put the box right next to scrambled eggs, toast, and a glass of milk. The cereal is still worthless crap, but the other stuff is your meal. Isn't that ingenious? That saved them. That saved them. Because as long as they say they're part of a balanced breakfast, hey, okay, there you go. They can say, hey, we told you need to eat the other stuff, but they know damn well poor mothers can't afford that other stuff. They can afford that cheap cereal that's all sugar. And then years later, pick up any cereal box and show me what vitamins are in there. That's why all the cereals are fortified with this. Now you see them fortified with vitamins. That's fine. Tell me why Sunny Delight has these in it. Folks, all the other companies started following and say, let's make sure you put these B vitamins in there. They help the kids. Because these are the most important one. If you want to open up the Monte Carlo and have energy for us today, these better be there. Now, I told you guys I would take my vitamins first thing in the morning, right? And I remember two guys who came up to me one day after this lecture. They said, man, now we know why we're so tired. I said, what do you mean? I said, after your lecture, we realized we've been taking our vitamins at night. At night, your body's shutting down. What do you need vitamins around for? You're literally peeing your money away. Your body does not store water-soluble vitamins. You just pee it away. So here they spend money on good vitamins, pee it all out at night and in the morning. And the rest of the day, next day, they're tired. They didn't know. You got to take vitamins in the morning. That's when it's worth something. You take it late afternoon, that's worthless. Your body's always shutting down. Doesn't need the vitamins anymore. Okay? So that's why we want children to get their vitamins in the morning. And to make it more palatable for children, what do? One a day, gummy. We make it gummy anything. You know, Hulk Hogan, I mean, you know, Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, everybody's got their own vitamins. You make it a gummy chew, you make it chewable for the kids. Let them just chew it like candy. These are the main ones they put in there. See that? That way they can take it with their breakfast. That way they got the 5B vitamins in case mom couldn't afford everything on the table to feed them. Make sure they're getting their vitamins. Okay, one of their vitamins, best taken in the morning, not in the afternoon or evening. Worth a lot of points, folks. Man, perfect dehydrated. Wow, this makes so much sense. You know, so I started asking myself at that point, why is it that America has the large meal at night? You know, the large meal was supposed to be in the morning at breakfast. Somewhere along the way, again, these are companies, they do everything for their benefit. All of a sudden, they started changing things around. All of a sudden, the big meal's at night now. That's the worst time to eat a big meal, is at night. Because shortly after you eat the big meal, guess what? Your body starts shutting down. That means whatever's left in your system gets turned to fat. And now here we are 30, 40 years later, and we're wondering how come America is so obese? It's called commerce, folks. Companies look after themselves. And if the government lets them loose, they're going to do exactly whatever they need to do to make money. The last one to try something crazy was Taco Bell. They tried to create what they call fourth meal campaign. Anybody read this? Yeah. Eat at 2 o'clock in the morning. Run out to Taco Bell. There you go. They wanted that branding on it. So that at 2 o'clock, obviously they're going after medical students, high school students, college students who stay up late at night to finish a paper. Yeah, just run out to Taco Bell and get a taco. Make America even more obese now. You know, I think the FDA told them to stop that campaign because I saw that stop real fast. I'm like, what are they doing this for? Trying to get people to get up at 2 o'clock when they go out to Taco Bell. Anyway, that's what happens, folks. But that's why it's important for us as physicians. We have to understand it because we got to combat what's already going on out there. That means we got to reteach people how to eat, how to exercise, how to stay active, all that. Okay, because they've already been poisoned with all the other bad news. And so they think that stuff is right. And of course, it's all over the internet and everything. We got a lot of things to combat now. Okay, but breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Take vitamins, minerals, and trace elements every morning, right? Exercise in the morning is better than exercise in the evening, all that. And then these vitamins must be provided every morning. Elizabeth, you have a question?
Yeah, just regarding like diet and stuff like that, in the sense of like what happened. No, I mean, not diet, just like the way to talk to people who have like the overnight shifts.
Right.
Like, how do you talk about what they should eat?
Yeah, oh, good question. So she's asking about overnight shift. You know who those are? Nurses and doctors who work overnight. Folks, if you're a third shift worker, did you know your life is cut short for that reason? Because you're eating your meals at night when your body is shut down. They could care less, you're working. Your body says, I don't need all this energy, and you get real overweight. I remember when I first arrived at the hospital as a student, in the morning, you know, as guys shall be, you look, oh man, they got some cuties over X-ray. Man, you gotta go check out X-ray department. You know, cardiac, woo, there's a cutie on cardiac. That's the way all the guys were talking. Second shift, no problem. You see a couple more cuties. And then all of a sudden, third shift came around and boom. Like, wait a minute, why did they put all the overweight nurses on third shift? That was my thinking because I didn't understand it at first. It took me a while to think about it. I said, oh, wait a minute, I got it now. If you're a third shift worker, you have the highest obesity rate. I don't know if you're gonna do that. You have the highest death rate. You have the highest car accident rate. Your life insurance is higher. Your car insurance is higher. Look at that. Why? Because they know you're gonna die quicker. Okay, so it wasn't that the hospitals put the obese nurses on third shift. They just put them on third shift. But after you've worked it for a few years, of course, you're snacking to keep yourself awake all night. You don't even realize how many calories you're taking in, but your body is shut down. And so all of it gets turned to cholesterol and fat. Did you know that started a long time ago? So the government told companies, hey, if you're demanding people work third shift, you're cutting their life short. You have to pay them extra. Companies don't pay you extra money if they do it, unless the government says you have to do it. That's why third shift workers make extra money. I remember so many times as going around the hospital, a nurse said, man, I'm gonna pick up a couple of night shifts because you're making extra money. She's saving up for a house, for her family, whatever. After a few shifts, like, oh Lord, I can't do that no more. I can't do it. Oh, no, I can't do this anymore. Yeah, then you see what effect it has on your body when you're trying to stay awake all night. Now, how do other companies get around it? Bright lights. You ever walk around downtown in any city? If there's somebody working late in a high rise, you see how bright that light is in that office? You guys know what I'm talking about, don't you? It's very bright for a reason. Why? Because the pineal gland measures circadian rhythms, responds to light. So that light says, hey, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Your pineal gland thinks it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's 11 o'clock at night. That's how you fool the system. And that's why you don't see too many of the, professional guys like brokers and all that. You don't see many overweight. But in the hospital where you have to turn off the lights at 8 o'clock because the comfort of the patient supersedes your comfort. See that? Obesity is the most rampant in the hospital. Now you know why. Or at any job where you're working late at night, but you don't have the bright lights. Like a lot of waitresses in some of these late night dives in Chicago or New York, they stay open all night because they make plenty of money, but they don't have bright lights in a little cafe. And so you see, the waitress is so big. You cannot fool physiology, folks. The businessmen, when you got a corporation, they'll spend the money. They'll make sure those lights are real bright so that whoever works late at night, their pineal gland thinks it's still in the afternoon. They don't gain weight. But if you don't have that, you're gonna gain weight, no matter who you are. Okay? This is why doctors have a very high obesity rate, and yet we're counseling people about obesity all the time. Doctors have a higher death rate. Folks, look it up. You'll be shocked. I mean, all I do is just understand this stuff as I read it. I said, this makes sense to me now. The average, lifespan for a doctor in America is 20 years less than the general population. 20 years. So we're not talking about some little impact. It's a big impact. Okay? But that's because doctors work crazy hours. Now, when you're a resident, your life is not yours. So you got to do what you got to do, just like I had to do it too. Well, if I got to work, they told me I got to work. Okay? Because you need to get that license. But once you get your license and you're now full, you control your own damn hours. Folks, you got to pick and choose what you're willing to do. Now, doctors are terrible businessmen. They just want money. Okay? They'll sign a contract, only look at how much I get paid. They could care less what else is in that contract. Then you're screwed once you sign. It's too late now. Okay? But the last time years ago, over 20 years ago, the number one thing that a doctor looks at on a contract is how much money does he get paid. I read another one about 10 years ago. They finally said, number one thing that a doctor's looking at now is lifestyle. How much time do I get off? I get some weekends off to spend with my family. See, all of a sudden they realize chasing money is not it. You're gonna die early. You're chasing money because you're working so much. You're working late at night. You're working hours and never get any sleep to make up for it. Eventually your body's gonna just say, I'm done. And then you die. I mean, even in Peoria where I was in practice, every year that one doctor died. In their 50s or 60s, just drop dead. It's because of the bad habits physicians have. That's why, folks, pick and choose. Pick and choose. Remember, you're in demand. Don't just sign a first contract that offers you a ton of money. And anyway, I'll talk about this near the end. You should always know the average salary of whatever area you're going into. Anybody who offers you a lot more than that, there's something about that contract you don't understand. Now, I've been here for 28 years doing past program, and I've gotten all kinds of offers to come back into practice because everybody needs doctors. But I got one offer from some small town, $400,000. That's a hell of a lot of money. I was like, maybe I should look into that. And then I thought, wait a minute. For Med P's, going salary was $250,000 at the time. I said, why they offer me $400,000? I said, there's something I don't know about this contract. I said, nah, I'm not going for it. I wasn't interested in leaving past program anyway. But let me give you one example. I had a buddy, we were in the same Med P's program in Peoria. He graduated 2 years before I did, right? He took a position in Southern Illinois and they offered him a ton of money. He was so happy because he bought a new house, he bought a boat. He was like, yeah, check me out, I'm the man. Okay. And then he found out what the contract really said. As soon as he got settled, the only other pediatrician in town that could have covered for him retired. They didn't tell him. You're now the only pediatrician. That means you're on call 24 hours a day for pediatrics. Second, they made him the director of the ICU in the hospital. Because we met Peach, we get so much ICU training. He was the only one qualified. So he became the man. I saw him 1 year later, right? He came back to recruit some of us. That man had so much gray hair. In 1 year, he looked like he had aged 20 years. And, same guy was saying, look at all the money I'm getting. And when I saw him, I said, dude, you keep that money, all right? Buy some more boats. I'm not joining you. I don't think anybody joined him, even though they were offering so much money. I said, there's something that counted. You don't know anything about, folks. Nobody gives you free money. Don't ever believe that, okay? There's something you don't know about. So just look it up. And then now I advise students, and there's a group I align with in Chicago. They've got they're all consultants. So I got one broker who manages the money for past program. Now he's been doing it for 28 years. I trust him because I see what he does. Even with this bad economy right now, it just drops a little bit and then bounce back on it. Whereas a lot of people telling me, there's this, tank, 30%, 40%. I said, man, this guy's brilliant because, 5%, that's it, blah, blah. I say, hey, that I can deal with. So I watch what he does. And because I told him that in the beginning, I said, you make the decision, but I want to understand what you're doing. That's it. Because I'm still the one responsible. It goes to the IRS. You do something wrong, I'm in trouble, not you. Okay, so anyway, he's good. But anytime I've ever needed something, every time we meet, he always says, do you need anything else, Dr. Francis? Whatever I need, he got a consultant that'll take care of it. I'm telling you, folks, it's amazing. Years ago, I needed a mortgage for a new house, right? You know where I got sent to? A nursing home. I never knew nursing homes had mortgages. The nursing homes use the money they make off the invested in real estate. They give the mortgages out. I had no idea. They said, go see this nursing home right down the street. I went in there and said, hey, I'm Dr. Francis, and I'm thinking about buying a home. I need a mortgage. Oh, you do? Oh, here's a paper, fill it out. Okay, they'll call you about the house tomorrow. Damn it, I thought I gotta have my mama sign it, my cousin sign it. I mean, put up $2 million worth of collateral. None of that. They just want a place to invest their money. That's it. And you're a doctor, you're a safe bet. Isn't that amazing? It's not something they advertise. It's all referral. So the people know what's going on. They just refer you. Yeah, just go see this guy. He's in charge of mortgages. That's it. You fill out a form, you're just doctor, whatever. That's good. Here, take this. And then boom, pick a house. It was amazing. I had no idea about any of this stuff. So that's what I'm saying. So I tell students now, again, I don't get paid by any of them. I try to pass on my experience to you guys. Before you ever make a decision in the future, folks, if you don't know what you're doing, call me. Let me find you the right consultant. All right, you pay him the fee. I'm not getting anything for it, but I don't want you to make a stupid decision because you will lose a ton of money. Physicians are the worst businessmen. They do things and then later it costs them a ton of money. One more story. I learned a lot of things over the years, folks. One pediatrician hired a office manager and then gave her the power to sign checks. I was like, where the hell did you get your business acumen from? You never give a stranger the right to sign checks in your office. The only people who sign checks here, me, my son. And then I put my wife and my daughter on it because both of us are not around. That way, nobody here signs a check without me knowing where their money's going. Well, this doctor, he gave the office manager the right. She wrote a check and took all his money, emptied out the account, and flew to Hawaii. So this doctor thinks, yeah, I'm going to sue her. I'm going to try. They said, Doc, you gave her permission to write checks. She didn't do anything fraudulent. It's not even called stealing. You gave her the right to write checks. She wrote the checks to herself. Sorry, Doc, your money's gone. I mean, think about that, bankrupt, just like that. Here you are, a doctor, trying to save money for your family. You got mortgages to pay, your kids for school and all that. All the money disappeared just like that. She took all the money, ran off to Hawaii. Man, oh man, I said, holy cow, I can't believe you did that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, folks. I've learned a lot of things over the years from watching what other people are doing. But this people I've aligned with have been beautiful, 28 years and counting. Like if you need insurance, and you should get health insurance right now while you're young. I made that mistake thinking, oh yeah, I'll get around to it. Yeah, you never get around to it. And then you get an illness that messes you up. I got to the point where I was uninsurable. I'll talk about my illness at the end. Okay, but all of a sudden I couldn't get insurance. And here I was, only 36 years old, can't get insurance. So I had to find a way around it. How do you get insurance when you cannot get insurance? As again, you talk to consultants, they know how to get around it. They said, Doc, all you got to do is form a corporation. The law says a corporation must be allowed to buy insurance, no matter what's going on, because the government wants them to insure the employees. And there you become the employee of the corporation. That's how Pass Program Incorporated came around. I'm telling you, folks, all of a sudden I had full insurance and that was it. Because one time I went to the hospital for my hypertension, $6,000. Just an ER visit. Only been a few hours. $6,000, another one, $8,000. Because they kept me for like 4 hours up in a bed. Damn. That's a lot of money. That's $14,000, just 2 visits. Imagine if you don't have insurance. You're wiped out. Remember, hospital bills are now the most common cause of bankruptcy in America. All right, anyway, that's my editorial for you guys. Please don't make any stupid mistakes. If you don't know what you're doing, just call me. I'm not charging you for anything. I'll just point you to the people who've been helping me for 20 years and I trust them. or else I wouldn't be letting them manage things for me. Okay, but they have given me such incredible advice for things, stuff I didn't even know. Oh, let me give you one more. Since I'm on this platform now. All right, so it was time to, I was building my first building, on the other side of town. And I had to buy furniture. So I said, I need a loan to put up the furniture. And I called this guy. His name is Mr. Blair. He said, no. Let me put you in touch with this other guy who's a broker for corporations and furniture. I said, what the hell you a broker for corporation and furniture? He said, yeah, let's talk to him. He called him, the guy called me. Next day, he said, no, Doc, don't go finance furniture. He said, what you do is there's companies who will provide you all the furniture you want. You just rent it from them. As you rent it from them, that way everything is 100% deductible. I never knew that. Can you believe that? So all my furniture, I never bought any of them. We had a company, just bring us whatever we needed. They come in here, they got, 1,000 pages. What do you need, Doc? Desk? Okay, here's the desk. Take your pick. And okay, that's $5. All right, what else? Chairs. Yeah. By the time you get done, $4,000 I was paying a month for furniture. But that's to furnish an entire building. But guess what? The whole $4,000 is all deductible. Rather than I got to go get a loan for $300,000, it was about $350,000 worth of furniture. He said, it's taking a big loan for it. And deduct the whole thing. That is a huge write-off. Man, saved me a ton of money. That's just, anyway, I'm giving you those examples just to let you know that these guys I work with have saved me tons of money. And I've referred them to so many other students. Same thing, they've saved a ton of money. They even work with loan repayment. And I know a bunch of you, former medical schools, you guys got a lot of loans to pay back. Folks, don't pay those loans back. I'm not saying renege. I'm just saying don't pay it out of your pocket. Folks, do you know how many programs there are on paying your loan? But when you don't know, you guys think, oh yeah, let me put down $1,000 a month. You're giving away your money. The government got so many programs where they will pay off the damn loans for you. But they're not gonna tell you about it. You gotta go find out. Because of course they want you to go pay it. Man, I've learned so many ways, folks. And I said, I learned that one late. I had paid off some of my loan, and then at the end, I learned about it, and they paid off the rest. I said, damn, I wish I would have found out about this. And then one of the big criteria is if you would practice in an underserved area. And I said, hell, that's where I wanted to go anyway. I grew up on the south side of Chicago. That's the people I want to serve, poor people. And it doesn't say you have to live in a poor neighborhood. You just have to serve that poor neighborhood. So my buddy and I had the only office that was right next to the poor neighborhood, all that area of Peoria. They came to us. That's it. So it's not like I lived in that neighborhood. I lived in another neighborhood, a much nicer neighborhood, but I drove to work every day and I served the poor people. They paid off my loan. That's what I'm telling you. Because some of you guys now, the last time I read, students have close to $300,000 on the average. Average. I have students in here telling me they're at 400, they're at 450, 500. Damn. I said, don't pay that thing. Pay that thing. I'm telling you, you better call me when you're done with medical school. I'm telling you. Oh my God. I had one Hispanic girl. I mean, she's brought a lot of my students into residency because she was running a residency. So she was taking fast program students like left and right, which was great. Gave other people opportunity. But she had her loans paid off by she was working on the Indian reservation. That's another one. Yeah, you don't have to live on the Indian reservation, but it was in New Mexico. So she lived in a nice area because I went down there to visit her to see what was going on. She lived in a real nice neighborhood, beautiful house and everything. But the office serves the Indian reservation. They will pay off all your loans. Government money, folks. You pay taxes. You have access to it. But if nobody tells you, you think, okay, I got to work harder. I need more money to pay off my loans. I hear that all the time. And I'm like, man, that means nobody's advising you. That's why they tell you doctors are terrible businessmen. Always thinking, oh, okay, let me pay off these loans. Now I realize that there's a lot of ways to pay off that loan without any money out of your pocket. And still she was getting paid a decent salary, $150,000 to $200,000 a year. And they paid her, malpractice. But because she was serving the poorest of the poor, the Indian reservation, they were paying off their loans. There's places right here in Southern Illinois, a lot of poor little towns, they will pay off your loans 25% for every year you serve. That means they just want you to stay there for at least 4 years. So imagine, So if they pay you $150,000 to $200,000, and you got a $400,000 loan, that means they're paying you an extra $100,000 to pay off your loan. After 4 years, you owe nothing. Huh? Yeah, that federal loan, but they'll even pay off some private loans. Yeah, I'm serious, even private loans.
You can consolidate your loans.
Yeah, you can consolidate your loans. There's so many ways around this stuff. Anyway, I don't know how I got on this topic. I did. I usually talk about that at the end of the program. I'm just saying, folks, focus on this test and study. Don't let that other stuff stress you out. I'm serious. Because students get all stressed out about how much money it's taking them a year to take the test. Oh my God, I've taken out more loans. You do whatever you got to do, get that damn degree. We'll worry about the rest of it at the end. Like I said, I've already gone through all that crap. But just call me. I'll tell you how I did it. And I'll tell you who to go to, and they'll do the same thing for you. It's all programs set up by the government. But if you don't know that they're there, they don't come and tell you. Somebody researched where they were and put them all together, and now they make money advising you. Okay, you can use this one, you can use this one. And I remember he said like, they just charged $499. Think about it. Somebody saved you $400,000. I think I can pay $499. My goodness, man. Very affordable. $499 to go through all the programs that are available and tell you which ones are best for you. And that's it. Then you get on it and somebody's paying your loans now. That means you get to keep your salary. Oh my God. Anyway. Oh my God. As you can see, folks, I've been through some trauma through my life. But that's why I don't want you guys to go through the same stuff I had to go through. I mean, I've learned a lot from watching what's going on with other doctors. I refuse to go through the same crap they've gone through. I try to learn from other people's mistakes. You know, like the guy who lost all his money. I said, I would never do that. I don't care how good this person is. He's not signing my checks. Okay. That's why I brought my son on, my stepdaughter. Okay, you guys can be on there. You got to sign it. You got to have somebody you can trust because you don't want to work so hard and then be ripped off while you're not looking. Okay, that's normal. People try to rip you off. That's just normal behavior. All right, Plan F, folks, with a lot of points. Any questions on Plan F? I'm moving on. Yes, Anna.
I just had a quick question.
Sure.
Did they mention was an LLC or an S corp?
No, you can use any corporation.
Any corporation?
Any corporation, yeah. So that's why now I tell students, hey, as soon as you get out in practice, you know, if you don't have good insurance, form a corporation right away. That's it. There's one form to fill out, folks. I'm not even talking about something so arduous. It's just one form. That's it. You are now a corporation. That means the insurance company that just denied you yesterday has to sell you the insurance. I never knew that. If I didn't have somebody advise me, I wouldn't know. I was still been trying, okay, I hope I don't get hospitalized again. $8,000, $6,000. Holy God, I'm gonna be bankrupt real soon. And that's what saved me. Because I had to pay those two, $8,000, $6,000. But then I got insurance. I had that. Once I formed a corporation, that was it. They sold me insurance. I was like, wow. I said a few months ago, you guys told me you couldn't even tell me insurance because of my illness. Well, there's always a way around everything. Yes.
One thing that blew my mind was this doctor, like she has a blog and she takes a photo of her kids for her blog. And because they're models, she was paying for 1K for her kid. So by the time they were 18, they were gonna get $1 million.
Exactly.
My mom.
Shala, I just found out about that myself.
Everybody hear what she said? There was a doctor who was running a blog, okay? And so she would use pictures of her children on the blog. They now become models for her business. And therefore she can take a bunch of money and pay them, but she puts it into a 401k for them. That way, by the time they're 18, there's a ton of money waiting for those kids. My son just found out, I didn't find it, he found out about that. I didn't know that. So you can even use your grandkids, man. I'm like, grandkids, come on. I only got 2 grandkids, but I'm like, they're getting the, we're setting up something with their names on it. Because it's all deductible. That means I can stash money away. Bring my taxes down to 0. And who are you doing? You're helping your own family members. I said, holy cow, it was a no-brainer when he told me that. Yeah. It's like my grandchildren, one is 13, one is 14. You can pay them up to $1,000 a month. Think about that. $1,000, that's $12,000 for the next 4 or 5 years. Put away for college and make some a huge deduction for me. And therefore you're helping your own grandchildren tax-free. The government has all set up. Folks, lack of knowledge is a bad disease. We all have. please, all I'm saying is study for your test right now. Just focus on one thing. All the other problems we'll take care of later on, okay? And that's what I'm saying. I'll show you the right people who will help you solve those issues. Just don't worry about it. Okay, that means it doesn't matter how long it takes you, you got to take out more loans, take out more loans. Just keep going. Because once you get that MD, oh man, everybody wants to take a chance on you now. They'll do whatever you need, folks. Don't worry about it. Okay, and that's what I'm telling you. They'll pay off everything for you. All right, moving on. Pyruvate dehydrogenase, first large coordinary enzyme discovered, 3 proteins, 5 vitamins, 5 cofactors. And plan F, like I said, was worth a ton of points. Match cofactor action, there it is for you. Again, remember I said, we always go through everything, and then I can show you the slide. All right, put them in order. Flapping, or remember, 10 to 11 care for Nancy. Match a cofactor with vitamin, there it is. Okay. Match a vitamin letter name, B1 through B5. All right, you need 5 B vitamins to enter the Krebs cycle. Don't forget that. Why alcoholics hypoglycemic? Remember, too much NADH. Just pointing out again, you learned that yesterday. Too much NADH from alcohol metabolism. The body gets fooled into thinking you got lots of energy, but it's not really energy because you're out in the cytoplasm. That energy is not working. That's the mitochondria. And they don't have thymus, so you can even enter the mitochondria. So that's why they're always in a low energy state. Doesn't matter how much they drink. Okay? So always give thymus before any sugar to an alcoholic. In fact, give all vitamins to all alcoholics and homeless people. Have all B vitamins with your breakfast. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Take your vitamins every morning. 3 strong lessons. And now we enter the Krebs cycle. All right, so Maria, you help me with this one. Here I am, acetyl-CoA, right? I'm going to enter the Krebs cycle. Acetyl-CoA would then find oxaloacetate. And it's just stacked right on top of it. No bonds are broken. That's why I got to name it after the product, citrate. Citrate synthase or synthetase? Which one? Citrate synthase or synthetase? Which one? Now remember, page 140 has how to name enzymes. Okay, I don't want any guessing. I'm going to describe to you what happens. You tell me the name of the enzyme. It would be what? The synthase, because there's no ATP in here. That's why accent. Synthetase has to have ATP. There's no ATP here. So citrate synthase. Everybody with me? We're not done, Maria. Let's go around. Citrate then goes to isocitrate, which is an isomer. Name the enzyme. First name? Citrate. Good Lord, why do you gotta keep changing your answers? Okay, remember, substrate. Why are you looking at the product? Product is only if I tell you, you're stacking them on top. You name it after the product. Otherwise, any enzyme you ask the name, start with substrate. You'll be right 90% of the time. Don't chase the 10%. Okay? So citrate what? It's an isomer. Citrate what? Isomerase. Isocitrate goes to alpha ketoglutarate. I see a cofactor. Name the enzyme. Trying to keep this a secret from Sabu here? Yeah, well, you're whispering so softly. Okay, isocitrate what? Dehydrogenase. Every time you hear cofactor, it's automatic. Hey, there's nothing else to worry about. So isocitrate dehydrogenase. Alpha ketoglutarate goes to succinate-CoA. I see a cofactor. Alpha ketoglutarate dehydrogenase. Succinate-CoA goes to succinate. But look what's going to happen. You're going to break a sulfur bond and store that energy as GTP. So first name. Succinate-CoA. If you break a sulfur bond, the prefix I need. Thio. Remember, all this is written in your notes. Thio. And then you make an ATP. Kinase. Everybody follow along, right? You don't be trying to write these enzymes down. Folks, just learn how to name them. As long as it follows a pattern, what are you writing it down for? Because the brain then thinks it's a detail again. That's what you're going to do. You don't know that's what you're doing. It thinks, oh, good, I'll look at that later. That means you don't know any of them. Yeah, this is easy. I gotta just look at the substrate. What happened to it? There it is. You now know the enzyme. You go around real fast. All right. So succinate-CoA thiokinase. Succinate to fumarate. That's your cofactor, Maria. That's your cofactor, Maria. It's a given all the time. There's no exception. You don't have to think about it anymore. 6A dehydrogenase. Fumarate goes to malate. You're adding water. Remember, all you do is put ACE at the end, right? That's why it's called fumarase. And then malate goes to oxaloacetate. That's your cofactor, Maria. Come on, man. Around a Krebs cycle in just 2 minutes? Think of how long it took as a student trying to memorize all these enzymes. Because they never teach you the pattern. That's because the instructors don't even know the pattern. Okay? Now you know the pattern. You're way ahead of them. Okay? Now we're gonna go around the Krebs cycle. I'm gonna show you what your body does with all this stuff. All right, here we go. Make sure you're paying attention because these pathways where you got to know everything, folks, they test everything. So I want to make sure you don't ignore it because, oh, biochemistry, oh boy, it's all over your exam, folks. It's all over the exam. All right, acetyl-CoA is used to make ketogenic amino acids. Who are the 2 ketogenic amino acids? Raimundo. The 2 purely ketogenic amino acids. Rachel. Maybe Angie remembers it. Lysine and leucine. Okay, so acetyl-CoA is used to make lysine and leucine. Ketogenic amino acid. Well, and then Mr. Pitt. Remember, Mr. Pitt is ketogenic and glucogenic. So you can make those 4 as well. Acetyl-CoA is used to make fatty acid synthesis, which we're going this afternoon. Okay? Acetyl-CoA is the allosteric activator of gluconeogenesis. I showed you that already. Acetyl-CoA turns on pyruvate carboxylase. What 2 organs do gluconeogenesis, John?
Liver.
Liver and adrenal cortex. And acetyl-CoA is the allosteric inhibitor of pyruvate dehydrogenase. So in that sense, if you have too much acetyl-CoA, it means the circle is no longer going. That means Krebs cycle is shut down. It makes sense. You better turn off pyruvate dehydrogenase so no more stuff comes in here. So again, try to make sense of it so you're not just memorizing lines. Okay? That's how I can visualize the pathways myself. I can see what they're talking about. All right, so acetyl-CoA. Citrate. Citrate shuttles acetyl-CoA units out to cytoplasm for fatty acid synthesis. We'll see that this afternoon. Citrate acts as a shuttle for acetyl-CoA units, because remember, it's made up out of acetyl-CoA. So it's going to shuttle itself out to the cytoplasm for fatty acid synthesis. Citrate, remember yesterday I told you, I'll show you why citrate is the allosteric inhibitor of PFK1. Because it means Krebs cycle is shut down. So it's going to turn off glycolysis. Say, hey, don't send any more stuff down here. So allosteric inhibitor of PFK1. What's the activator of PFK1, Ashley? All right, no problem. Karina, do you remember? Let me ask Ms. Lesson. Yeah, fructose 2,6-bisphosphate. Yeah, so this is allosteric inhibitor. Now, citrate is also the allosteric activator of acetyl-CoA carboxylase, which is the rate-limiting enzyme for fatty acid synthesis. So notice what it's doing. Shutting off glycolysis says, hey, we're close down here. Shut off glycolysis and say, oh, let me turn on fatty acid synthesis because I got to store all this stuff somewhere. It makes sense. Okay? Citrate. Any questions so far? Again, you got to sit and drill, and that's what we're going to be doing. Drilling in class all the time, folks, until you can visualize the whole thing. Isocitrate dehydrogenase is actually the rate-limiting enzyme of the Krebs cycle. These are rate-limiting enzyme. Fastest or slowest enzyme. Slowest enzyme. Kinetic curve, linear, flat, or sigmoidal. Sigmoidal, always. Remember, every rate-limiting, same information. Okay? All right, so that's isocitrate dehydrogenase. Alpha-ketoglutarate is used in 90% of transaminations, which we'll be seeing shortly. 90% of transaminations use alpha-ketoglutarate to store the amino group. Remember, transaminase. That means transfer the amino group onto alpha-ketoglutarate. What do you get? Glutamate. And then, of course, alpha-ketoglutarate dehydrogenase is another large quaternary enzyme like pyruvate dehydrogenase. So it uses plan F, just like pyruvate dehydrogenase. Okay? So alpha-ketoglutarate. Succinyl-CoA is used to make ringed structures. Can you think of a ringed structure that we've talked about? Aisha.
I'm blanking right now.
All right, Olivia Spalding.
a ring structure in terms of the,
No, just name any ring structure that you've learned about.
phenylalanine?
There you go. I just want to make sure you understand. I'm saying it this way so it covers any ring structure anybody asks you about. How about heme for hemoglobin? It's a ring. Okay then. How about cholesterol? 4 rings. See, I don't want to have to name them for you guys to start making a list to memorize. I don't want you to do that. Big picture. Anything that has a ring in it, succinylcholine is used to make it. Cholesterol is made from succinylcholine. Heme. That was the first ring structure we made, right? So anything with a ring, phenylalanine, tyrosine, tryptophan. See, I don't have to go look it up. Any amino acid has a ring is made from succinylcholine. Again, I'm just showing you the clues that I picked up on that made it easy for me to remember these things. Okay, so anything with a ring, succinylcholine is where it's going to come from. Don't doubt yourself. Succinylcholine thiiokinase is the only place where you make GTP without electron transport. So they call that substrate level phosphorylation. So you have only one step in Krebs cycle where you make ATP without electron transport. If you remember, glycolysis had 2 steps. Phosphoglycerol kinase and pyruvate kinase. You didn't need electron transport for that. ATPs are made there. All right, so Krebs cycle has 1. Glycolysis has 2. Succinate dehydrogenase is the only enzyme of the Krebs cycle that is attached to the electron transport system. And it's attached to complex 2. How do I remember that? Because he uses FADH2. Remember, complex 2 is where FADH2 comes in. That's how to remember that. Succinate dehydrogenase is attached to complex 2 of electron transport. So he literally makes FADH2 on this side and hands it over to the electron transport on this side. Next one, fumarase. Fumarase is also seen in urea cycle. That's how Krebs cycle and urea cycle are tied together. All right, there's a fumarase out in the cytoplasm for urea cycle. There's a fumarase in the mitochondria for Krebs cycle. Okay, we'll see that later. Malate and cellular acetate are used in malate aspartate shuttle. We'll see that shortly too. This is how you shuttle the electrons from the cofactors to bring them into the electron transport. Malate aspartate shuttle. After 1 round of Krebs cycle, let's go back to this diagram. Maria, one more time for you. All right, right here, when pyruvate becomes acetyl-CoA, remember NADH comes off. But remember, there's 2 molecules, right? Remember that? There's 2 pyruvates, so 2 acetyl-CoAs. All right, we're gonna go around the Krebs cycle. Look what happened. You got 1 NADH, 2 NADH, 3 NADHs. How many ATPs do you get from NADH? 2.5 times 3 is what? 7.5. How much ATP do I get from FADH2? 1.5 added to 7.5. What am I up to? So 9. And then 1 GTP, which is equivalent to 1 ATP. So 10 total. 10 ATPs when you go around the Krebs cycle. Any questions on that? 10 ATPs when you go around the Krebs cycle. Any questions on that? Okay. How many acetyl-CoAs are going to go around? 2. 2 times 10 is what? 20 ATPs, 20 ATPs. We have 20 ATPs. Everybody understand? We got 20 ATPs. For 2 acetyl-CoAs going around the cycle, 20, 20, 20, 20. Anybody lost at 7.5, 73.2, 17 and a half. No, we're at 20, 20, 20, 20, 2 times 10, 20, 20, 20. Wait a minute. From pyruvate to oxaloacetate, I got 2 NADHs. How many more ATPs when I cash those in? How many? 5. 2.5 times 2. 5. 5 added to 25 is what? I mean to 20, sorry. 25, 25, 25. We're up to 25 ATPs. 25 ATPs. Everybody with me? 25? 25 ATPs. As if you start with pyruvate, because pyruvate dehydrogenase gives you 2 more NADHs. 5 ATPs. We're up to 25, 25, 25. Everybody with 25? Anybody lost at 25? Don't stop me now. We're at 25, 25 with me. Going once. 25, 25, going twice. Okay, so 25. Now, in glycolysis, Maria, how many NADHs do we make? 2. Stop. 2 ATPs. Cash them in for ATPs. What do I have now? 5 added to 25, what we got? 30. And then how many ATPs did I get from glycolysis without any of this? 2. Total of? Total of 30 plus 2 is what again? 32. Stop being so nervous, girl. So it's 32 ATPs. So that means if you start with 1 molecule of glucose and run it all the way through glycolysis and Krebs cycle and cash in the cofactors, 32 ATPs, and nothing goes wrong. I want to make sure everybody understands how we got 32. Now I went through the steps. Why? Because on the test, I've seen them start at 1 level and ask you how many you get now. See? Because it's different than the book. The book goes to 32. That's if everything goes normally. But if they start at a different spot, I want you to know how to recalculate it. If they start with acetyl-CoA as 10, if only one is going around. If they say acetyl-CoA from glucose, well, there's 2 of them. That's 20. You start with pyruvate, up to 25. Start all the way from glucose, 32. No. Yeah, galactose will go through here twice. Remember, 1 molecule of glucose comes in even before galactose gets turned into glucose. Yeah. Yep. That's why you're getting so much more energy from galactose. All right. So let's go back through it.
Where did the other 5 go? Because you just said
what?
you said the acetyl-CoA makes 20 and the
No,
pyruvate makes
that's because there's 2 acetyl-CoAs from glucose, right?
yes, and then the pyruvate makes 5.
Now, yeah, from pyruvate to acetyl-CoA, you get 2 NADHs. That's another 5 ATPs.
And then you have 2 from the start of glycolysis.
You're right, glycolysis, the glycerol 3-phosphate dehydrogenase step. That's 2 NADHs right there. That's 5 more ATPs. And then glycolysis already makes 2 ATPs by itself.
Okay, I skipped the other NADHs from.
Yeah. Any questions on how we got that? So review it again. There's 3 NADHs, 1 FADH2, 1 GTP. That's 10 ATPs when you go around with 1 acetyl-CoA. But since there's 2 of them, 20 ATPs now. From pyruvate to acetyl-CoA, at 2 more NADH, that's 5 more. We're at 25. And then 2 NADH from glycolysis, that's another 5. That's 30 plus 2 more ATPs that you got from glycolysis without any cofactors, a total of 32 ATPs. You understand, Karis? You understand, Mitchell? All right. So I've seen them start at different places. That's why I put it in this way. Okay. 1 molecule of glucose, and that's 32 ATPs if everything goes right. Now, here's the question I've seen the most. Get ready. Let's see who figures this out. Take 1 molecule of glucose, run it all the way through glycolysis and Krebs cycle. And then you find out electron transport and oxidative phosphorylation are broken. They don't work. How many ATPs will you net? I give you 30 seconds to try to figure it out. What? I said, electron transport and oxidative phosphorylation are gone. They don't work. So take 1 molecule of glucose, run it all the way through glycolysis and Krebs cycle, and then you suddenly find out oxidative phosphorylation and electron transport are broken. They don't work. How many ATPs will you net? Is the question. That's what I've seen the most. 30 seconds. Think about it. Don't blurt out a guess. Think about it. There's a way to figure it out. All right, let's start online first. Matthew Laugh, what do you got for me? How many?
I think it's around maybe like 3 or 4 because anaerobic respiration doesn't produce that many.
I know, give me the exact number. What number are you giving me?
Let's go with 4.
All right, he goes with 4. Alvin Haidu.
12.
12. All right, Lisa Du.
I have 10.
All right, Joshua Abad.
I'm just gonna guess around like 3 or something because you can't use NADH or FADH anymore.
Okay, Walter Placencia.
I'm not sure, doctor.
All right, Amara. All right, let's come in the room. Asin, how many?
Hello, sir.
Oh, okay. Yes. What'd you come up with?
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat the question?
Repeat the question. Okay. I said you run 1 molecule of glucose all the way through glycolysis and the Krebs cycle, and then you find out electron transport and oxidative phosphorylation are closed for the day. How many ATPs will you net?
Ten.
All right, 10. All right. Justin, what you come up with? 2. Mitchell, what you come up with? 2. Cesar, what you come up with? 2. Akshay, what you come up with? 2. Michael, what you come up with? 2 as well. Bailey, what you come with? 2. All right. Amy? 3. Fatima? 4. All right. Ashley? 4. Rachel? 4. All right. The answer is 4. That means only a few of you have gotten it right. That's the most common one I see. Because a test writer, think about it, you got to really think about this to get this one right. This is not where you just got to guess it right. All right. You're running through glycolysis and Krebs cycle. Electron transport is closed. That means all your cofactors are worthless. You cannot count any of them. That means the only one you can count is the substrate level phosphorylation. There's 2 of them in glycolysis, 2 ATPs, and then 1 in Krebs cycle, but you run it through there twice. So that's 4 ATPs total. That's all you get. All right, folks. That way, when you see it on the boards, it'll be an easy question because now you've seen it, but that's the one I've seen the most common. All right, Paulo, you got a question?
Yes, Dr. Francis, sorry to backtrack a little bit, but could you just highlight where the substrate level phosphorylation happens in the Krebs cycle one more time?
Krebs cycle, what else? Succinate, succinyl-CoA thiokinase. Remember, you make a GTP.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. What? Yeah, GTP and ATP are equivalent. Yeah, so you have to count it.
Yeah, so, but class.
There's 2 GTPs from Krebs cycle, but there's 2 in glycolysis that we made. That's 4.
It's, but there's 2 acetyl. I'm sorry.
2 acetyl-CoAs. That means you're gonna go around twice. Each time you go around, you get 1 GTP. That means that's 2 GTPs you're gonna get.
But it's 2 at the beginning, so that's.
It's 2 from glycolysis. You understand that part? What? Yeah, it's 2 in glycolysis and then twice around the Krebs cycle. That's 4. All right, Anna.
So what if they put the question and say, how much net ATP goes in an RBC?
Right, exactly. Remember RBCs, if they're asking about RBCs run glycolysis, get to 2 ATPs, but they use it up. Remember, they don't have mitochondria, so you don't even have to worry about Krebs cycle. So that you can only count the 2 ATPs, but they use it, so there's a net of 0 for RBCs only. That's the only time the answer is different. Mitchell.
I thought when you switched to anaerobic, you pyruvate into lactate, so you didn't actually do the Krebs cycle.
Yeah, that's only when you're anaerobic.
Yeah, well, we are, right? Because we don't have the.
No, you can, remember, the question just simply said, you ran it through glycolysis and Krebs cycle, but then you find out electron transport is closed. Yeah, that's it. So if you close it, the cofactors are worthless. That's it. Yeah. All right, moving on. Malate aspartate shuttle. This is how you bring in electrons from the cytoplasm. All right, this is the most common one you and I use. Karen, it's your first. Malate, see that aspartate comes out. Remember I showed you guys AST doing this, bring aspartate out and then turn it back into oxaloacetate. So AST out in the cytoplasm, AST in the mitochondria. Oxaloacetate will grab the electrons from NADH, and that's how you get malate. If you grab an electron from somebody, are you reducing it or oxidizing it? No. If you grab someone's electrons, you're oxidizing it. You get reduced, but I'm asking you what happened to the other guy. You're oxidizing it. Everybody still following these questions? Even if I'm not asking you, make sure you follow the question, make sure you'd have gotten it right. Because a lot of students miss these questions. Okay, I told you that reduce oxidize stuff fools a lot of students. They answer from the wrong angle. And that means your answer is always going to be wrong. Okay, so if I hear oxaloacetate grabs electrons from NADH, you got to say, oh, well, it oxidized NADH. That's how you get NAD plus back. And then now malate has the electrons. That's why the malate goes in the the mitochondria. Look what happened. He immediately enters the Krebs cycle. Malate goes back to oxalic acetate, and there it is. Remember, NADH has gotten back. That means I gave him something that's worth 2.5 ATPs. He gave me back something worth 2.5 ATPs. That means malate aspartate shuttle does not waste any energy at all. Is that it, Melissa? So what's the delta G for that shuttle? The delta G, Karina, would be 0. I gave you 2.5, you gave me back 2.5, 0. Now, what makes it favorable? Because 0 is not favorable, is it? What makes it favorable is the next one I'm about to go, it wastes a lot of energy. So relatively speaking, one is better than the other. Even though delta G is 0, your body still chooses to run it because the other one is expensive. All right? The other one is called glycerol 3-phosphate shuttle. Okay? So you make DHAP. DHAP comes out of the mitochondria into cytoplasm. We already talked about DHAP yesterday in glycolysis. And then he grabs electrons and NADH to become glycerol 3-phosphate. That means glycerol 3-phosphate now has electrons. That's why they named the shuttle after him, because he's the one actually taking names of mitochondria. So glycerol 3-phosphate takes electrons into the mitochondria, but look what he does. He reacts with an enzyme that uses FAD as a cofactor. So that means you get FADH2 back. Someone knows NADH is worth how many ATPs? 2.5. FADH2 is worth how many ATPs? 1.5. So you lose 1 ATP every time you turn this circle here. And since I got to do this twice, you've lost 2 ATPs. That's why the books will say 1 molecule of glucose gives you 30 to 32 ATPs, because it all depends on which shuttle your body's using. You understand, Amy? You understand, Paul? So if your body, Paul, which one do you think your body chooses to run? Malate aspartate or glycerol 3-phosphate? What's that? Malate aspartate shuttle, because it doesn't cost anything. Right, follow? Question then is, why is the body running this one? The body will run a wasteful cycle when life is more important than how much it costs. When is that? When you are rapidly dividing. I need all hands on deck. I need tons of ATP. That means I want both circles running. So that means this one, malate aspartate gives me 2.5 per turn. This one gives me 1.5 per turn. So if they're both running, look at that, I'm getting 4 ATPs per turn. That's better than just 2.5. But that means you're going to burn through a lot more calories. Does that make sense, everybody? Same thing as we talk about cellular division. That's why 0 to 2, 4 to 7, and puberty. And if you're a woman, pregnancy. That's the only time you run this one. Everybody know what I just said? Malate aspartate shuttle runs every day. It doesn't cost you anything. But once your body becomes rapidly dividing, you turn on this one. Now you start burning through a lot of calories just to keep up with the needs. Okay? But that's normal. So that means during those periods of time, what happens? You see the stomach go in and the head go up. So that's okay. But what if you become rapidly dividing outside of that? Remember, you start losing a whole lot of weight and drop dead. And we went through all kinds of examples, like cancer. You know, look at pregnancy. That baby will divide, the baby will be alive, mom will die. Because the baby's sucking all the energy out of her. If mom doesn't eat enough calories to keep up with that. Why do you think we tell a pregnant woman to eat an extra 300 to 400 calories a day? See, when it becomes recommendations, everybody just forgets where they got that stuff from because they never learned the basics back here. Now, when they apply it up here, everybody just memorizes it. Okay, but once you know where they got it from, you don't forget it because you can go back there and get it yourself again. Okay, like the 2-hour lucid period for epidurals. Now you guys know where the 2 hours came from. You don't have to look it up again. And if an attending ever asks you, you're going to shine because most attendings don't know. They just know 2-hour lucid period. Okay. All right. So glycerol 3-phosphate shuttle. What is the protein that tells all cells that you're rapidly dividing? Bailey. What's that chemical signal that tells cells you're rapidly dividing? No, that's apoptosis you're talking about. Let me see what Fatima remembers. What is the protein that tells all your cells that you are rapidly dividing? All right, so you forgot. Oh, a couple of hands up here. Let's see if these people remember. Abdullah Khan, do you remember?
No, I'm trying to remember.
All right, Bryce, do you remember?
KI 67.
KI 67. I gave it to you. And then remember, then we found out later that TNF can do the same thing. That's why chronic disease makes you lose so much weight. TNF can turn this on. Okay, again, understand what normal is. The one that doesn't cost anything is the favorable one. But if you become around dividing, the body says, I need all the energy I can get. All of a sudden, these guys will turn on. Cellular replication, nucleotide synthesis comes. That's why you lose so much weight so fast with cancer. Okay? All right. When you use the Malus Protein shuttle, no energy is lost. If you use a GTP shuttle, you lose 2 ATPs. We use a GTP shuttle during periods of rapid growth. All right, Ki67 communicates from cell to cell, tells cells we're in a state of rapid cellular division. TNF, look at what its nickname, cachexin, okay, causes cachexia. That's why you lose weight when you got cancer or chronic disease. This is your marker for that. Okay, sends the same message to Ki67. All right, it revs up your BMR. That's why if you got a TNF drug, they first used it in rheumatoid arthritis, also mortality went down. See that? The deterioration slowed down because you didn't have so much TNF anymore. And they flux from infliximab, but etanercept, same thing with psoriatic patients. It's done that for them too. Okay, but now you understand it. Rather than you got to go read another article. If it's a chronic disease, block TNF, it'll help them live longer. Because that's what makes you deteriorate real fast and die, because you're losing so much weight. Okay, WIC program, I already introduced you to that, right? First 2 years, and now they've extended up to 5 years. Thanks to President Clinton. All right, it's just so that all the cells of that child have enough energy for replication, and therefore no permanent brain damage is done. They saw a huge drop in learning disabilities, intellectual disability. It was huge. That's when they realized, man, it's better to give them free food. Before that, government didn't want to give anybody anything for free. Okay. All right, adipose cells not fixed at age 8 as we thought. You guys still remember this discussion from yesterday, right? I'm just repeating it again because it's pertinent to what we're talking about. All right, we thought adipose cells were fixed at age 8, and then TZDs came along and proved us wrong. Remember I told you about these drugs? The pioglitazone, there's a bunch of them. They stimulate PPAR gamma, which is a transcription factor. But because you were stimulating something that's in the nucleus, it woke the nucleus up. And all of a sudden, adipose cells start replicating. We had no idea you could do that. Remember I told you about the articles, 10 to 12 pounds a year of pure fat that these people were packing on. And that's why so many of them were dying. And we had no idea those drugs would kill so many people. Okay? So thiazolidinones. Liposuction, I told you, they make it easy for you. Noon lipo. Just stop by our office. We'll suck that lipid off you. You know? Vacuum cleaner.
Sounds like someone's grilling.
Yeah, I mean, because that's flesh.
Yeah.
She said it smells like someone was grilling. Did you work with a doc doing that? Cosmetic surgery?
I saw
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, liposuction is very common, folks. People go for it in their noon hour and just go back to work like nothing happened. They said, look at you, girl, you lost a lot of weight. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, anyway. TNF produced by T cells and macrophages causes weight loss and chronic disease. Now, amino acids. Now, I want everybody to know I skipped glycogen for a reason. I'll do that at the end because that's my transition to anabolic. I did that on purpose so nobody thought I forgot about it. Okay, that means proteins are next. Again, we'll go in the same order. No, I didn't go out of order at all. Just go in order, but I need this glycogen to make my transition. All right. Amino acid catabolism. Now we've learned all about the amino acids. Folks, you need transaminases for amino acid catabolism. Whether you're trying to make them or break it down, you need transaminases. All transaminases use what vitamin, Kathleen? B6. So B6 is necessary for transamination. And even though every amino acid has a transaminase, there are 3 transaminases that work the most. AST, ALT, GGT. Those are the 3 you have to know. And you see, I put the equations right here for you. They will quiz you about these equations. That's why I put them in your notes for you. Get familiar with it because I've got a lot of points with these equations. All right. GGT does 90%. That was a point. Because they said, which one does the most? Yeah, I knew that, GGT. Now, that's within the mitochondria. So within the mitochondria, GGT does 90%, AST does 10%. I've shown you AST in the cytoplasm. I mean, in the mitochondria. Out in the cytoplasm, I showed you AST in the cytoplasm, and I showed you ALT just recently in the cytoplasm. So GGT does 90%. That means, look at the equation. Alpha ketoglutarate is used in 90% of transaminations. I've seen that question. Glutamate is the main amino acid made in transaminations. There you go. See? That's what I'm saying. Make sure you know the reaction because they love asking about it. GGT. Now, let's go with Paul. Paul, it turns out that if I inflame the cells of your liver, if I inflame the cells of your liver, the first thing you're gonna do is destroy the cell membrane. Follow me so far? If you destroy the cell membrane, that means everything in the cytoplasm will leak out. You understand me? How many ASTs? One. How many ALTs? One. That's why when you have hepatitis, folks, AST and ALT is 1-to-1 ratio. However, on them, when you drink alcohol, alcohol will denature the cell membrane and the mitochondrial membrane. That means whatever's in the mitochondria will leak out as well. On them, how many ASTs will leak out? 2. And then one of the mitochondria now leaks out. This is why they always tell you alcoholic hepatitis is the only one with AST over ALT of 2-to-1. No, this is printed in all the books with no explanation whatsoever. That's because they always assume the doctor already learned this stuff. And you and I know medical school didn't even teach it to you. This is so many assumptions in medical education. You say, when am I going to learn how to do this? Oh, no, they'll teach you that in the 3rd year. I get my 2nd year. When do you guys teach me this? Oh, no, they'll teach you that when you get to clinical. Now I'm all excited, waiting for clinical. Get to clinical. And they ask me, first one was fluids. How do you write the fluids for this? Huh? I said, they didn't teach me fluids. They look at you like you're stupid. What do you mean you don't know how to do fluids? I said, man, you guys need to get together about this. Because medical schools told me you guys were going to teach me this in clinical. And now you're looking at me like I should have learned it already. They're not talking to each other. See, that's why I included fluid management in the lecture, because students are always being yelled at because they don't know how to write fluid orders. And yet nobody's ever told them how to write fluid orders or even what fluid to even write for. Okay? And I was one of those that were yelling at. And I just used to hate that feeling because you're supposed to stand there and take it like a man or a woman. You know you can't say a word, you know, but you know they're yelling at you unfairly. Nobody's taught you how to do something, but you're being yelled at because you don't know it. Okay? So that's why I'm pointing these things out to you. So AST over ALT 2-to-1 is alcoholic hepatitis. Or if GGT is elevated. Look at that. See? Green edge. Good moment. See, now you know where the labs are coming from. Instead of memorizing, oh, the book said, now you know exactly where it comes from. Because if you don't denature the mitochondrial membrane, GGT cannot leak out. The second AST cannot leak out. That's why 2-to-1 ratio or elevated GGT is a measure of alcohol. Alcoholic damage. Okay? So transaminase is used in amino acid metabolism. 3 are the most important: AST, LT, GGT. All of them used vitamin B6. 3 most important transaminases. GGT does 90% within the mitochondria. AST does remaining 10%. Whereas in cytoplasm, AST and ALT split at 50-50. So GGT does 90% transaminations, and AST does 10% in the cytoplasm. AST and LT split on the side. Hepatitis of any kind, except alcohol, 1-to-1 ratio. So anytime they show you ASTs and ALTs, set up a ratio real fast. And you can look at it real quick and see whether it's 2-to-1 or greater. Because if it's 2-to-1, you don't even know the answer. That means you can skip all that other stuff they put on the list. It's a waste of time. Okay, it's alcohol. Alcoholic hepatitis, AST, ALT 2-to-1 or elevated GGT. Non-alcoholic 1-to-1. Oh, sorry, I went backwards. All right, hepatic necrosis, the next term you want to know. Okay, hepatic necrosis. How do I get hepatic necrosis? AST and ALT are in the thousands. That's the only definition. So once it hits 1001, there it is. You got hepatic necrosis. It means you lost a big chunk of liver. That's all it means. Just like LDH being high. That means a lot of cells die. So hepatic necrosis. Who's more likely to do these changes? Miguel. Fat or water soluble drugs? Fat soluble. Long or short acting? Long, large or small molecules? Small molecule, charge or uncharged? What? Uncharged. If you say fast cyber, I can't be hearing charges. All right, very good. But anyway, again, they can talk about a disease, they can talk about a drug, and you know how to connect it with no problem. All right, that's hepatic necrosis. Fulminant hepatitis says, I see the signs of GABA. That means all the urea that your liver is supposed to get rid of, it can't get rid of it anymore. And then you're swimming in GABA. Then they'll whip off sedation, lethargic, obtundant, diffuse. Was it delirium? All the words that mean you're swimming in GABA. Except for sleepiness, floppy baby, whatever. Okay? So fulminant hepatitis. And then how do I know you got cirrhosis? 2 criteria. All right, when the liver cannot do its basic function. Number 1 is albumin. So when albumin is less than 2, normal is 4. So if he can't even keep your albumin up, okay, you got cirrhosis. Or if your prothrombin time is elevated. Prothrombin time, Chala, is that intrinsic or extrinsic pathway? Extrinsic pathway. What's the normal number for that, Abigail? Prothrombin time. 10 to 12 seconds. 10 to 12. All right, so if the prothrombin time is high, that means you're missing somebody from the extrinsic. Who are the vitamin clotting factors? Sandeep?
10-9-7.
Yeah, so 1972, the year 1972, and then protein CNS. Now, of the clotting factors, where's the shortest half-life? Of the clotting factors, where's the shortest half-life? 7. Is he on the intrinsic or extrinsic pathway? Extrinsic. That's why prothrombin time will rise first. That's all they mean. That as soon as factor 7 starts disappearing, prothrombin time goes up. You got cirrhosis. Because that's such a tiny protein, and the liver can't even make that. You got cirrhosis. The number 1 cause of cirrhosis in America right now, Chala? Number 1 cause of cirrhosis in America.
Alcohol.
Alcohol has been bumped down to number 2 now. Number 1, Maria knows. Obesity. Remember, obesity is taking over everything now. Yes, it's called non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. NAFL is the term they want currently used. But that's the same thing as what they used to call NASH. They used to call it NASH. Yeah. All right. So cirrhosis. Karina next. Alcohol is alcohol is number 2. Yeah. Acetaminophen. It's risen up in the last few years. Yes.
I think I just made a small connection. So if you're seeing GG.
Connection alert. Connection alert. What you got?
That mitochondria is damaged, right?
If you're seeing elevated GGT, mitochondria is damaged. That's correct.
And alcoholic.
In an alcoholic.
So cytochrome C can leak out and lead to apoptosis.
Cytochrome C can leak out and therefore destroy cells.
And that's why like alcoholics are.
That's why the alcoholics, their liver just gets damaged. Yeah, that's how they get cirrhosis. Yeah, man, I gotta start hanging out with you, boy. Look at that. I told you folks, after a while, you start figuring things out. I already figured out. Okay, that's why I'm only playing the pattern in your head so that you learn how to think for yourself. The hope is in time you figuring out stuff I haven't figured out. Okay. All right. Anyway, all transaminases use vitamin B6. Vitamin B6 deficiency, very neuropathy is a clue for that. And the best drug for neuropathy in America, on them. First line drug for neuropathy. Amitriptyline. But then you find out they got heart disease, a heart attack last year. Switch to what? Yeah, but Vincent, come back in here and say, oh, shooting stamina is killing me, doc. What should I switch to now? Carbamazepine is correct. There we go. Da-da-da. Now we've drilled this a bunch of times, folks. Hopefully by week 5, nobody's staring at me for 10 minutes when I ask the same questions. You've heard it so many times. Eventually, I expect everybody to be able to go through any one of these drills when I ask you. All right, fatty acid catabolism. Next point. After a moment from our sponsors. Break time. 10:20, we'll come back at 10:45.
All on level, it's like failure versus. They ask me what happened first. So like, they it's like online. Yeah, it was.
We did a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe run through. Okay. But because you bring it to one.
You're right.
You only run it because there's one. You only run it once. You can't run it again. Shut off.
Yeah, I shut off.
You can't go again. You can't go again. It's shut off. You only run it once. You can't go again. That's it. Only one. But then you only get one and one. If you got one, I think you need one and anything.
Hold on, I kind of got lost.
Yeah, that's what.
That was a mistake.
In the credit cycle. You're gonna make another. Yeah, you're gonna make, because it's going to go one run, so one run. Yeah, but you're. Yeah, yeah. Two, okay, and then run, that makes sense. The two, one, run. I mean, the question is that, oh, like, how do you?
Yeah, that was my initial thought too. So, yeah. I think it's gonna be like, yeah. Makes sense. No one. Didn't you understand? What is the cross?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're not good. Like being. Yeah, yeah.
This is, yeah, I don't get something not that like. But then I was like, yeah, I remember. But oh my gosh.
Yeah, the first thing.
Oh. Sure.
Ooh, that's fancy. I'm gone. You want some, you know you want some.
Like, okay, thank you. I can't say it. I can't say it.
Yeah, Yeah.
So it's a five.
You're so Sandy.
Yeah.
Wait, where is it?
Basically, section of like file.
Yeah. No point, okay. And then I have. No, good food.
Yeah.
Oh, good food.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say that. So what's the point of having all these companies?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I didn't know. I realized I'll start out with one that's so I don't know, like the question that he said, yeah.
No.
So the question was, if you like talking about I don't know. Oh, yeah, but what's the?
You just have to memorize.
Is it something like there? Yeah, I think it's.
Like, but what's the point? So is there like a racial one group?
But like. Yeah.
It's probably.
Yeah, like actually like. I want, but I like doing other stuff. Today. And that's. Yeah. Like politics. You have Patrick's friend's birthday. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I think that's my, my sister.
Why you have to?
The one that I.
Oh, so that's what they're saying. So one set of coins.
No, one is better. And then.
Yeah. One.
Yeah.
If you go down. So really, this can keep going.
Yeah.
So how does parallel?
Yeah. There's an accent here.
It's very.
Yeah.
And that's. So everything.
Yeah, like the he doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, like she had everything. Oh, okay, she. I know what it is, should be 1 5 minutes, we want to. Oh, why? That's not. Right? That's
Why did you sleep by?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah. Like. Yeah, I think. Yeah. And I've carried on because it's helped me so much. Even over the my thoughts. Yeah, along with evening. Yeah. I think 10. I mean, right now. Like, one thing that she wrote. Yeah. She was a gender. She's and then what I get to well. Yeah, so. I said, oh, good.
Yesterday, I said I used to have to go out at home, like I go out at home, it's 7:45, home, so the big word.
I know.
We're talking about, I don't know if I'm.
It wasn't like a I agree. How do you know? Oh, right. I mean. It's the word. That's fine.
What do you mean? Behind judgment or the actual program?
Well, in look at that. One I came up first. So they have our. Yeah, the first one, the first two acts, so that's the thing, finding molecule. And then. Yeah. Remember enzymes like change the.
So the order in which the actual breakdown.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of like the.
Yeah, I guess you can research it that way, but basically like. Yeah, like all the layers. Like already designing,
So.
Well, yeah.
Because we are trying.
Yeah. But it's like. We don't. Yeah. 5 vitamins, 5 cold factors, a huge molecule that has no. This is like. Yeah.
Oh. So in any other stuff. We'll probably take like 5 hours and like it's one enzyme.
Yeah. Just like it's a huge enzyme. I mean, that's why like
So why is that?
No, I'm not. Well, one is that it is private. I know, it's like last about. I think, I don't know exactly what it is. But I mean, I think it's general.
Because if you don't give that time, you can never break down the code. I would keep breaking down. Mostly substitute.
Like another, and then now, but it's another charge. Yeah.
No, it's, I think the soul, it is timing tracking. Because if you, essentially, all you do is add so. Because the coenzyme is. It's just like that. Really breaking down.
They all like. That gives, maybe, yeah, that gives. Yeah, I bet you were gonna do it today. But you're gonna hit you up.
Oh my God, I don't.
Oh, no.
So this is all.
I mean, yes, right. I don't know what I said yet, if it's correct.
Oh, check it out, check it out.
But that.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you can't go this way. You can't, because you don't.
Yeah,
have the-
yeah. I don't think. This is why. That's right.
Is this your thing, Margaret?
Yeah.
No. because-
Yeah, it is, but he just kind of.
Oh, so you don't need to know. If you know the plan ahead, it's the same. Oh, oh, no, this is F. Right here's plan. No, the fourth one is in and here.
Oh, I see what you're saying, they order.
So really, you can forget about like.
You have a shop, but. Yeah. I guess.
Because you have to make it next in
But
five.
these are the focus on the whole package. Now you have to.
Yeah.
Whereas-
This is a good.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I know.
45.
Yeah. Yeah. You didn't miss any of those, like, No, he wasn't. He wasn't. We're gonna get it. We're gonna go talk something like, I'm like, hey, yeah, yeah. Then we'll get out for a week. That's okay. I'm happy you have. Sorry, if you don't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you said, yeah, citrate and turmeric. Yeah, citrate and then,
Yeah.
and isocitrate, blood. Well, wait, isocitrate. I think, no, I read about that. Yeah. So then that's-
Right.
But they were fine, they had. Make them. Yeah, but. I think this one, yeah, this one, it ends there, it ends at four. It ends at 41. Oh, look at monthly, and it's at the end. No, that's it. Like what?
It's like. Then also remember another one. In last or five. You have chemistry back now? So. It's one. Four carbon. And then you just.
Good.
Normally that part. Right.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? One more good day. Liver acid. Brain needs energy. But I water soluble. When it goes to the. You know. That's what. Let me show you. Right, you get what I'm saying? That's the reason why all three of them are. Last one. Yeah. And France. So they're. The point is.
Yeah. Around back down. And I. He said. So if you don't have. It's more. That's part of it. Oh, you know. It's normal. Not really just, but eating your wonderful.
All right, let's take it from where we left off. Fatty acid, catabolism. So the main fatty acid you and I make and store away every day is called palmitic acid, which is 16 carbons. All right, there's 3 formulas you need to know for any fatty acid they ask you about. Obviously, palmitic acid is the main one. If you take the carbons, divide in half, subtract 1, that's the number of rounds it took you to make it, and it's going to take you to break it down. So for 16 carbons, 16 over 2 is 8, minus 1 is 7. So it's going to take 7 rounds to break down palmitic acid. They expect you to know how to figure that out. And if you take the number of rounds, multiply times 2, or you can just take number of carbons, subtract 2, you get the same number. That's how many NADPH is going to cost you to make it. And then C minus 1 is the number of ATPs it costs to make it as well. So for the one they like on the test, arachidonic acid, C22, carrots. How many rounds did it take to make it? And it's going to take to break it down. So 10 rounds. So C over 2, 22 divided by 2 is 11, minus 1 is 10. 10 rounds. How many NADPH does it cost to make it? 20, just take 22 minus 2. How many ATPs did it cost you to make it? How many ATPs did it cost you to make it? Yeah, just C minus 1, so 21 ATPs. Any questions on that? All right, they'll just give you a fatty acid, tell you how many carbons, and ask you one of these 3 questions. Then it's up to you to remember these 3 equations. All right, fatty acids. To break down fatty acids, remember glucagon is the only hormone that controls fatty acid breakdown. Epinephrine doesn't even have an effect on this. Glucagon is the main one. What does he do? He goes to adipose tissue. When he goes to adipose tissue, the adipose will suddenly release, let's do this a bit of color here. Short, medium, and long chain fatty acids. Short, medium, and long chain fatty acids. Short and medium chain fatty acids go into the mitochondria of the liver with no problem. That's because they're tiny. And because they're fat soluble, it goes right through the membrane with no problem. It's the long ones that have a problem. So long chain fatty acids need a transport protein to get into the mitochondria safely. So as you see here, that's where the carnitine shuttle comes in. It's only for long chain fatty acids, not short and medium now, be careful. Because that's the first thing I look for when they ask me about this. I just look for long chain and there's only one answer. So, okay, that's good. I don't have to even read the rest of the sentence anymore. Okay, so long chain fatty acids comes along in the cytoplasm of the cells of mitochondria, of the liver. And then we have CAT1 on the cytoplasmic side, CAT2 on the mitochondrial side. Carnitine is a transport. Notice the main substrate, carnitine. Acyl means fatty acid. Transferase, you're transferring it on. So you see again, that's something you have to memorize. You already know how to name it if you have to. So CAT1 grabs the long chain fatty acid, attaches to carnitine. Carnitine then goes across the wall membrane in the liver, in the mitochondria, and drops it off over here in the mitochondrial side. And then CAT2 will grab it and then deliver it into the matrix. So again, this is only about long chain fatty acid. CAT1 grabs it on the cytoplasm side, hands it up to carnitine. Carnitine hands it up to CAT2. CAT2 then delivers it into the cytoplasm, matrix. Once that long chain fatty acid gets in there, fatty acids are made of nothing but carbons. If you remember, if you have carbon bonds, is there any entropy left in carbon bonds? May I? No, that's as stable as you can get. Remember I said, it's always going to cost you ATP to do anything. Otherwise, it would never involve itself in the reaction. So your body uses 2 ATP to phosphorylate the fatty acid. And therefore now you have a high energy structure. So I'm just going to do it this way. So I'm going to say LCFA, and then you see O phosphate, and then another phosphate attached to it. See, now you got 6 negative charges right next to an oxygen molecule. That creates strain. That's a high energy structure now. Now you can break it down. Any questions on where we're at so far? So Justin, what if you were missing carnitine? Excuse me? You can't do what in the mitochondria? I said, if you don't have any carnitine, what would you notice? What would be stuck in the cytoplasm? So long chain fatty acid stuck in the cytoplasm. That's the best clue for this disease. We do a muscle biopsy or a liver biopsy, you see nothing but long chain fatty acid stuck in the cytoplasm. So then why are you so weak? It can't get into the mitochondria. Okay? Notice just another low energy state. So some of the symptoms are not going to help you. Okay, the best clue is when they show you a muscle or liver biopsy and say long chain fatty acid trapped in the cytoplasm. Now I know the disease. Something's wrong with carnitine. Any questions on that? All right. A lot of weightlifters take carnitine to build muscle. That's so you get transport fat into the mitochondria and therefore get a lot of ATP to help you build the muscle while you're weightlifting. Okay. Don't worry. Yes, next slide. I'm just showing you how to figure it out before I tell you the name. The name is the easy part. Okay, but this way you have to go read a whole chapter about it. Okay. All right, it's coming up. Only glucagon controls lipolysis and ketogenesis. Don't forget that. If you cannot transport fatty acids to the mitochondria, you can't make ketones. So part of that same disease, they have no ketones. And yet they've been starving for days, and yet no ketones. So two best clues: long chain fatty acids trapped in the cytoplasm, and they have no ketones. Yet they've been starving for days. Okay. Arachidonic acid is the one I told you that they like to ask about on the board, so I just put it here so you understand the numbers that Karis just gave us. Hormone sensitive lipase is the enzyme that that gets activated by glucagon and then mobilizes the fatty acids for you. Sensitive to glucagon. When they say hormone sensitive, it means sensitive to glucagon. All right. Short and medium chain triglycerides easily cross mitochondrial walls. Carnitine is in the middle of the double wall membrane and then starts shuttling the long chain fatty acids. All right. And then at the end, when you get into the mitochondrial matrix, it costs 2 ATPs to activate long chain fatty acids so you can start breaking it down. All right. Now, the only X-linked dominant enzyme deficiency I shared with you earlier, pyruvate dehydrogenase. Okay. But the one we're just talking about now, with carnitine shuttle missing, it's called adrenoleukodystrophy. Is one of only 10 X-linked recessive enzyme deficiencies. Remember, you heard about 3 when we did purine synthesis. So here's one of them now. You'll see the list, it's in your notes. But that's just memorization. But we're going to drill it many times because they love this list. In adrenoleukodystrophy, you have defective carnitine shuttle. So they may ask you what's missing. That's it. The shuttle is missing. Long chain fatty acids accumulate in the cytoplasm. Now you know why. You don't have to even think about it. You don't have to memorize it. It cannot enter mitochondria, so you can't make ketone. So that's an additional clue. It's X-linked recessive, very, very unique. But look at this, adrenal gland failure. Why is adrenal gland failing? If you guys remember, the adrenal gland was original neural crest. That means it was originally neural tissue, which needs myelin. How do you get myelin when you can't metabolize fats? That's why the adrenal gland is messed up, okay? And that's why, look at this, early white matter involvement. What's that mean? Brain. What's the white matter? Myelin. What is that, fat? See? When you start to piece things together, you start to see where they're getting it from. And then you don't have to memorize any of it because now you understand it, okay? All right, so here's the 10 enzymes. That's memorization, like I said. But we're gonna drill it a bunch of times in class because they love it, folks. I mean, I can tell you, I rack up tons of points for this. Any student here will tell you. Because when you're doing practice questions, you see so many questions where as soon as they say maternal uncle or maternal grandfather, oh, thank you very much. And now you're down to 10 out of thousands of enzymes. That's what I mean by high yield. Okay? All right, so right now, that's just a list for you to memorize later on. Matthew, laugh, you have a question?
Yes, sir. So for the adrenoleukodystrophy, can you just explain one more time about the adrenal gland failure?
No, I said adrenal gland is neurocrest, which means, remember, it was neuronal tissue at one time,
Okay,
which means it had myelin around it. And that's why you get failure, because you don't have the myelin anymore, like they used to.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yes, Lauren. Adenosine deaminase, remember 2/3 of the cases, IL-2, IL-7 receptor defect specifically. Yeah, the enzyme deficiency is only 1/3. That's a minority now. All right, sex receptor enzyme. Now, beta oxidation is what you call it when you're breaking down fats, Melissa. Beta oxidation is what you call it when you're breaking down fats. And because it's a great cycle, we call it hot pathway. Breaking down fats so you can look hot for the summertime. All right, okay. These are the 4 steps that occur in breaking down fats. You understand, Saba? All right, hot. O is for oxidation. If you oxidize something, Saba, did you give it electrons or grab its electrons? Oh, you guys still getting confused with this stuff. All right, oxidize means I snatch your electrons. All right, mnemonic students use oil rig. Oxidize. Let's see, what's that oil stand for? Oxidize is loss, right? And then rig. Reduction is you gain. So if that helps you remember it, just so, because too many people are missing this question. I just keep throwing out and a lot of people are missing it, which means some of you still don't understand it. All right. If I reduce you, I'm giving you electrons. If I oxidize you, I'm snatching your electrons. So that's what I say, listen to my question. If I oxidize you, okay, you snatch my electrons. I told you it's the angle that students get all mixed up on and then pick the wrong answer. Okay. So anyway, the first step, oxidation, get one NADH. Okay, that means you snatch the electrons, give it to NAD, now you have an NADH. That's what you've done. Then H, you hydrate it. That means add water. And then oxidize it again. And now you yield FADH2. And then thiolysis, sulfur group. Remember, CoA has sulfur in it. And that way you attach the acetyl group to CoA, and there's how you get your acetyl-CoA. So for C16, Fatima, how many rounds is it going to take to break it down? 7 rounds. Between 7 rounds, I'm going to get this stuff. Yeah. So 7 rounds, that means I'm going to produce 7 NADH. 7 rounds, I'm going to produce 7 FADH2s. But in the end, I'm going to have 8 acetyl-CoAs. Because when I take 16 carbons and pinch off 2 at a time, it's 8 units. The way to also remember it, the last round is 4 carbons. When I cut it in half, there's 2 units. So that's why it still equals 8 at the end. Okay? Any questions so far? They'll give you the fatty acid, give you how many carbons. You got to answer any one of these questions they ask you. All right? So now we start cashing this in. The cofactors, you can cash it in for energy, for ATP. NADH is worth how many ATPs, Lillian? No, 2.5. 2.5 is the number you want to say. FADH2 is worth 1.5. Everybody clear about this? All right, because they're going to give you some calculations you got to do, and you got to remember 2.5 and 1.5 in order to get it right. All right, even if you use the old number, which is 3 and 2, that answer's on there, but it's wrong. They want to see if you're up to date. That's what I'm seeing. Okay, so 7 NADHs, Kathleen. 1 NADH is worth 2.5 ATPs times 7 is what? And math, man. All right, tell her, y'all. 17.5. Just go 7 times 2, which is 14, then another half, 3.5. All right, so anyway, 17.5. And then FADH2, Miguel, is worth how many ATPs? 1.5 times 7 is what? Huh? FADH2 is worth how many? 1.5 times 7 is what? 10.5. I heard you say 7.5 first. Oh, okay. And then acetyl-CoA, every time it goes around a Krebs cycle, Give us how many ATPs, Miguel? One acetyl CoA, every time it goes around the Krebs cycle, it gives you how many? 10. So 10 times 8 is what? 80. Do the math, what do you get? Good thing they brought the calculator back, man. You guys would have me worried, boy. Good Lord. All right, anyway, you got 108 ATPs. Okay? And then you subtract the 2 ATPs that it costs you to activate the whole thing. That means all you're getting is 106 ATPs. You ready to follow? Then when you divide it, oops. When you divide it by the 15 ATPs that it costs you to make it at first, what do you get? 7 to 1. Okay? The old numbers were based on 3 and 2. When we did it, it came out to 127 ATPs. Divided by 15, that was 9 to 1. Guess where they got 9 calories per gram from? That's what they're talking about. That means it'll cost you one ATP to eat it today, but you have to exercise 9 ATPs off your body to get rid of the same fat. This is again why they say a moment on your lips, forever on your hips. 9 times the energy it costs you to eat it is what you have to do to get rid of it. And that's why when people don't understand that, they think they can just get rid of it fat real fast. Oh, let me go exercise and burn a whole lot of calories. That ain't gonna happen unless you're uncoupled. Okay? That's why we say just exercise every day. See that? And then after a while, your body's burned through glucose, glycogen, and then eventually it says, okay, fats, you guys gotta get in here. Fats are forced to get in there, and then you start burning it off. And it takes a while to get rid of it. You can't get rid of it very quickly. But if the person keeps doing it every day, eventually the fat comes off. Okay? The key is to keep encouraging people. Okay? And now that we have bariatric surgery that's so effective, if they qualify, you get them in there. That's better than any diet in the world that they've ever tested. Okay? All right. Melissa, you have a question? Remember, it costs us 2 ATPs. Wait a minute, Mabel. She wants to know where this minus 2 ATPs. It costs us 2 ATPs to activate the pulmonary cascade when we got into the mitochondrial matrix. Remember CAT2? Yeah, right there. You have to use 2 phosphate bonds to activate it. So you have to subtract that. And then you put it over how much it costs you to make it, and then you see what the ratio is. Now, everybody, you can see that this is really 7 to 1. When they found out the real number was 7 to 1, they said, good Lord, we'd have to change every physiology book in the world. So they said, nah, just leave it at 9. I'm serious. They said, leave it at 9. So anyway, just so you know, on the test, it's 9 to 1. They're not going to change it to 7 because you have to change every book that's ever printed 9 to 1. I mean, anyway, it's still, you got a big payoff from holding on to fats. Your body says, ooh, I got a lot of energy for later on. But your body does not know if you hold on to too much fat, we're going to die. Yeah, because, not because fatty liver, fatty heart. Remember, heart goes before the liver. Yeah, that's why people, when they eat a high-fat diet, what are we worried about? Heart attack. Because the heart attack will kill you before the liver disease will. But you'll get liver disease eventually too. Rachel. The 15 is how many ATPs cost you to make it. You just want to see what the payoff is. What's the ratio of the payoff? In 7 to 1. Yes, sir. I said this, the 127, we got to that because of old numbers. It used to be 3 ATPs for NADH, 2 ATPs for FADH. That's it. By your old calculation, it used to be 127 over 15. That's how they got 9 to 1 ratio. And that's where the 9 calories per gram. All right. So palmitic acid, 7 to 1 ratio now, not 9 to 1, but we're not going to change it. All right. How much energy? Now you know why it's 9 calories per gram. Maybe protein and sugars are 4 calories per gram. All right, what if you got an odd number fatty acid, odd number carbon? Well, I showed you how to do even numbers. That means at the end, you're gonna have 3 carbons left. That's all I'm gonna show you. What do you do with the 3 carbons left? You understand, Melissa? You understand, Karina? All right, Melissa, follow me. 3 carbons is called propionic acid. Then you attach a CoA to it. Propionyl-CoA. What vitamin is in that CoA, Melissa? What? All right, Karina? B5. Remember I told you, everything that has CoA equals B5. All right, I just want to see if you remember. All right, so propionyl CoA, and then you attach a carbon dioxide to it. All right, Melissa, name that enzyme for me. First name? What? Propionyl CoA. Last name? What? Okay, look at that list of names. Carboxylase. What vitamin does a carboxylase use, Melissa? B7, so biotin. Okay. All right, now you make methylmalonyl CoA. And then you move a methyl group around. When you move a side chain from one carbon to another, what's the last name of that enzyme? Cesar. When you move a side chain from one carbon to another, what's the last name for that enzyme? It's a mutase. Methylmalonyl CoA mutase should sound familiar, you guys. Yeah, that's one of the enzymes that use what vitamin? You were excited to hear about it. I thought maybe,
Because I heard it.
I thought maybe that means you knew the vitamin it needs. Oh, Abigail, tell them. B12. This is one of the enzymes that uses B12. Remember neuropathy, because odd number carbons, cholesterol is odd number. That's what makes myelin. That's how you get the neuropathy. Oh, see, I always like to get all the way back to the root of a problem because then I can remember it. I don't have to remember what I read out of a book. I see where they got it from now. Okay? It'll stay with you for many years, folks. Right? That's why we're going through all of this, or else I wouldn't waste my time with all this. All right, but I want to get you guys out of this habit of memorizing things. Let's go back and understand it. Question. Here we go. Sorry, Ashley. I said methylmalonyl CoA. You move a methyl group to another carbon to get succinyl CoA. That's a mutase. So methylmalonyl CoA mutase is one of the enzymes you've been hearing that uses B12. And so this is how you get the neuropathy, because odd number carbons. Cholesterol has 27 carbons. That means it has to be broken down right here. And so that's how you get the neuropathy seen with B12 deficiency. Yeah, how we separate it from folate. All right, then succinyl CoA enters the crystal. They've never asked, I've never seen it, nobody's ever told me they've seen it either. They'll never ask you how many ATPs you get from an odd number carbon. Yeah, because it's just kind of wacky how it feeds in there. But even number, that's what you and I do, they expect you to know how to figure that one out. All right, that's fatty acid. Requires vitamin B12, homocysteine methyltransferase. You use that to make tetrahydrofolate, and that's why nuclear division stops. Which nucleotide needs a methyl group attached to it, Mabel?
You say what?
What nucleotide needs a methyl group attached to it?
Oh, your line is breaking, sir.
Oh boy.
One nucleotide is what?
Which nucleotide requires a methyl group on it? Is it A, G, C, U, or T?
Is G.
No, not G. Chala. It's thymidine. T.
Oh.
It's the other one that needs a methyl group. All right, so that's who you're messing up if you don't have it. All right, and then methylmalonyl CoA mutase, we just pointed out what it does. Okay, you understand so far, Jess? All right. All right, final one, ketones. Any questions so far? Because when you break down fatty acids, remember after extreme starvation, then you turn them into ketones. Last thing to talk about. Here's all the acetyl-CoAs we're breaking down a minute ago. Okay, acetyl-CoA plus acetyl-CoA makes acetyl-acetyl-CoA. You add another acetyl-CoA, you make HMG-CoA. And that enzyme is HMG-CoA synthase. Why? Because you're not breaking any bonds, you're just stacking them together. And there's no ATP involved, so it cannot be called a synthetase. HMG-CoA synthase is a rate of enzyme for ketogenesis. Who activates it? glucagon, only glucagon can activate it. Who inhibits it? Insulin. I want you guys to see the connection for type 1 diabetes when you don't have an insulin to ever turn this thing on. That's why type 1s could die from DKA at any moment. Because if they ever turn it on, nobody can turn it off because they don't have any insulin. Again, understanding basics, folks. All right, ATD-CoA. Once you make it, then you go straight down to acetoacetate. So that's the first ketone. It can spontaneously break down to acetone, second ketone. Or you can add electrons for NADH and call it beta hydroxybutyrate. If you're adding electrons, Nolan, are you reducing it or oxidizing it? Still the opposite again. Everybody keeps going from the wrong angle. I said, if you add electrons, that means I'm giving it electrons. That means I'm reducing it. Yeah, so it's a reduction reaction. Okay, so beta hydroxybutyrate, B for brain. 90% of your ketones are beta hydroxybutyrate by weight. That's 90% right there. Why is it 90%? This is used only by the brain. See how it makes sense? Because you've been starving for 48 hours. If I gotta make this many ketones, the body says, I want it in a form where nobody else can snatch it except the brain. See? Everything your body does, always make sure, let's protect the brain no matter what. Even in extreme starvation, it tries to protect the brain again. 90% is in that form. That's the way I remember it, B for brain. So I don't forget it. All right, the other two make up 10%. The one you can smell on your breath, remember it smells like nail polish, acetone. Now, ketones on them, are they acids or bases? You're overthinking it. Yeah, that's what I call keto acids. Okay, it's right there in there. I'll just say keto. Anyway, but that's how you remember to eat them. Are they going to make you acidotic or alkalotic, sir? Acidotic. And I heard acidosis can hurt you in one of 4 ways. Can you please remind me what those 4 ways were again?
Denature proteins.
Denature of protein. That's why DKA, you see how sleepy and slouchy they are? Denature of protein. Second. Increases GABA. That's why they call it diabetic coma. Because if it's bad enough, it'll put you right into a coma. But when they come in, they're real sleepy. Every child I've ever seen DK, they come in real sleepy, you can barely wake them up. Hey, Joey, and you can see that they're real sleepy. That's GABA doing that to them. Okay, number 3. Hyperkalemia. Remember the hyperkalemia that they have? It's really an extracellular shift, but that hyperkalemia can kill you. We'll talk about that. And last, Kuzmal breathing. Rapid deep breathing. Okay. So ketones, Bailey, are they fat or water soluble? They are water soluble. So what organ is going to get rid of them for you? Liver or kidney? Kidney. So what's the most important thing you can do to get rid of these ketones? Water. That's why when somebody comes in DKA, listen carefully. They always ask you, say, I know, you see, you got food last time. Now you see the trick. They ask you, what's the most important thing you need to do for this? Everybody goes give them insulin. See, that's how they know you didn't understand it. Lack of insulin is not the problem. They're dehydrated as hell because these are acids, dragging tons of water out. You're polydipsia. You got to hydrate them. The brain will die without blood flowing up there. Then insulin. But they know your brain's got insulin all over it. I've seen that so many times. And they know students are going to fall for that. Okay? Dehydration is the #1 issue. All right? That brings us to talking about DK. Last topic for this. Yes.
Like I remember reduction and oxidation.
Reduction and oxidation. She got a way to remember it.
If you give like cloves to someone, that's like secondhand, so you're reducing the value of like secondhand stuff if you give it to someone.
All right, so if you give someone clothes, you reduce the value of the clothes. Okay, so that means you're reducing.
You're reducing.
All right,
Yeah.
and then what about oxidizing?
Then the other one.
I like that. That's called being efficient. If I know one, the other was the other one. Okay, there we go. She's right. All right. So glucagon is the only hormone to control ketogenesis. Make sure you know that very well. Because they love to ask that question. What hormone is responsible for ketogenesis? Lack of insulin. I've seen that question so many times. It's not lack of insulin. It's too much glucagon that did it to them. But now there's no insulin to turn it off. But that's not the same thing as saying that insulin causes ketosis. Insulin cannot cause ketosis. Okay? Keep your voices down. All right, so, oops, I'm going the wrong way. All right, so here's ketogenesis. Okay, and HMG-CoA synthase is a enzyme for ketogenesis. Turn on by glucagon only, turn off by insulin only. Ketogenesis, again, understand the whole thing. 90% of your ketone by weight is only for the brain, and that's beta-hydroxybutyrate, B for brain. Don't forget that, easy to remember. All right, then we got the ketones. Ketones are made by the liver, but not used by the liver. I've seen that question a bunch of times. They'll say, what organ in your body cannot use ketones? Well, it's the liver. What if I say, what cells in your body cannot use ketones? Let me ask Fatima. Well, you can say hepatocytes, there's another one now. So besides hepatocyte, you are correct. Besides hepatocytes, what other cells cannot use ketones? Exactly, that's the one they like. They never put liver on it, so I'm looking for liver too, but I say, no liver. Oh, RBCs, now then I get it right. All right, because they have no mitochondria. Remember, to break down fats, you need mitochondria. Well, they don't have it. So there's no way RBCs can ever use ketones, no matter how much you're starving. All they can use is glucose, nothing else. All right, so don't forget that. Now we're talking about diabetes. Any questions before I go into it? All right, so as our final discussion, so please listen up. This is worth a ton of points. You will be treating diabetics as long as you're in medicine. There's tons of us, okay? And luckily I'm not a type 1, but type 1s, man, and peds, is life or death. You make a mistake, somebody's child dies. So please make sure you're paying attention. Yes, Karis. Hormone receptor lipase is active by glucagon. That's correct. It becomes active only in starvation state to mobilize triglycerides.
And so then there's like another lipase.
Lipase, you got tons of lipase all over your body. Yeah, I know. Everything's called lipase. Students get thinking it's the same one. No, I said, you got lipase everywhere. You know, every membrane has a phospholipase on it. And you got a pancreatic lipase. You got other organs with lipase. Because it breaks down fats. It just fats in every cell in your body. Yeah, so there's lipase everywhere. All right, but yeah, hormone receptor lipase is the one found only in the adipose cells. So that's why you want to know that name. Yeah. All right, so type 1 diabetes. Number 1, autoimmune. HLA, if they want HLA marker, DR3, DR4 together, not separately now, together, runs with type 1 diabetes 95% of the time. So if they want a marker, that's the one they expect you to pick. DR3 and DR4 together. All right. Most autoimmune diseases occur 2 weeks after a viral infection. You learn that in immuno. The virus that they've traced for this, Coxsackie B. I read one article that said, 40% of them test positive for Coxsackie B when they come in with acute type 1 diabetes. I said, why is it only 40%? I mean, if that's the virus, we should be able to detect it a lot more times. Anyway, but what convinced me that they were right was when I was on PEDS years ago, and I had, was it either 7 or 8 children come in with type 1 diabetes, all at the same time. All the kids were friends in the same neighborhood. I said, damn, it is a virus. See that? One kid got it, passed it on to all his friends. Every kid in the neighborhood got type 1 diabetes. Can you believe that? The same week. It's like one day, one kid came in. Next day, another one. And it was only after we do a history, you say, oh my God, you know this other kid? They were all friends. I said, okay, I don't need any more proof. It's definitely viral. Okay, it's just that we can't always detect a virus, but it's viral. All right, anti-islet cell antibody is the antibody in case they ask you. Or now they call it anti-glutamic acid decarboxylase antibody, GAD. Symptoms begin after 90% of islet cells are destroyed. So it's not when 100% are gone, now you have symptoms. No, 90%. Then you start getting a poly or polydipsia. Okay, the remaining 10% says, hey man, there's only 10% left. And well, we need to do something. So what they do, undergo hyperplasia. They'll start replicating. While they're replicating, one day they're able to make enough insulin that the kid doesn't even need insulin. Call it a honeymoon period. The honeymoon period, folks, occurs only in the first year of diagnosis. Makes sense. And it lasts about 3 months. They want you to discuss it with the family, just so they understand what it is. Why? The child will think he's cured. Think about it, 2 or 3 months of eating ice cream, cookies, cake, just like every other kid. He's so happy, he eats everything his friends are eating. Then all of a sudden you're surprised and say, no, you're not cured, you still got diabetes. They are devastated. I remember when I saw one case, the kid was so depressed. I mean, it was so dark in the room. You just look at him, you could just see how, he was just so empty. He had no idea he was not cured. He thought he was normal. You know, they don't like being abnormal. Got to go down to the nurse every day, get your insulin shots. They don't like that. They want to be able to eat whatever comes for lunch that day. But instead, they can't eat that. They got to eat this. They got to eat that. They hate that. They can't just drink soda like their friends. Like, nope. But if you have a conversation with them, parents in the room, everybody understands there's a honeymoon period coming. All right. Now they're looking forward to it as a gift. See? 3 months of bliss. But then when honeymoon period is over, they're not devastated anymore because they already knew it would end. Why? Because you still got antibodies floating around. They're still going to attack the rest of the cells, which means one day they're all gone. Now you got 0. Okay, but they'll ask about this honeymoon period. I just want you guys to know what that is. Yes. Life expectancy for type 1? Oh, heck yeah. Yeah. They die of a lot of things. What's the most common cause of death? Season. What's the most common cause of death? Thank you very much. You already know the deal. Come on. All right. So anyway, look at the signs and symptoms. Lower than you say. I ain't gotta say nothing else. All right. Hopefully you guys still remember it. Okay. Every sign and symptom is exactly the same. Now one thing off. Okay, because this is really a starvation state. Your cells are starving because the glucose is outside the cells. It's not inside the cells, so they're starving. Starvation state. All of a sudden, all the labs, everything. Exactly the same as lower energy, nothing different. All right, what part of that is going to shut down first, Maria? PCT. What kind of cancer can they get if they live long enough? Number one, skin, followed by GI, followed by bone marrow. All right, so anyway, same profile, folks. Don't change anything. Yes.
Is there a way to prevent this if you catch the viral infection?
Is there a way to prevent this if you catch the virus? Nobody's figured that out yet. Because you don't know the day that kid picks up the virus. Yeah. All right. Yes.
I'm just wondering if, know that it's like, autoimmune is related to like each side. Like, what if it was just like alleles were more frequent in that neighborhood?
So she's saying, how do we not know that the alleles with DR3, DR4 were not just more common in that neighborhood? I mean, how do you know about alleles?
We'll have to see.
That means you gotta have to call 23 and me. What the hell is that thing? What's it called? 23 something and me? Is that what's called 23 and me? Yeah, they'll sequence every neighborhood. I don't know. You can't go through neighborhood and sequence everybody in the neighborhood. Yeah, so there's no way, but you're right. It is possible. It is possible. I can't say no, it's not possible. Of course it's possible. Now, because of 23andMe, they're doing a lot of genetic studies because that's public knowledge. So they're using those genetic information to do a lot of studies from what I'm seeing. Yeah, so we're gonna find out a whole lot of stuff. Because this was like a random, people started buying into 23andMe. A lot of people just want to know the genetic background, but you don't know that information is being used to figure out a lot of other things. Yeah, it's good. All right, anyway, now I'm going to talk about all the problems you run into the DKA. All right, one at a time. Pay attention, because they will ask you to explain it. Now it's not just what is it, how do you get it? Okay, first one, hypovolemia. Why? The ketones are dragging water, you're peeing all day long. Number 2, the glucose is dragging water and you're peeing all day long. So that means every time you pee, you lose a whole lot of water. You understand? Bailey. You understand, Fatima? So hypovolemia is the number one problem. So Mitchell, what fluid would you give these children? Normal saline. This is one time you don't want to use lactate ringers. I'll show you the argument for never use bicarbonate like in this. Anybody else with acidosis, you could, but this one you don't want to. It's too dangerous. But yeah, everybody starts with normal saline here. Okay. Next, lack of insulin. Lack of insulin. Most children require about 1 unit of insulin per kilogram per day. It's just a way for you to estimate it. That's more on your exam than anybody else. Because they'll ask you about how many units can you estimate this child's gonna need? Just 0.1 times this kilogram. Okay. And we always start with short-acting insulin. You don't ever play with long-acting when you're dealing with DKA. Short-acting, regular, is the most commonly used. Okay? So the insulin is to counteract the glucagon that's running wild right now. That means you need to go block HMG-CoA synthase so you can't make any more ketones. You need to go block hormone receptor lipase so you can't release any more fatty acids. All right, because insulin counteracts what glucagon does. Okay? 1 unit kilogram per day is about what you're gonna need. So normal saline. You assume that every DKA patient has severe dehydration. Okay, always make that assumption. All right, next one, yes. Yeah, you don't want to give Vicodin. No, that argument's coming up later, yeah. That way I can go through it all, but there's like 5 reasons why you don't ever want to give it. All right, next point, low body potassium. Why do they have low body potassium so low? All right, because Anna told me a little while ago, they actually have high potassium in the blood. And they do. Why? A transcellular shift. It's shifting from the inside the cell outside. Well, why is that, Anna? That's because you got so much acidosis out here in the plasma. Anybody watching at the same time? So much acidosis in the plasma. You need that acid to go into the cell to be buffered by what amino acid? Montessori. Andres, histidine, the only amino acid can buffer for you. Okay? So for that hydrogen to go into the cell to be buffered by histidine, another positive charge is going to come out. That's potassium. That's why acidosis always leads to hyperkalemia and vice versa. Is a transcellular shift. So intracellular is going to the extracellular. But that means every time you pee from the extracellular. You're losing more potassium than you normally would when you urinate, because there's so much potassium out here. So in case they actually explain why the total body potassium is so low in DKA, is because acidosis causes the potassium to shift from the intracellular to extracellular, and then every time the person pees, they're peeing out way more potassium than a normal person would have done. That's the HK shift. Yeah, we'll see that in the collecting duct in the kidney, but it happens in other cells as well.
Can you do it again, please?
Do which part again?
The total body potassium.
Why is the total body potassium low? Everybody listen up at the same time. You're acidotic in the plasma. That hydrogen needs to go somewhere before you die. So hydrogen then goes into the cell to be buffered by histidines inside the cell. For a positive charge to go into a cell, another positive charge has to come out and take its place. That's potassium. That means you're causing potassium shift to the extracellular. So that means now there's more potassium in the plasma than normal. So that means that every time you pee, you're losing a ton of potassium than a normal person. So that's why they tell you, add potassium to the very first IV bag. The first IV bag must have potassium in it. It doesn't matter what the serum potassium is. They'll try to trick you to say potassium 7.2, doesn't matter, still add potassium. Why? Because as soon as you give them fluids, flush the ketones away. Insulin, push the ketones out of the plasma. Their pH will rise so fast and potassium will shift back in the cell so fast, your child just died because of hypokalemia. #1 cause of death. I'm not kidding, folks. Dr. Error. If anybody forgets what you're learning right now, somebody's child is dead today because you forgot. You got food, but that's what 7.1. Well, let's wait till he pees. In other situations, we do that, but not in this one. Because we know as soon as we start the fluids and the insulin, remember that's #1 and 2, potassium is #3. The minute you start this, shift real fast, goes right back inside the cell. And that hyperkalemia will induce arrhythmia so quickly that child will die from it. And that is the #1 cause of death. The doctor forgot. Okay? Question? Was there a question? Okay, all right. So that's #3 problem. So everybody understand, I'm going down the list here of all the problems, explaining one at a time. So anytime you have a question, please ask. Next one, hyperkalemia, remember, it's from transcellular shift. Okay, it's not real. #1 cause of death and treatment of DKA, hyperkalemia induced arrhythmia. If you don't add potassium in the first IV bag. All right, next one, hypophosphatemia. Why is the phosphate so low? Because if you're acidotic, one of the ways to get rid of that acidosis, okay, let me do this. Let me get the color here. So pretend this is a nephron of the kidney, okay? In order to get rid of hydrogen, so your kidney is trying to help you by pumping hydrogen into the urine, but you need to trap it in there. The way you do that is with NH3 plus H plus, giving you NH4 plus. This is called ammonium or ionic trapping. This is 90%. So they ask you, how does the kidney get rid of the most hydrogen? It's in the form of ammonium. So DKA, they have a lot of ammonia in their urine. That means everything's working. But what about the other 10%? The other 10% will be attached to phosphate and sulfate. See that? These are called titratable acids. Titratable. That means your kidney will waste phosphates or waste sulfates in order to ensure hydrogens leave the system. But that means you're going to become hypophosphatemic. And they'll actually explain it. Now you know how. So for that reason, they say give phosphate for the very first IV bag as well. When a company found out about this, now they have a product called K-phos. That means potassium and phosphate. You just add it to IV bag. There it is. Both things are covered now. That. Okay, but they'll ask you independently. Why we need to add potassium? Why do we need to add phosphate? I've seen a child who got so hyperphosphatemia, he became paralyzed. Why? Because you don't need to have phosphate to make ATP. Your muscles just stop contracting. He got paralyzed. Had to be put on a ventilator for a while. And you get a couple of phosphate boluses, all of a sudden woke right back up like nothing happened. That's the key. We like to anticipate things so it doesn't happen. You don't want a child to be paralyzed every time they come in DKA. But if you forget, then yes, it can happen. Yes. Now, most common cause of hypophosphatemia is sepsis because of the acidosis that it causes. So the most common cause is really acidosis. Yeah, and then you can say the most common cause of that is sepsis. Yeah, same mechanism. Yeah. So people get paralyzed all the time because physicians forget about this hypophosphatemia that occurs when you have acidosis. All right, so that's the hypophosphatemia. Any questions on that? Next one. Sodium. Okay, so hyperkalemia again, due to transcellular shift. Hypophosphatemia is due to hydrogen excretion. They're excreting phosphates in the process. So now pseudo-hyponatremia, and then correcting that sodium. All right, so add potassium phosphate to the first bag of saline. Pseudo-hyponatremia, what is this all about? It's, here's your plasma again. There we go. And you have a whole lot of glucose and you have a whole lot of ketones in here. What happens to the osmolarity of that plasma? Goes up or down? Increase, because these are osmotic agents. Everybody follow that? It's just that straightforward. So both of these pull water. That means osmolarity in that plasma goes way up. Okay? But that means they start pulling water from other cells as it's traveling through your vessels. It's pulling water out of cells. Everybody follow that? Water is moving this way, until you got tons of water in this plasma. See that? And now you end up diluting your sodium because you're not pulling sodium in there. You're only pulling water. And so you dilute the sodium. So pseudohyponatremia is dilutional, in case I should explain it. It's dilutional. Any questions on that? For every 100 milligrams of glucose, folks, we can actually estimate where your sodium should be. For every 100 milligrams of glucose rise above normal, your sodium gets diluted by 1.6. Let me show you what I mean. Let's say I got a child who comes in DKA, glucose is 900. not unusual, 900. That's why kid's almost in a coma, okay? The sodium comes back when I check her electrolytes at 124. Let's say 124. When you look at it, it looks like severe hyponatremia. Everybody follow? But here's how I figure out whether that's real or not. I take sugar 900. You always subtract away 100 for normal. Remember, 60 to 100 is normal. Just subtract 100. Nice round number. That means I still got 800 left. Everybody follow me? Then you take 8 times 1.6. So 8 times 1 is 8. 8 times 6 is 48. So you add 4.8 to 10. All right. I'm sorry, to 8. Okay, that means that's 12.6. I now add that to 124, and that child's sodium is really 137. That's a normal sodium. He's not hyponatremic at all. Can I do the math again? I already know half of you guys missed it. All right, folks, better be listening when I'm doing this stuff, because it's on your exam. All right. All I do is just pick a number. I can do any number. Okay, I picked 900, so I'm going to use it. All right. So you subtract away 100. That's for normal. That means there's 800 left over. Right here it says for every 100 rise your glucose, your sodium gets diluted by 1.6. So I take 8 times 1.6. And that's like 12.4. Add it to the 124. It looks like severe hyponatremia, and you find out, no, that's a normal sodium. It's falsely diluted because of the osmose, that's the glucose and ketones. That's how you can tell it's not really hyponatremia at all. Yes, sir.
Are you getting the 8?
I just showed you, I made it up. Yeah, I use a sugar of 900. So I say I subtract 100. That means there's 800s. There is. That's the equation for every 100. Diluted by 1.6, yeah. Paul.
You added 12.4.
At 12.4 to the 124 that I gave you. And so now it's almost 137. That means that the person's sodium is normal. Yeah, they give you the lab values of the child, and they look at the sodium and all the other electrolytes. So the sodium comes back 124. That looks like severe hyponatremia.
Oh,
Well, when you do the math, he's not even hyponatremic at all. But that's how you prove it. That's what I'm saying. You got to do the math because they're not going to do it for you. They're not even going to tell you you're supposed to do it. They're going to set up a clinical situation. All right. So one that I had, the child started having seizures. Well, hyponatremia causes seizures. So I got to see, well, is this child really hyponatremic? When I did the math, no. That means hyponatremia is not the answer. Guess what answer A was? Hyponatremia. See, the test writer's going to test. Do you know how to work with this stuff? They're not going to tell you. They just know you're supposed to know this already. And that's why we're going through it step by step, one at a time. If you have any questions, ask now. Mike.
so we're adding 12.4
To 124, correct. Huh?
Not
Not subtracting, no. It got diluted down to 124. But it's really way up here, 137, almost 137, yes. Yes, sir. What about 130? I made up the 124. I just made up an example, folks. You can do it, but use whatever number you want. All I did was give you 124. That way it looks like it's severe hyponatremia. But I gave you a number that's high enough to take it right back to normal to show you that hyponatremia is not real. It's dilutional. All right, just so you don't get fooled by just looking at the number. And if you don't do the math, I'm telling you, you're going to pick hyponatremia. You look at the list of answers and not realize that person's not hyponatremic at all. So you have a correction factor to figure it out.
So whatever number you get, you just add it to the.
You just add it to whatever the person's sodium was. Add what you just calculated, and you'll see it's still up here. It's normal. All right, Lynn. They'll give you the diluted sodium, exactly. And then you got to figure out what the real sodium was supposed to be. All right, Miguel? Oh, yeah, the question I gave you, I said I had a child who had a seizure, and hyponatremia causes seizures. So they said, what's the mechanism of this child's seizures? Okay, of course, hyponatremia is answer one. They're hoping you just jump on it without doing any checking. When I did the math, the child's sodium is actually normal. That means the hyponatremia is not the answer. Yeah, and then you go down the list and find another one that can cause it. Yeah.
Are
See,
you
that's-
saying hypernatremia or hypo?
No, hypo, low sodium. I just gave you 124. That's low. Yeah, you got to make that calculation every time. They're not going to tell you. You're supposed to know you're supposed to do that. Make the calculation, see what a person's sodium really is. Just so you don't pick hyponatremia for one of the answers, not realize that person's not hyponatremic at all. It's dilutional. And you can prove it. Yes, sir.
I know there's a formula for we ever have to use it?
Wait a minute. A correction factor, what again? For potassium? Okay.
This formula, for every 0.1 change in pH, you have to subtract 0.6. For the
Oh, that's pH.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about that at a different time after we do pulmonary. That won't stay the whole thing. But yeah, you don't need to do that here. No. All right. So that's glucose. So that means do not let sodium fall any faster than, so you got to know the limitation, no faster than 0.5 milligrams per hour or 10 to 12 milligrams per day. Because if it falls any faster than this, folks, you're causing osmotic shifting. Does you understand that? Sodium is your main osmo. You understand that? And what part of your brain is the most sensitive to osmotic shifts? Anders. Huh? I said, what part of your brain is the most sensitive? Do you remember? We named it before. Chris. Not hippocampus. Jess. The pons, remember central pontine demyelinolysis. I mentioned that before. We were talking about something else. All right. All right. So that's pseudohyponatremia and correcting sodium. You need to know those numbers because they will ask you. All right. Visceral pain. All right. It's caused by ketones. Ketones go into the liver. You got hepatitis. Go to your gallbladder. You feel you got cholecystitis. Go to your pancreas. Now you got pancreatitis. So they ask you why these kids have all these visceral pain, and sometimes you go to surgery. Ketones do that to you. All right. Ketones enter the visceral organs and then they hurt. Who's asking? What? Why what? It's just that ketones are irritating to them. Yeah, it's like if you drink acid, it would burn you too, wouldn't it? Well, it burns them. and they're going in because of concentration gradient, and then the tissue starts to burn, and that hurts. Yeah, they're sensitive, right? Every organ in your body needs a certain pH. It doesn't want it suddenly be acidotic at 6.2. Okay. Yes, sir.
So central pontine demyelinosis essentially is just the fluids are coming out of the neurons of the pons.
Right. If you change sodium too fast, fluid can shift either out of the cells of the pons, and then the cells will collapse, and those cells will die off. Or the opposite direction. If you hydrate somebody too fast, fluid moves into the pons too fast, and the cells will swell up, lyse, and die. That's why they say don't change it too fast. Keep it within a certain range that the cells can handle. All right, let me see if this is a good place to stop. One more thing. False high creatinine created by the ketones. That's because ketones are acids. Your creatinine is an acid. So it's a false reading by the machine. Yeah. The way I know this one, they'll give you a child with DKA and creatinine is like 8.7. How do I know that's a false reading? They'll tell you his urine output has been normal the whole time. There ain't no way you got a number urine output of creatinine 8.7. All right. So anyway, but in case I actually explain it, it's the ketones that react with the machine because the machine thinks they're ketones too. I mean, they're creatinine, sorry.
Follow up to that question. So if you have any patient with uncorrected hydrocephalus, that can also cause central pontine.
If you have somebody with uncorrected what? Uncorrected hydrocephalus, okay, and you're saying what would happen?
It will also cause central pontine.
It can also cause central pontine, as long as you're giving fluids and causing shifts. It's not just having hydrocephalus that causes it. I mean, hydrocephalus has its own problem, all right? Because if you expand your ventricles too much, you're pushing brain out of the way. You're gonna herniate. That's the more severe kind of problem there. Yeah, it's not, but if I give somebody fluids and cause that sodium to change too fast, the pons demyelinates real quickly. And that's permanent brain damage. You can't get it back. Yeah, we can't go in there and say, pons here, put the myelin back. You know, that's it. That permanent brain damage, that child. All right, let's see. I think this is a good place to stop. No, okay, we can do this one too. Correcting glucose. I gave you the correction factor for sodium, no faster than 0.5 per hour or 10 to 12 per day. For glucose, do not correct faster than 100 milligrams per hour. And that's why in Peds and internal medicine, they always tell you, if you are on call and DKA comes in, you're not a shot. Because you have to sleep in the call room that's next to ICU. Because you got to keep a real sharp eye on your patient or else they'll be dead by morning. And your attending's not going to be happy. He doesn't want to hear the excuses. Okay? You should have been right there next to that kid. Because every hour, labs are drawn. And the nurse has to come wake you up and you got to look at numbers and then tell her what to do. Because if I see sodium coming down too fast, I got to say, oh, add a little sodium to the IV. I don't want it coming down that fast. Or if it's not coming down fast enough, you say, oh, okay, well, let's switch fluids or do something. But every hour, you got to check what's going on. Because that brain is real sensitive right now. It's seeing so much osmolarity. And you're hoping the brain doesn't just collapse and the patient dies. You gotta slowly correct everything. Okay, I think. Huh? Yeah, we draw labs every hour. Yep. So central pondylysis. Now, hopefully, everybody should know what that is. Okay, you lose your pons. It's the most sensitive to osmotic shifts. All right, two things they love to ask. When blood sugar is 250 or less, add D5 to your saline infusion. Remember, all we're doing is using normal saline with no D in it. Because the patient's sugar is 900. Why would you want to give them more sugar? You don't. But when it gets to 250 or less, you need to add D5. Why? Because you want the osmolarity to settle the rest of the way very slowly and very carefully. Next, when a patient has a normal anion gap, that's when you switch to subcutaneous insulin. Remember, we're using IV insulin the whole time. But once the anion gap goes to normal, it means all the ketones are gone. They say don't check ketones the second time, just once. After that, anion gap. Okay? Well, let me give you the equation in case I think it's later on, but the equation for anion gap is the positive charges minus negative charges. So sodium plus potassium minus chloride and bicarb. And normal is 10 to 12. If the anion gap is normal, it means all the ketones have been washed away. Now you give subcutaneous insulin. And the way you do it, you give your subcutaneous insulin injection on them, you wait 2 hours, then you turn off the IV. The reason why you wait 2 hours to allow enough time for the subcutaneous insulin to absorb into the person's blood and take over control. Now you can turn this one on. Because before they would give the first injection, turn the IV off real fast, and then be hypoglycemic. You run into trouble in the next 2 hours. Okay? Because it takes time for that subcu insulin to get absorbed. All right.
Subcutaneous over IVs. Why are we making that change?
Change because they're gonna go home on subcutaneous insulin.
Oh, it's this.
Yeah, because they're almost normal. Yeah, you see, you're almost ready to send them home. Yeah. Yep. So the question is, why do you change subcutaneous insulin? Because they're almost ready to go home. Yes.
Is there another formula for anion gap where you don't corrected the potassium?
What?
I was taught.
Yeah, you can use potassium or not use potassium. If you use potassium, then it's 12 to 16. If you don't use potassium, then it's 10 to 12. You just because potassium is around 4, so that's why it's such a small player. You can either use it or not use it. Doesn't matter. All right, Nolan.
Why did the phosphate and potassium go in?
No, because so why are potassium and phosphate given as a bolus? We mix it with the normal saline. That way it goes in nice and slowly. All you do is just replacing what they've lost, but you got to replace it slowly. Same way we're doing the saline. Yeah, you don't want to give it. Oh, you're saying why do we give it as a bolus? We don't give it as a bolus. Maybe I misspoke before. No, we don't give it as a bolus. It's just that it's given in the IV fluid, so it goes in slowly. Yeah, you never want to just give a big bolus of electrolytes. You kill people like that. Okay, yeah, it's always put in some saline and drip it in over time. All right, whose hand was just up there? Abdullah, you have a question? And then we're gonna break. I got.
What's the ion next to the bicarbonate in the?
This is chloride plus bicarb.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, folks, good place to stop. We'll take it from there after lunch. I'll finish the discussion and we'll go right into antibiotics. Start back at 120. All right, for people online, I just had a doctor's appointment that just took a little longer than I thought, but I thought it was a lot better to be healthy. Rather know everything's okay, then you can't always control the line in the doctor's office. All right, but we'll get it done. We'll get it done, folks. Let's go. We left off here. We're talking about all the complications of diabetes, DKA especially. All right, so again, when the sugar falls below 250, remember add D5 to the saline. When the iodine gap goes back to normal, start subcutaneous insulin. And the first shot you give, you wait 2 hours and then stop the IV. I've seen that question actually asked. I mean, they are very specific about these things. Because again, they want to make sure we don't kill any more DKA patients. Because the top 2 causes of death are both of them are doctor errors. They're not even the disease itself, it's doctor error. The doctor forgot and then child died. All right, so we left off here, suit up and treatment correctness. False high creatinine. I explained earlier. Remember that is because the keto acids remind the machine of creatinine, which is also an acid. So you get this false high reading. Now look at the 2 causes of death in DKA. Hyperkalemia-induced arrhythmias. If the doctor forgets to put potassium in that first IV bag, child gone. And look at the second one, cerebral edema causing herniation is from giving him too much water too fast and then catch that sodium going down so quickly. That's why, and like I said, in my residency, is if you got DKA, you're sleeping in the room right next to the ICU. You ain't going nowhere. Because every hour that nurse has to wake you up, take a look at the labs. What do you want me to do, doc? Because it's your liability if anything goes wrong with that kid. And you just hate to have something, permanent brain damage for the child or even death by morning. Okay? All right, reasons never to give bicarbonate in treatment of DKA. It's been brought up a couple of times. Now, the reason why I like this topic is because I actually had to give a grand rounds on this. You guys know what a grand rounds is, right? Yeah, so I had to present it to all my peers and all the attendings as a resident. So I love this topic. The good thing is the 2 pediatric endocrinologists we had in town, both of them agree with me. So we never had any falling out about, literature says and all that. We agreed on all this. Never give bicarb to a child with DKA. Number 1 reason. It merely corrects the number without correcting the actual problem. Residents have a habit, and that's because that's the way they're trained. If it's low, bring it up. If it's high, bring it down. Just don't let the attending see it. Because if the attending sees it, he's gonna be drilling you all day. How did that get there? Oh, they don't know. Imagine, that's what I was told as a resident by the other residents. If it's high, bring it down. If it's low, bring it up. Just don't let the attending see it. See, nobody wants to be asked to explain things because they don't understand it. And they know they don't understand, so they don't want the attending asking. Okay? It merely corrects the number. So now, let's say your partner's on call for you tonight. And you say you got a DKA patient. So he says, oh, good, I better go check on this child first. He goes up to the ICU, checks on the labs, pH is normal. He's all good, child's doing fine. I can go home. Next day, child is dead. You get sued because you hid that number from him. It's not his fault. It's you, the original doctor, who gave all that bicarb so the pH looks normal. So making numbers go back to normal doesn't mean you've done anything except correct numbers. You should always ask yourself, why and how? That's the one thing I learned from Dr. Shah and Dr. Ray. Ask yourself why. So let's say if I diagnose somebody with heart failure, you're not done yet. You say, well, why are they in heart failure? How did they get in heart failure? And all of a sudden you find out these other things that are causing it. Whereas before, we'd just be, oh, happy, oh, you made a diagnosis of heart failure, and keep going. And you don't realize the guy's anemic. Or you don't realize his mother at home is not giving him his medication. That's why he's going to heart failure again. Or his wife or husband, they're arguing, and he or she's not getting the medication. You find out these underlying things, folks, if you ask why and how. We're supposed to get involved to see what we can do. I mean, obviously we can't change everything, but we can make a huge impact in people's lives, especially through social services. Doctors tend to say, oh, I don't have time. Well, you don't have to have time. Let somebody else do it. Just find out what the problem is. Then social services will come in and take care of it. Or home health will go out there and visit. Since nobody's giving his medication, home health will come out 3 times a day if they have to give him his medication. And all of a sudden, he's not being hospitalized every week for heart failure anymore. Folks, I'm telling you, it's just, you have to take an interest because nobody makes you do it. But like I said, Dr. Shah and Dr. Rick, just impress that. Please ask yourself why and how. Because that makes you think, is there something else I could also correct. I got the diagnosis, but why is this person coming in with this now? Okay, all right, so that's number one. Number two, whenever you're acidic, your heart will increase cardiac output. Why? It says I need to wash all that acid out of the system. What happens when I give you bicarb? Acidosis is gone, cardiac output drops back down to normal. So a minute ago, you thought you were actually helping your patient. You're actually prolonging the illness now. Because remember, you got all this acid, you got to wash out of your system. Well, you just took away the cardiac output. Now it's going to prolong the illness. Okay? I mean, I had stacks of articles to prove my point to all the physicians in the auditorium that, man, stop giving this bicarb to people because all you're doing is coming up numbers. You're not really treating anything. It just makes you feel better, but you haven't treated anything. Okay? Doctors were afraid, 7.2. I had articles of patients who were down to 6.6. Not one molecule of bicarb given, all of them survived. Okay, so that's why I always tell students, keep your eye on the literature, because that way, if you got an attending who starts attacking you, because he doesn't know, and you know, okay, then you got to go to the literature, pull it out. And just say, well, here it is right here. It's just that he didn't know, but you just helped him understand something. I remember we had a kid come in, stiff as a board. I'd never seen this in my life before. Stiff as a board, can't move. But the kid's fine otherwise. You guys ever heard of this syndrome before? It's called stiff man syndrome. I never heard of stiff man syndrome before. Nobody in that house ever heard of stiff man syndrome except one guy. I remember his name too, Wadi. Wadi was an Egyptian. And man, he had seen a case in Egypt. And he had come here to America. Wadi just walked up and, that's stiff man syndrome. Huh? All the rest of us, cardiologists, everybody like stunned. Nobody ever seen a baby so stiff as a board. And now I read in the newspaper, one female singer, Celine Dion, she got it now. Yes. Now they call it stiff person syndrome because there's the females too. But when it first started, it was just a bunch of male babies. Now it's stiff person syndrome. So she was on the news talking about it. I'm like, wow. I mean, because that means she has to give up a career because she's gonna be so stiff she can't move. How do you get up on stage? You can sing if most of us won't move anymore. Nobody knows. It's so rare. It's so rare. That's why when this kid showed up, they said the mom said, "What the hell's wrong with my child? I've never seen it before." And she brought him, and we all looking at him. What the hell's wrong with this child? Nobody knows what's going on. The kid's vitals are normal, but he's stiff as a board. And we're trying to figure out what disease is this? And Wadi just, that's stiff man syndrome. I mean, we had to pull out an article from like way back. That's how rare it was. Fuzzy paper. That's how you know how rare it was. Whoa, everybody like, Wadi? Because we had no clue what to do for this child. We don't even know what the illness was. But it's rare. For some reason, all the muscles just contract and just stay there. You can't release it. But the patient's heart is beating, just doing fine. Until the heart does the same thing, and then they die. So imagine when I heard Celine Dion saying that she had this, oh my God, that means she's gonna suffer the same fate. That means she's gonna get stiffer and stiffer and stiffer until her heart just won't beat anymore. Yeah, but anyway, so luckily we agreed on everything, myself and the endocrinologist. So do not give bicarb. Third, remember, acidosis causes hyperkalemia. If I give you bicarb, make you alkalonic. That causes hypokalemia. They're already total body potassium depleted. Why would you want to make it any worse? When hypokalemia is the number one cause of death, you don't want to do that. Yeah, but you can do it unknowingly by giving them bicarb. You don't realize that's going to make their potassium plummet even faster. And then the child may die. Number 4, acidosis shifts the curve of hemoglobin to the right. What happens if I give you bicarb? Shift it back to the left. If I make you anaerobic, guess what? You start producing lactic acid. You're contributing to your own illness, making it worse. You're prolonging the child's illness. And then number 5, bicarb does not cross the blood-brain barrier. It's a big molecule. So watch my hands for a second. So there's a receptor in your blood that measures pH and everything else, right? And then there's the same receptor here in the brain. So right in the blood-brain barrier, you're measuring what's on this side and what's on this side. Right, follow that? You want them to stay the same. Now, here you give bicarb. This is plasma side. You give somebody bicarb, all of a sudden this goes up like this. The brain thinks his pH has dropped tremendously. And when pH drops tremendously, you're acidotic, but he doesn't know that's a false reading. Ton of GABA. The person goes into a coma. Just because you gave him bicarb. So anyway, this was the 5 points that I made. Because I looked throughout the literature, I could not find one piece of literature that favors giving bicarb to DK for any reason. No benefit has ever been documented by giving people bicarb for DK. Nothing but bad things can happen, in other words. So anyway, hopefully you're impressed by that, because don't do that. That somebody's life is in danger if you start giving bicarb for DK. All right, Charlie. Remember, acidosis. Acidosis promotes GABA production. Remember, urea, ammonia, and acid promote. Yeah, the brain thinks it's acidotic. It's really because the plasma is alkalotic, but he doesn't know.
Trying to get rid of the acid.
Yeah.
Converting it.
Exactly, converted to something, but that means converted to GABA. Yes, Navdeep. So Sandy, Brad. Was that now? No, we never give. I can only tell you what goes in my house, but we never give bicarb for anybody DKing. All right, but I've seen bicarb given for other people who are acidotic. I don't even believe in that, because what are you doing? You're just making the number look good for you. You haven't treated the patient. All you do is give them a big old bicarb. Oh, 7.34. Okay, that looks better now. Well, you feel better, but you haven't done anything with the patient. All you do is covering up that number. Okay, and so I'm saying I don't see any need for bicarb in treating someone with acidosis. Treat the cause of acidosis. Don't just give them bicarb to cover it up. Okay, all right. Type 2 diabetes now. Compare and contrast, right? That was type 1 we just finished. Now let's do type 2. Type 2 is genetic. That's because it's connected to obesity, and obesity is genetic. Almost autosomal dominant, okay? In type 2, there's downregulation of insulin receptors. How is that? Watch my pen. Here's the insulin receptor. Here's that fat from that burger you just ate, and it's swimming around, and then boom, sticks to the receptor like that, and goes around the receptor. Guess what? Insulin can't bind anymore. That's what insulin resistance is. And that's why the type 2 diabetic has hyperinsulinemia. So what happens then, why is diet and exercise the first treatment, right? Force the body to burn up fat, so this fat comes off the receptor like that and goes to the liver to be burnt up. All of a sudden, you're fine. Okay, that's why diet and exercise is the first treatment, you know, and bring the triglyceride level down in your diet. Okay. All right. Anyway, so downregulated receptor, they have hyperinsulinemia, which is why they don't get DKA, because they've actually explained it. Remember, insulin inhibits HMG-CoA synthase, so you're not going to get ketosis with this. It's not impossible. There is one instance where it can happen, but I'll talk about that later. All right. What they do get, they call them HSS, or I just like to call it hyperglycemic non-ketotic coma. I mean, sky high glucose. I've seen as high as 1,400. And of course, the guy went straight into a coma. What's your expect? Let me show you why. All right, everybody watch. Remember, this is my blood vessel. So Charlotte, blood vessel. You got a glucose of 1,400. What happens to osmolarity in that plasma? Increase. Everybody with me so far? If the osmolarity goes up, which way is water going to move? In or out of the vessel? Into the vessel. Everybody still with me, right? See that? So that means when this high osmolarity goes to your brain, all the brain cells lose fluid and shrink down like that. That's why your brain shuts off. You're in a coma. That's what a coma is. That's why they're talking about, you know, diabetic coma. That's what they're talking about. The osmolarity will suck so much fluid out of the cells of your brain cells will just collapse and shut down. That's why if you correct it slowly and everything goes back to normal, see, those cells will swell back up to their normal size and they're back to normal like nothing ever happened. But you got to do it gingerly, because it'll slip, just a little slip up. That's it. You could kill them. Okay. So in the brain, because the brain is the most important organ, the brain cells have ability to make proteins to counteract this. They call them idiogenic proteins. See that? They used to call them little idiots before people got offended by that. So they said idiogenic proteins. Anyway, It means the brain cells, because your brain is so important, they have the ability to produce proteins to offset the osmolarity that's going on in the plasma. So that means whatever the osmolarity in the plasma, this hand, I balance with the osmolarity with proteins in the cell with this hand. Everybody with me? That means when you come and start treating the patient, what if you dilute this plasma too fast, Maria? If you put too much water in here and all these proteins are still there, everybody see the problem? Water goes straight that way, cerebral edema, herniate, they're dead. Remember I just showed you, cerebral edema, number 2 cause of death. If the doctor doesn't understand what I just explained to you. Because if you get too aggressive with fluid can kill people. And so it's not just this benign thing we give everybody. If you give it at the wrong time, too much, too little, you can kill somebody. All right. So don't think of fluids as just so benign. Yeah, everybody needs fluids. Yeah, everybody needs fluids. But if we're giving it into their vein, we're estimating everything. That means sometimes we're wrong. And it could cost somebody their life. So somebody figured out how fast can you let the osmolarity change in the plasma to let these proteins be broken down. So they come down similarly like that. Everybody follow that? That's why glucose, don't let it fall faster than 100 milligrams per hour. That's somebody determined that and it works. And then sodium, don't let it change more than 0.5 milliequivalents per hour or 10 to 12 milliequivalents per day. Those are important numbers. That's why they're in your notes. If you do that, normal patient when you're done. I mean, it's very satisfying. I like DKA because there's so much metabolic, so much physiology going on. I love it. So that means I get to do a lot of thinking and figuring out what's going on with the child or the patient and make sure he's healthy when we're done. Okay. And so as long as you follow physiology, folks, the patient comes out, no harm done at all. Okay. All right. Now over here on the right, complications of diabetes. That means type 1, type 2 doesn't matter. First one, vasculitis. The last of the mechanism. It's called hyperviscosity caused by hyperglycemia, right? High glucose causes high viscosity, which rips up your blood vessels. And if you have a vasculitis, well, funny looking red cells and platelets, you see the purple smear. Lawrence. Schistocytes everywhere. If you tear up my blood vessels, you're not predisposed me to bleeds. That's why they get bleeds everywhere. And clots. That's why they get clots everywhere. See? That way there's actually explain DVT, PE, stroke, MI, I don't care. As long as it's a clot, there it is. That's the answer. Okay? All right, so clots and bleeds come right off the vasculitis. So somebody came up with a genius plan. Here's what they figured out years ago. This is long after the statins were on the market. Somebody figured out that statins are very potent anti-inflammatory drugs. Remember, that's not what they were marketed for. But somebody found that out. They're strong anti-inflammatory drugs. So that means, what if I give a diabetic a strong anti-inflammatory drug, i.e. statins, which then coat the blood vessels, fat is attractive fat, and the vasculitis calms down. Everybody understand that? That's why statins decrease mortality in diabetics, even if their cholesterol is normal. When that article with simvastatin came out years ago, I said, wait a minute. I thought you told me statins decrease cholesterol. So how is decreased cholesterol going to help a diabetic? And then more than that, the article said the cholesterol was normal. I said, so that means you're doing something else then. I told you got to be interested enough to go look into it. Because again, nobody tells you have to go look these things up. But when something doesn't match, I start digging. I want to know why. That's just the way my mind works. Why? Why is this different? I don't just memorize, oh yeah, statins decrease mortality in diabetics. Okay, now when I understood it, boom, now it makes sense to me. That's why by that understanding, a few years ago, remember then they came up with the recommendation, use statins in acute MI. Now you know what it's doing. Anti-inflammatory on the heart. The organ is attracted to fat soluble. Look how much sense it makes. That's what I mean, folks, by being interested to go look something up. Because once I understand it, here comes another application. I can see it now. See, that saves me from having to go read the article about that. Once they come up with it, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, understand what they're doing. Okay, but if I had not known that statins are anti-inflammatory, I'm like, why are we using statins in acute MI? You don't bring my cholesterol down in an hour. See, but again, residents are told, yeah, make sure you start a statin. Doctor, start the statin. Just don't ask why. And then you get this glazed look. They've never even looked into it. It's the anti-inflammatory action that you're taking advantage of. It'll coat the heart because the heart is attracted to fat soluble. and therefore decrease the inflammatory response of the heart. That means less scarring. And that's why it decreases mortality. Okay? All right. Yes, sir.
Sir, based on that premise, if you have a recurrent MI, it's not gonna be like a devastating one because of reduced inflammation.
Exactly.
So less chance of a transmission.
Less chance of transmittal, correct. So he's just making a connection that even if you have a recurrent MI, it won't be as bad. That's why overall mortality went down. They didn't say only in this people, no, all the diabetics in all stages, mortality went down. Because even if they're having one MI, well, if they have a second MI, as we know diabetics get all the time, it won't be as bad. Because you're keeping the inflammatory response real low around that heart where the MI is going to occur. And in the blood vessels, the vasculitis, which causes the MI, look at that, you're decreasing that too. Okay? But now you understand it, folks. That's what I love the most. If I can help you understand it the same way I understand it, oh my God. You can answer 1,000 questions. And I told you that impresses attendings. Okay? Now remember, I was the one who was probation. So I had to come out and do a whole lot of impressions. Because they thought, oh yeah, that's the guy with the dunce cap. And until I said, okay, what questions you got today? Man, I was looking for questions. Well, the residents were running. Here goes that people attending. And I'll just stand right here and wait for him. I said, I hope he asked me 10 questions. Because now I'm ready for him. I love the challenge. Okay? Because I knew they'd come after me. Because when they hear you're in trouble and you don't know that much, oh, they want to embarrass you in the hall. I don't know. I mean, a hazing thing that doctors do, I hate it. You know, but making residents feel so embarrassed. I don't know how that's supposed to teach them anything, but some of them do that. Yes.
So technically, I should be able to give statins for any chronic inflammatory disease. Right?
Technically, you should be able to give statins for any chronic inflammatory disease. That's correct, Chala. I'm thinking lupus too.
So they die from glomerulonephritis, right? Like,
Tell you something, Chala. The reason why I get excited when somebody makes a statement like that, because I ask myself that same question. See, I'm already thinking ahead. Why don't we use it for this disease and this disease and this disease? Tell her, there's a study going on right now. Anybody who enters the hospital gets a statin now. I bet you mortality goes down. I can already tell you the outcome. That's it. Because I already know the connection. See, but no, see, you didn't know the study was going on. That's my point. Here comes an attending asking you a question about this study, and you can explain exactly what you're up to. And you can explain exactly what the outcome will be. And you can explain how the drug works and how it's going to decrease mortality in the long run. You know, but that started a few years ago. So, you know, they're going to wait 5-10 years before they gather. But I'm betting you it's going to work because I can see it. This is the same reason why it works in diabetics. Why not work in anybody else? So now, you know, 5 years from now, when all of a sudden they say statins for everybody who gets to the hospital, you'll already know why. Instead of, you got to go read the article. That's what a resident does. That's why they got 17 articles in their pocket. And pockets tearing pieces because they got to put one more article in there. All right, once you start to understand this, it saves you a lot of reading in the long run. All right, let me go through, finish these complications. All right, so we got the clots that bleeds. What about nephropathy? Remember the glomerulus of a kidney is nothing but a bunch of blood vessels wrapped around each other. It's the same vasculitis. So if they ask you to describe the reason for nephropathy, it's vasculitis. Now, here's what you also need to know. The first sign of nephropathy in a diabetic is called microalbuminuria. That means a real small amount of albumin. Typically, when you detect albumin in somebody's urine, when you say 1+ protein, that's about 1,000 milligrams. Micro is less than 1,000. So that means the normal dipstick would not detect it. There's a special dipstick that we use for 200, 300, 400. That's why you got to know that. If you use a regular one, it'll come out negative. But if you use the right one, all of a sudden, yeah, tries it. Microalbuminuria.
That's why you send out that's for microalbuminuria.
That's why you send out the test, right? Because if you don't use a special test, you won't detect it. You swear everything's normal while his kidneys just getting destroyed right before your eyes. All right. So microalbuminuria. Here's what they found in a study a long time ago. From, let's see, onset. Yeah, from onset of diabetes to nephropathy. That means microalbuminuria. It took 16 to 20 years. This is from the Framingham study. Framingham study is a longitudinal study, non-interventional. That means they just watch and see what happens. Now, these people were brave enough to say, yeah, fine, I'll be in a study. But it means we're not going to do anything for you. We just want to see what's going to happen. All right. Now we know what can happen for a lot of things. This is the third generation that are still in the study. They can opt out now. But 2 generations. They just watch and see what happens. You know, so here's what they found. From onset till microalbuminuria, 16 to 20 years. From microalbuminuria to nephrotic syndrome, 4+, 3 to 4 years. You ever see how it just accelerated? That's what they mean by the hyperfiltration. Once it starts, it goes. Okay, that's why you try to prevent it before the dam breaks open. 4 years, they got nephrotic syndrome. From nephrotic syndrome to dialysis, less than 2 years. So some numbers they expect you to know. That's the reason why we're so aggressive now, treating diabetic nephropathy, because we know it goes real fast if you let it get to that point. So the rule is, a diabetic with hypertension, or once they get microalbuminuria, start them on ACE inhibitors or ARBs. Now, I started mine a long time ago because I already had hypertension. So I said, let's use that one. That way I don't have to start anything new. It'll treat my hypertension and it'll prevent proteinuria at the same time. Might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So that's why they say if they have hypertension, use ACE or ARB right off the bat. That way it also prevents the proteinuria. Okay. So how does that work? I'm in the glomerulus right now. On my left over here, the afferent coming to. My right over here, efferent leaving. Everybody follow? Angiotensin 2 works more on this efferent right here. So that means if you block it with ACE or ARB, then this will dilate more than this, which means the protein goes right on through the other side. It doesn't get filtered here anymore. You understand that, Karis? So what happens to my GFR then? Decreases. That's why the creatinine bumps up a little bit with ACEs and ARBs. But we're willing to put up with that because it's saving their kidneys. It was a 2-year study, but it showed, man, you can save a lot of kidneys in those 2 years, especially when diabetics are #1 reason for kidney transplants in America. You know how many kidneys that saved? A lot. That's why they said, yeah, let the creatinine bump up a little bit, they'll be fine. They said, as long as it doesn't bump up more than 0.5, continue to ACE ARB. Don't change drugs, because the benefit is huge. Okay?
You said efferent or?
Efferent, E with an E. That's where the drug works. Yeah, so if you dilate the efferent, dilate it, yeah, that's why the protein just goes through the other side. It's like creating a vacuum. Yeah, but there's less filtration. And that's the offsetting side effect. Okay? And that's nephropathy. Neuropathy. What's the chemical with sugar that causes that? Chris with a C. And blank, not coming, Gloria. The chemical that causes neuropathies and diabetes, Chris with a K. Sorbitol, don't forget that. We've heard that several times already. Sorbitol, when it's glucose, galactitol, when it's galactose. And what's the enzyme, Abigail? Oh, yeah, she's your friend. Aldose, not aldolase now, that's fructose. Aldose reductase. Remember, because sorbitol dehydrogenase gets overwhelmed and you're making all the sorbitol that you can't handle. So a lot of cells die. All right, very good. Infants of diabetic moms, I'll talk about when I do reproductive, because that's where it's relevant. So there's a lot of things. Treatment for type 2 diabetes, remember weight loss. Diet and exercise. That means low carbohydrate diet, low fat diet, okay? Exercise was 30 minutes a day for at least 5 out of every 7 days. But like I said, I always tell patients, just exercise every day, okay? But the study was done 30 minutes, 5 times a week. And then for medications, first line medication, metformin. What does metformin do? Halima, do you know? Block what? Okay, let me make it a little more specific for you. Actually, what's it do? No, the main action of metformin is to block gluconeogenesis in the liver. Is that what she said? That's what I'm saying. Why not speak up? I just said, what are you saying? I mean, I don't know why you just whisper. You guys always whisper because you think you're wrong. Stop these bad habits. Because if I can't hear you, I don't know what you're saying. Speak up. Okay, that way when you find out you're right, hey, now you know you're right. But if you do that, if the attendant does not hear you and then you find out you're right, you don't get any credit, just so you know. Remember, I told you I'm gonna teach you survival skills. That's why I still stop whispering. Say it loud, proud. Then if you're wrong, you learn something. But if you're right, oh, the attendant's impressed. Okay? All right. So metformin blocks gluconeogenesis. Remember that diabetes is a starvation state, right? The sugar's not in the cells, it's outside the cell. Remember, I went through the lab, same thing as any other starvation state, nothing is different. Okay? But 90% of the glucose that's in the plasma of a diabetic came in because of gluconeogenesis, because the cells are hungry. And so they keep stimulating glucagon. Hey, give us some more glucose, get it? And so somebody realized, hey, why don't we just block gluconeogenesis? Ta-da! And it worked. Number one drug now, metformin. See? It fits the biochemistry. That's what I always want to know. I don't want to just memorize a drug of choice, and you should never just do that either, because it means nothing. You know a name, but you don't know anything about it. It's just, oh, the book said that. Well, what if they change the name on the exam? You won't see it. I'm telling you right now, you will not see it. Okay, because you only remember one drug. And they'll just say something about inhibitor gluconeogenesis. Okay, fine. If that's the drug, I'll take it. Okay, never heard that it did that, but as long as you tell me it blocks gluconeogenesis, that's a drug of choice that works in diabetes. All right, and then when all else fails, we go through insulin. All right, so caused by glycosylation of endothelial cells, in case they ask you, vasculitis. Okay, first sign of nephropathy, microalbuminuria. And in proteinuria, once it starts, remember start ACE, ARB, or now you can use calcium channel blockers because they've been shown to dilate that EFA pretty good too. So you have three choices now. But I also said, if they already have hypertension, you might as well start one of these three drugs so that you're preventing the proteinuria from even starting. Okay? And then, like I said, it also decreases GFR, but that's just a side effect. And as long as their creatinine doesn't bump up more than 0.5, the rules are continue the drug. The benefits are great. So that's proteinuria. From onset to evidence of proteinuria, 16 to 20. From microalbuminuria to nephrotic, less than 4. And from nephrotic to dialysis, less than 2. So I put it in your notes so you don't forget anymore. Sorbitol, created by aldose reductase, an enzyme you definitely want to be familiar with. It's responsible for all the neuropathic changes. That's why they will test you on it. Because somebody did this study years ago and got it down to the chemical responsible for all the neuropathic changes. I mean, that was phenomenal. That's phenomenal research, folks. All right, other drugs that treat diabetes. Metformin is number one. I'm going to go through all the other drugs for you too. Ascarbose and microtol block alpha-1 glucosidase. That's on the brush border of the GI tract, so you cannot digest sugar, so you cannot absorb it. When is this one really good for? What we call postprandial hyperglycemia. Somebody whose blood sugar swings real high right after every meal. You can add this. So ascarbose and microtol can block how much sugar you absorb with each meal. Any questions on that? Metformin blocks gluconeogenesis in the liver. Currently, the first-line drug interferes with B12 absorption in the stomach. So watch out. It's just been over the years now. They found a lot of people with B12 deficiency because of metformin. I'm on it, and oh man, every now and then it just just makes my stomach so sore. So I got to stop it for like a couple of weeks just so the mucosa regrow, so I can start it again. Because I like the drug; it works real well for me. But that's how it causes the B12 deficiency. It just erodes your mucosa, and now those parietal cells are burnt. Okay, from inflammation. Sulfonylureas, remember we talked about these guys already. Just remind you, the first 3 were first generation, second 3, second generation. They improved peripheral uptake of glucose. We thought that was going to make a difference, but remember I told you it didn't make a difference. Chlorpropamide, I told you, has a clue, causes SIDH, and causes disulfide reaction. So you know that's the one I'm going to ask you about. All right, because otherwise, pretty much the same. They have the highest incidence of hypoglycemia, which is why I don't use them. I told you what happened to me. Less than 10 minutes, I'm at a McDonald's screaming for a sandwich. You know, imagine if I'd been on the highway at the time. I wouldn't even know what to do. All right, so anyway, sulfonylureas. The problem is all the sulfur. Remember, there's a lot of allergic reactions to sulfur. Make sure you've studied them, folks, because you know one day I'm going to ask you. All right, don't look at me blank. I'm giving you plenty of lead time. Know your side effects for Solver because it covers a lot of drugs. You don't want them to ask you and all of a sudden you realize, oh man, you forgot. Oh man, there's a lot of points you're gonna miss out on. Okay, other oral hypoglycemias, scavengers Microsoft we just talked about. Thiazolidine diones, remember glitazones down at the bottom. What they do, block PPAR gamma, which is a transcription factor. Or rather, sorry, deal with stimulates PPAR gamma, and you transcribe new receptors. So we thought new receptors would cure the disease, but I already told you what happened. It just killed a lot of people. Adipose cells start replicating again. We didn't anticipate that one. Okay, so most of these are off the market anyway. All right. Thiazolidine diones, again, there's their action and everything I've said before. And then these are newer ones, SGLT2. All right, these block glucose reabsorption in the kidney. If you block glucose reabsorption, what's that gonna do? Cause glycosuria, right? That means you're gonna get polyuria, polydipsia, and UTIs. Everybody see that? Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Yeah, you gotta treat the UTIs, but these drugs were associated with increased limb amputation. Why are they chopping off people's legs with these drugs? Took me a while to figure this one out, but actually a student helped me figure this out. I like that because I didn't figure it out, but he did. He said, listen, you got polyuria, polydipsia, you got all this sugar pouring out of your kidney. The people, they have so much urine coming out, they end up peeing on themselves. So now you got sugar running down your leg. It's their thighs that got infected so badly that some of them, by the time, remember, you got neuropathy, you may not even know how bad that infection is. And by the time you got to the hospital, you got to amputate. I'm like, damn, thank you, sir. Now I can see it. See, I don't have to memorize it anymore. That way you connect it to the action of the drug, it fits. But nowhere in anything I read did they explain it. They just said increased amputations. I hate to just accept something like that. That's something significant. I want to know why. Okay? But a student figured it out before I did, so I'm giving him the credit. Yes.
Sir, does this same mechanism relate back to corneal gangrene?
Corneal gangrene, that's exactly it. Yeah, they had a lot of it. The gangrene was set in their thigh. You have to amputate to save their life. Yeah. Corneal gangrene is when you get gangrene in your thighs. Yeah. That's what they did. Now, the newest information is Jardiance. I think that was empagliflozin, all of them empagliflozin. All right. Yeah, there was decrease in cardiovascular risk. And so now you see a lot of doctors putting every diabetic on those things. All right. That's the initial study. And I have to agree with them because they got a nice cohort, so I cannot disagree with them. But I think when they finish the long-term study, that's going to be negated. Because when you say, yeah, it's going to decrease cardiovascular risk, what's that mean? That means I'm going to make you pee out so much sugar that your sugar definitely comes down, your A1C comes down, and that's exactly what they found. But when you start over time calculating how many people had to get their leg amputated, how many had infections, sepsis, in the ICU, all that, I bet you the benefit will disappear. Because I can see it. You know, so everybody's all happy about this decreased cardiovascular risk. And I'm already seeing questions. That's why I got to teach it to you because there's still an answer if they ask you. What drug could you add to this regimen to decrease cardiovascular risk? This is the one they're talking about. It's one of these drugs. Okay? All right. But anyway, stay tuned. 5 years from now, we'll look back and see what the articles say. Yes, sir.
Even cardiologists now are adding this to their regimen.
All the, I told you, all the cardiologists I've talked to, they're all doing it. They're all putting every diabetic on one of these drugs. You know, I'm saying, okay, fine, that's your patient. But if it was, since I'm the patient, but luckily my doctor has never suggested going on this. Because I keep my blood sugar is pretty good. So I said, I don't want these drugs. Yes. Yeah. 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 So anyway, we'll be on the lookout. But anyway, just so you got to know that because that's what I'm teaching to you. You know, and that's just me giving you my opinion about it. But the fact is, the studies did show, it was, I think, 2-year study, a decrease in cardiovascular risk, something like 20-something%. All right, newer drugs for diabetes, incretin mimetics. First of all, what's an incretin? An incretin is a chemical or hormone made by the duodenum that goes to the pancreas and says, hey, he just ate some sugar. So what do? Stop glucagon release, promote insulin release. That's how I remember what they do. So that when a diabetic eats sugar and sugar hits that duodenum, incretins come out, send a signal to the pancreas about what happened. So they all end in tide, exenatide, depaglutide, liraglutide, they're all end in tide. So that's how you recognize all of them. I'm on exenatide. This was the first one to hit the market. It mimics the one we have, which is GLP-1. It's just an incretin. What's it going to do? Inhibit glucagon, which is favorable. Promote insulin, which is favorable. Okay, and it promotes weight loss. I'm sure it helped me lose some weight because I lost a lot of pounds after that. Exenatide. So look at GLP-1. See all the things it does, and all beneficial, and leads to weight loss. That's the biggest thing. In fact, one of them, semaglutide, is now their patients. I think 91% of their patients lost weight, which is huge, and they lost an average of 12 pounds. So yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen the ads already. They're advertising themselves as a weight loss drug. So the FDA said, yeah, why not? Because how many diets out there make people lose 12 pounds in 2 years? None. Because and it bounced right back up. But this one hung out for 2 years, so it's legit. Okay. Yes, Matt.
Yeah, semaglutide is approved.
Oh, they did get to approve it. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I knew that they were putting in the request. Yeah, but their data is pretty good. I mean, I was impressed by the weight loss too. I mean, I wasn't on it, but it was very good. Wait a minute. You first. Hang on. What was that? No, go ahead, finish.
The same question was, maybe I misunderstand. Doesn't insulin usually
Yeah, insulin by itself promotes weight gain. Yeah, so that's what you're thinking about. But look what it does. It potentiates glucose-induced insulin release. That pushes glucose into the cells. Inhibits glucagon release. This is why you lose weight. You inhibit glucagon. That way you don't have the sugar, and therefore you're not gaining weight. All right. Inhibits GI secretion and motility. So that means less absorption of the glucose. Yeah. So that's the benefit. And Adam, you have a question? Okay. Yeah. All right. Other newer drugs, dipeptidopeptidase inhibitors. The incretins will send a signal to the pancreas, and then this enzyme, DPP4, chops it up. So that means for diabetics, what do you do? Enhance the incretins or block the enzyme. That way you have more incretin signal. A previous study showed that it's never all, but the majority of diabetics had decreased incretin signal, which is why after you eat a big meal, your body's still putting out sugar and never got the signal that you've eaten. And that's why you get these swings. So now, here's how it reflects in the literature. The literature said, if you get somebody who comes in and the A1C is elevated, but when they show you their diary, you see great numbers all over the place. They say, check their postprandial sugars. Tell them to check after each meal rather than before the meal. And you see these swings that are happening. And here's one of the drugs you can use. Yeah, so watch out for that question. See that a few times. All right, so anyway, these and the gliptin. So the tides are the incretin mimetics. The gliptins are the enzyme inhibitors. Pramlintide is one that I heard the last time I reviewed it, it says soon to come out. Hasn't come out yet. Decreases glucose absorption. So this works for type 1 or type 2. Decreases appetite, slows gastric emptying, and decreases glucagon secretion. So you can use it for type 1 or type 2 diabetes. No, well, how has it not come out yet? It just means that the company has to finish all the other tweaking, half-life, and is it going to go to kidney or are you going to liver? They got to do all that before the FDA says, okay, now bring it out. All right, the newer insulins, insulin Detmer, like Glargine. All right, I'm sure you'll see people on Glargine. They take it at night. It runs for more than 24 hours throughout the next day. And then you give short-acting insulin before each meal. That's one way to go. I don't like that way because that's 4 shots. All right, I like intermediate acting and short acting. That's NPH and regular. That's the way I was trained and it still works very well. That way you don't have to take a shot before breakfast, a shot before dinner. That's it, 2 shots. 2 shots is better than 4 shots. All right, so that's the good thing is it gives you less daily variability. It just kind of stays right there in the middle. The short acting things go fast in LA, so let's pro aspart, LA. Look at that, rapid acting within 15 minutes. So this is for the person, either you give it to them right before each meal, because remember, they gotta eat within 15 minutes. Or this could also be used for a person, a diabetic, who couldn't help himself one time and ate one of them Cinnabons at the airport. Anybody here already eaten a Cinnabon? Holy cow. I've never had a sugar rush. I ate a Cinnabon. I only eat one strip. I just take one strip like that and I bit into it. And also my eyes just started. All of a sudden, I felt like somebody was shocking me. I mean, my brain was like, whoa, what the hell is that? And I mean, about half an hour later, like somebody just took me and slammed me on the ground. Suddenly I realized what a sugar rush is when children eat like a honey bun for breakfast. I mean, they're just ridiculous when they first get to class and then they fall asleep. They end up falling asleep just when the teacher's teaching the lessons. That's why they didn't learn anything. So giving children donuts and honey buns for breakfast for school, worst thing you can do. They get a sugar rush and boom, they get slammed down the ground. Just whipped. All right, anyway, that's for an aspart. All right, inhaled insulin, this was a disaster. They came out with inhaled insulin, it was a Zubera and Humira, all right? They said all you gotta do is push the inhaler and let's say that equals 5 units. I know these guys did not do their due diligence because already in the literature, it showed that the majority of people don't know how to use an inhaler. And so the study showed that 70% of the drug was in the back of their throat. 70%. It didn't even go to their lungs. Why do you think they put that spacer on? You guys have seen spacers, right? That's to make a narrow band of gas coming straight in, and that way right into your lungs. Because they saw 70% don't use the inhaler. And as a physician, they actually started reimbursing doctors. You say, doctors, why don't you just review how to use an inhaler every time you see them? They give you 15 bucks. Most doctors don't know that. You know, remember, that's why a lot of people, you guys have heard about coding, right? Yeah, you pay somebody else a whole lot of money. They'll come in and show you what codes you're not even using. And that's one of them. But I had to research that myself. There's a lot of money that's reimbursed to physicians for little educational items, but most physicians never look at the code. They're not going to tell you what the codes are. They give you a big book. Look it up yourself. Okay? And these companies are making a fortune now doing it for in doctors' offices. They come in and they look at the way you chart, the things you write. Based on the things you write, they tell you there's like 3 or 4 other codes you could have used that would be reimbursable, and yet you didn't have to do anything extra. Like this one. For like inhaler, all you have to just say review use of inhaler. That's it. What does that take? 2 seconds? 15 bucks. You don't have to draw any pictures, just say review. 15 bucks. And so they would show doctors, man, if you just wrote review, multiply how many times all these asthmatics you see every month, they showed that you could double your damn salary. But most doctors don't do that. I mean, the doctor just knows what his pay is, but you have no idea. So much of things you do is reimbursable, but you got to find a code for it yourself. They're not going to do you the favor of finding it. And that's why these companies now are making a fortune finding the codes for you. They come in, observe what you do, they look at your charts, and they can tell you all the codes that you can use. And you don't have to do anything extra, but suddenly you make an extra $200,000-$300,000. Anyway, talk about it later. So anyway, this was a disaster because the other problem was you couldn't use it on somebody with obstructive lung disease because those little droplets are called, they have a bronchospasm and an asthma attack. So the problem was I couldn't count on the delivery. You say one spray is 5 units, but if 70% never made it down there, maybe it's only 1 unit. Yeah, so that nobody trusts it. I didn't use it, and I don't know any doctor who used it. So they took it off the market on their own. The other reason why they took it off the market, again, a lawyer who makes $1,000 an hour. He said, wait a minute, insulin, last we checked, is called a growth factor. If you're spraying insulin into people's lungs, what's to say they don't say is that your insulin that made their cancer grow? It's a growth factor. And you're talking about almost 500,000 lung cancers every year. They say you're going to be up to a lot of lawsuits when people figure out your inhaler can be blamed for the cancer that they're dying from. You lose a lot of money. And so they took it off the market on their own. The FDA never made them take it off. They just took it off because they realized. So now let me show you the way I do it. All right, regular and NPH is the one I use. And most docs. So here's a pattern I noticed. Regular, onset, 30 minutes. Peak, 4 hours, off. Let's say 6 to 8 hours. What I found, a pattern, I'm always looking for patterns. The pattern is if you add 2 hours to everything, as you come down this chart, you fall pretty much in the from beginnings of each one. So let me show you how it works. Like NPH, that's what I like, regular and NPH. That means onset, 2.5 hours. Peak, 6 hours. Off, 8 hours. Or 8 to 10 hours, I guess, let's say 8 to 10. So the way I was trained and the way I like it, okay? You give them NPH and regular every morning. And we say, take this before breakfast. Sandra, if I ask you to take NPH and regular before breakfast, which one is going to control your breakfast? Excuse me? The regular, because we always say, take it half an hour before your first meal. Only one incident kicks in half an hour. Everybody watching, this is how you figure it out for yourself. Because on the test, they'll show you the diary of the patient. You got to figure out which incident you need to adjust. That means you got to know who controls what. So take a shot half an hour before your breakfast. Only regular can control your breakfast. Everybody with me so far? Okay. And that means, look at this peak, 4 hours. So let's say I eat breakfast at 7 o'clock. That means peak, that's about 11 o'clock. And it's going to go away at about 1 o'clock. But look at that, NPH is meeting you right at lunchtime too. 7 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So what happens? They never ask you about noon because it could be either one. You can adjust either one and it'll be correct. All right, morning, definitely regular. Afternoon, you got both of them meeting up. So they don't ask about that. I've never seen a question about the noon for that reason, okay? But that means by, let's see, by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, regular gone. NPH will stick around to around 4 o'clock. That's why they say give one more shot half an hour before your dinner. See, works perfectly. Okay, when both are wearing off, then hit them again. So that means when I give them that, Anna, who controls your dinner? The regular that you took in the evening. And then that means right before bedtime is 2 of them again. They meet up. But at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, who's controlling it? It's NPH that you took at night. Now, 2 problems. I'll show you in a second. So regular incident, onset 30 minutes, peak 4 hours, off 6 to 8 hours. NPH, just add 2 hours to everything. Dawn effect. Folks, every time you wake up in the morning, your body thinks it's stressful too, not just your mind. Your body thinks it's stressful. So what happens? All of a sudden, your body's got a jump start by making more epinephrine, norepinephrine, glucagon, because you need glucose in the morning. That's called a dawn effect. Everybody's glucose is slightly higher in the morning. Which insulin should take care of this? Acid. Yeah, the regular in the morning. We used to send home sliding scales. We say, Mom, if it's 5 points higher, give them 1 more unit. 10 points higher, 2 more units, and so forth. We just made things up. Just whatever we thought would work. Okay. And then, of course, she comes back 2 weeks later with the diarrhea, and then I can see what I really need to do. Because everybody's physiology is different when they get home. It's never what you see in the hospital. That's why they say, don't go by what you saw in the hospital. Let's see what happens at home. Right? Because we know they're going to go back to eating a lot of things they normally eat. All right. So you have to work with that. All right. Dawn effect is a slight increase in glucose every morning. That's how I know the dawn effect. All you do is increase your morning regular. That's it. However, so what if your blood sugar hit real low at 2 a.m., 3 a.m.? Who's controlling that? The nighttime NPH. Everybody see that? But you're in the deep sleep. You're having a great dream. Me, come on now. I'm out on a date with Tony Braxton. I'm like, please don't wake me up. Okay? So your brain says, okay, Francis, stay asleep. This is good. And what does it do? It jacks up your blood sugar to keep you alive. That's exactly what it does. It puts out norepinephrine, epinephrine, glucagon, and cortisol. And by morning time, you see a 600, 700. That's what saved your life, though. That's why you're still here. Because you were fast asleep when your sugar fell low, And the brain says, man, if the person is in a dream, they're not gonna wake up. They're gonna die by morning. So he jacks it up for you. That's called a Samoji effect. So it means like one morning in that diary, you see like a 600. That's how you know Samoji versus a slight elevation every morning. That's called dawn effect. And they'll ask you to put a name on it. Any questions on that? I know.
So patient is obviously, if you're not adjusting this, can have Samoji and a dawn effect at the same time.
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, a patient can have Samoji and a dawn effect at the same time. Okay? Because the dawn effect is slightly high every morning. But then last night at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, Samoji happened. So now rather than just higher by 10, 20 points, it's 200-300 points. That's how you know both of them happen. But again, you give them the regular for that morning, but you got to remember it's the early morning sugar that caused this. So which one do you need to adjust? Saba. Yeah, that NPH in the evening. Now, you know this is the one I like to ask you about, because if you didn't know that, you think, oh, just get regulation every morning. You don't want to do that. You know, he was lucky enough to survive this time. We don't want it to happen anymore. So you decrease that evening NPH so he doesn't have to go through it again. All right, Ashley. First question is, how long does it take for hyperglycemia to occur, you know, for like Samoji?
Yeah, like if you drop at 2 a.m.
Yeah, if you drop at 2 a.m. within 15, 20 minutes, it's jacked way up. Oh yeah, it doesn't take that long. But that's what keeps you alive, yeah. And what's your second question?
When you're giving like the GLP-1 to patients for weight loss that don't have diabetes.
Okay.
What are the effects like down the line on their pancreas and its ability to
Oh, good question. So she said if you're giving the incretins or DPP4s, which affect glucagon and insulin in the pancreas, what's the what's the word? Downstream effect, yeah, long-term effect. Is that gonna affect your insulin or glucagon? No. Once you stop the drug, things go right back to normal. So it's not a big problem.
how they wait. They don't want to start insulin for the diabetics because they don't like want their pancreas to be compliant to accept like the exogenous insulin.
Right.
And so their pancreas stops insulin, like why? Like how
No, remember, your body adjusts to almost anything. So if I give you a drug that's blocking, well, the ingredients like you're talking about, they're gonna promote insulin release and block glucagon. So once you stop the drug, your body will go back to normal, but there's an inhibitory effect that you have to overcome and then it release again, but it does come back. Yeah, so it's not that it's a permanent effect at all, okay? Now, what do you think the one bad side effect of those two drugs? It's called pancreatitis. They're all going to the pancreas. Bad. So that means if they collected the pancreas long enough, now inflammation is set off. You got too much of a chemical building up in your pancreas, that's pancreatitis. All right, anyway, that's Samoji effect. Now, glycogen synthesis. This is the transition I was talking about. Let me make my transition now. I'll get your question. You had your hand up, right? Okay, give me a second. So glycogen synthesis, because in order to do glycogen breakdown, I got to show you synthesis. That's why I said, let me use it for my transition, okay? Glycogen synthesis is the beginning of anabolic. Remember, we just finished catabolic. Now we're going to go build everything back up, okay? Glycogen synthesis occurs in 5 organs. You want to know the 5 organs. Skeletal muscle does 90% of it, folks. Remember why does muscle weigh so much? Not only does it have phosphates that drag water, but it has 90% of your glycogen that drag water too. 1 gram of glycogen drags 3 grams of water. That's a whole lot of water, okay? So skeletal muscle, 90% of your glycogen is stored there. Adrenal cortex, why is it stored there? If you got stress, who's your first stress hormone? It's called adrenaline. Epinephrine's got to go from the medulla through the cortex out to the periphery. And that's why on its way through the cortex, it says, let me give you a pulse of sugar till I get around to the liver to give you a whole bunch of it. That's why there's always a little storage depot there. All right, so when you get scared, you feel that adrenaline rush and your sugar goes up immediately, but that's epinephrine doing that from your adrenal cortex. Okay? The liver. The liver is a humongous organ, but 3/4 of it is mostly water. So much glycogen stored there. But that's because the liver is a storage depot of energy. He supplies every other tissue with what they need. Okay, so it makes sense. Intestinal wall. Your intestines are always moving. It's called peristalsis, always moving. Well, you need energy for that. So that's why they make their own and store it there. So the glycogen the intestinal wall makes, he uses for himself. He's not making it for anybody else. Well, because glycogen drags water, that's why you need peristalsis to squeeze all that water out of the walls. Everybody follow? That's why your bowel sounds. Your bowels are moving all the time. You got peristaltic waves going through your intestine when you're not eating. That's to keep that water out of the walls. Everybody follow that? Anybody not understand that? You got a lot of glycogen in the intestinal wall. Does everybody understand that? That glycogen is dragging water. Well, that's why your intestines need to constantly do peristalsis, squeeze that water out of the walls. Okay? What if your intestinal wall stops moving? It's called ileus. Like after surgery, trauma. Why do you think suddenly you're dehydrated and shocked? They'll ask you that when you're bored. Why are you shocked? Yeah, they didn't even vomit even once. It's because of the intestinal wall. Or in surgery, they call it third spacing. You've heard that term before? Yeah, surgeons always use that term, third spacing. That means it's not in the cell, the plasma, or the intestinal. Wait, is it another pocket? Intestinal wall. Okay, and a person can go into shock, and yet they haven't vomited, peed, or pooped. It's all in that wall. Okay, that's why when we're doing surgery on somebody, you got normal saline running the whole time. Because we already know the intestinal wall is going to grab a lot of that fluid out of his plasma, and we don't want him to go into shock during the surgery. Okay, that would not be good. And then the heart has glycogen. Why? And when the heart rate gets real fast enough, you don't have time to wait for the liver to send you some. Let the heart make its own. Okay, because remember when I showed you that chart, when the heart rate is fast enough, switches over to glucose. Well, that tells he has his own storage. He doesn't need anybody's. Now, out of these 5 places, only 2 of them can mobilize glucose to the bloodstream. Which 2 organs would that be, Ashley? Okay, Akshay, liver and adrenal cortex. Remember, gluconeogenesis only occurs in those 2 areas. Okay, the other 3 make glycogen, but they use it for themselves. They don't send glucose to anybody. Any questions on that? Yes.
Third spacing happens no matter, like during surgery.
Third spacing happens in everybody during surgery because your gut stops working when you start cutting it. Yeah. So glucose 6-phosphate found only in the liver and adrenal cortex. Ileus, when the peristalsis stops, that's why you get third spacing, which can make the person quite dehydrated or put them into shock. All right, glycogen synthesis starts this way. Now, this is all outlined in your notes. Just follow along. We start out with a protein called, oh, wait a minute, I forgot. Sorry, Lily, you did have a question, go ahead. People who take metformin, would they get the dawn effect of emoji? Yeah, still possible. It's not that common. I mean, that's why I like metformin. I've never had any problem with it, yes.
Are you dehydrated? The water is, I understand that it's stuck in there, but.
Stuck in the wall.
Don't still have like water in the plasma.
No, the water that's in the wall is in a third pocket. It's coming out of your plasma. So your plasma is deficient. That's why you're in shock. But the walls of the intestines are nice and beefy, full of water. But your plasma doesn't see that. And your plasma volume is not the intestinal wall. So if the intestinal wall sucks up a lot of fluid, that you're taking it away from the plasma. That's why you have the saline running.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why during surgery, you always have the saline running. Because we know the intestine is gonna suck it up. Yeah, that's what you're doing to fix it, because we already know the intestine will go into an ileus when you start cutting it. That's automatic. We'll talk about vascular fizz, why that happens. Yeah, so the saline we give during surgery is to counteract the fact that you're gonna get third spacing. Yes.
You give an agent like mannitol to avoid third spacing?
Good question. The question is, can you give mannitol avoid third spacing? You could, but you're gonna run into more side effects than you really want. Yes, that's why we don't do it, but that's a good thought. All right, glycogen. To make glycogen, you start out with a protein called glycogenin. Glycogenin, Melissa, is a bunch of carbons and OH groups. Carbon number 1 sticking out to the right. Is there any entropy left in carbon-carbon bonds, Melissa? No, you can't get any more stable than that. Everybody understand that? So that's why it's always going to cost you energy to start this thing. Remember I told you? All the time. If there's no entropy, it's going to cost you ATP to do it. Here it is. Glycogenin reacts with UTP. In this case, UTP rather than ATP or GTP, but they're all equivalent. And all of a sudden, split off a phosphate, ba-dum. See that? Glycogenin now has a phosphate attached to that oxygen. That creates a high energy structure. PO4 3 minus next to another oxygen who has electrons. They're repelling each other. They don't want to be next to each other. And then you got UDP. Now I'm going to add a sugar to this thing. Who's my sugar carrier? Chris. Oh, no, this is Chris. This is good. Chris, let's see. What was my sugar carrier if you want to add one sugar at a time? All right, Chris with a K. Who's going to be my carrier to add one sugar at a time? Well, this is good. Chris also blank. All right, Ida is UDP. Yeah, there it is again, folks. See, repetition of the same concepts over and over again. Just showing it to you so you don't try to memorize it, every detail. You'll realize it's the same old stuff. If you want to add glucose, one sugar to anything, remember UDP is a carrier. I told you that's every step in biochemistry. Now look what's going to happen. This UDP will grab this phosphate off of here. That creates energy. That's how I get my UTP back. But that energy is going to be used to attach the glucose onto this oxygen. See that? And that's how you do it. And then what do you got? You got another OH group sticking out to the right, ready for another reaction. See how simple glycosynthesis is? Only 2 steps. That's it. So the enzyme that creates these residues is called glycogen synthetase. Remember, you use ATP, in this case, UTP synthetase. Okay? Now, the newer guys are arguing we should call it synthase. Why is that? Well, because even though you use UTP, you get it right back in the very next step. The definition is whether you use ATP at all, not whether you get it back again. The newer guys like arguing about a lot of things, but and that's how they get their names in the books. So anyway, so that's glycogen synthesis. So you're going to be doing this, repeating it, you get residues, so you get at least 10 of them in a row. All this is already, you know, okay? See, what you did was just add it. I just gave you the fast version, so you get about 10 residues, okay? So glycogen synthase or synthetase is giving you 10 residues. Once you get to 10 residues, glycogen synthetase stops. Then you branch. A branch point, the straight chain is always alpha 1, 4. That means carbon number 1 links to carbon number 4. Carbon number 1 links to carbon number 4. Because carbon number 1 is always sticking out to the right. But now when you want to branch, see that? That's a whole different line. That's why it goes to another angle. It's 1,6. So glycogen is nothing but a bunch of straight chains alpha 1, 4 and branch points alpha 1,6. Now remember, it's only the one residue, like this one right here. That's alpha 1,6. The rest are alpha 1, 4. You just do the same thing again. When you get to 10 residues, boom, branch again. And that's what you keep doing. So you've made enough glycogen. What if, Halima, you don't have a branching enzyme? How would glycogen look different? All right, Anders. How long would it be? I don't know what longer is. Remember, it cannot go beyond 10 residues. So it just means all you're going to see is a bunch of straight chains because you can never branch. You just make 10, 10, 10, 10. You can never branch. You understand, Halima? All right. So you're going to have more or less glycogen when you cannot branch. Halima. Less. What lab test will be abnormal first? Melissa will help you. Can I help you? Habib, what lab would be abnormal first. It's called glucose. You guys are thinking way too complex. I keep saying, you guys always think I'm asking you for some complex answer every time I ask you a question. I just want to see if you're still connected to what I'm teaching. Okay? Glycogen is to feed your glucose. That's it. Well, if you have less glycogen, hypoglycemia will happen first. But I want you guys to see, oh, there it is, low energy state. I don't have to read about it. Okay? What I just described to you is called Anderson's disease. I just saved you from having to read a whole chapter on Anderson's disease. Because once I show you normal, it's easy to teach you abnormal. So this way you don't have to memorize it. Because the way we diagnose Anderson's, liver biopsy. And you see number of straight chain glycogen. No branch point. That's it. But as far as the labs, remember, hypoglycemia, liver shrunken, muscle mass decrease, hypertriglyceridemia, ketosis. Did I miss anything? It's the same profile again. Nothing changed. Because it's a starvation state because you don't have enough glycogen to save up for later on. Okay, that's called Anderson's disease. All right. That means in glycogen, to summarize again, you have a bunch of straight lines, which is alpha 1,4 bonds, and branch points, which is alpha 1,6 bonds. Okay. The enzyme that makes glycogen is called glycogen synthetase or synthase, depending on which biochemist you're talking to. And then a branch point is called branching enzyme. Or if they write it out, it'll just be alpha 1,4 to alpha 1,6. Here's how they write it out. That way, that's how I remember it. Alpha 1,4, alpha 1,6. That's how I know. It means you're going from 1,4 to 1,6. That's a branch. Okay, and it'll be called a glucosal transferase because you're transferring the glucose. Okay.
So much for 1,4 to
1,4, 1,4 is a straight chain, right? But this is 1,6. That's known as a branching enzyme. But they just give you a short. They usually just say branching enzyme. But I didn't want you guys to see this long way of saying it, and then you don't know what that means. That just means I'm going 1,4 to 1,6. I'm branching it. Yes.
How does the branching enzyme know that they need to do it at the temp?
Obviously, there's signals that we don't understand yet, but yeah, because we see that glycogen synthetase is going. All of a sudden, it gets to 10 residues. All of a sudden, another enzyme just comes out of nowhere and says, "Okay, I'll branch it for you," and then glycogen synthetase starts over again. They obviously have signals. We don't know what it is, though. Yeah. Good. All right. Now, to break down glycogen, it's a little more complex. To break down glycogen, a little more complex. You start out with phosphorylase. Phosphorylase attaches a phosphate without ATP. Remember, kinase uses ATP to attach a phosphate. So there's glycogen phosphorylase. And there's like one in the liver, so liver phosphorylase. In the muscle phosphorylase. Adrenal got its own, but the heart doesn't have one. Let me show you why. When phosphorylase comes in, watch my residue. I'm going to chop off, boom, right here. Remember, that's the OH group sticking out to the right. And I'm going to put a phosphate on it. And that's why they all come off as glucose 1-phosphate. All straight chains. When phosphorylase is working, it's glucose 1-phosphate, every residue. But if you have glucose 1-phosphate, you have to turn it into glucose 6-phosphate. What enzyme would do that for me? Peter.
Is that a, I don't know, transmutase? I'm making up stuff.
No, you're not making stuff up. It's a mutase. You just got to know, notice, you're going a phosphate from the 1 to the 6 position. That's not what a mutase does. That's what I'm saying. You just got to practice these names. And just when you look at a reaction, you can tell me exactly what the enzyme is. So they just say phosphoglucomutase or glucose 1-phosphate mutase. That exists in glycolysis. So we already know he's around. And then glucose 6-phosphate, Peter, we will release free glucose. That means I need an enzyme that'll use water and chop up that last phosphate. Can you name that one, Peter?
Phosphorylase?
No, phosphorylase is the one that adds a phosphate. It doesn't chop up a phosphate. I need an enzyme that chops off that last phosphate using water. Veronica Acuna.
I'm going to my page 140 real quick.
I forget the name.
Okay. Have you found it?
It's not phosphorylase.
No, it's not a phosphorylase. All right, Jess, can you name the enzyme that would do that using water? A hydrolase. So how do you name it then? No. You put ACE after the bond you're breaking with water. So glucose 6-phosphatase. Right? Only found in the liver and adrenal cortex, an enzyme you should be familiar with already. So the heart says, when do I need to use glycogen? When I am beating real fast. That means I got a small fraction of a second. I don't have time to do these extra steps. So the heart has its own alpha-1,4 glucosidase. That means it comes off as free glucose, enters glycolysis immediately. Skip the 2 steps. Again, I have to make sense. Why is the heart the only one who has this 1,4 glucosidase? Because he's the only one that will be beating at 160 beats per minute when you're exercising. He has such a fraction of a second. He doesn't have time to wait for the glucose 1,5 to come off, then be made to glucose 6, and then be made to free glucose. And now I can put it into glycolysis. He said, no, I want it free right away. Alpha-1,4 glucosidase is what the heart has. Let me just put it up here. Hang on, let me just write this. To break down glycogen, phosphorylase is the first enzyme. The heart has its own, no, alpha-1,4 glucosidase. That way, every residue comes up as free glucose and enters glycolysis immediately. There's no hesitation, no waiting. Okay? Okay, Zena, go ahead. Yeah, phosphatase tells me you're using water to chop up that phosphate. Yeah. Okay, versus phosphorylase, which actually puts a phosphate on somebody. All right, so now, glycogen synthesis, phosphorylase can chop up residues to you about 4 residues from a branch point. Once you go to 4 residues from a branch point, the deep branching enzyme shows up. The deep branching enzyme will take these 3 residues. What kind of bonds do they have between them, Abigail? Alpha-1,4. Remember, all straight chains, alpha-1,4. Just a 1 branch point. That's why the deep branching enzyme grabs these 3 and then moves them to another straight chain. So now if they write the long name, be alpha-1,4 to alpha-1,4, because you're taking 1,4 to 1,4, you just put it on the nearest long chain that you see, which means there's only 1 residue left. That's the branch point. And that's why alpha-1,6 glucosidase comes in and removes it. So all branch points come off as free glucose. Okay. Every other residue comes off as glucose 1-phosphate, which means then you got to go through these 2 steps. So notice for glycogen breakdown, it takes several steps. Glycogen synthesis, only 2. Glycogen synthesis in the biochemistry book is like 3 pages. There's only 2 enzymes working, that's it. They just show you in and then boom, branch point. And you just keep doing that till you got enough glycogen. In Anderson's disease, you can't branch. Okay, I'll see straight chains. What if you're missing the deep branching enzyme, Alima? How would glycogen look different? Karina, how would glycogen look different now? But how do you know the deep branching enzyme is missing? Yeah. But straight chains are normal. How do I know the deep branching enzyme is missing? What's that? I can't hear you. What residues are still there? All right, Karis, can you explain to me? You're going to have these 4 carbon short chains. They'll say short branches everywhere. You're supposed to have long branches, not short branches. That's how you know deep branching enzyme is missing. That's called Corey's disease. See? Just one little clue, boom, you already know. But as far as signs and symptoms, you already know that too. The labs, boom, we already know that. But none of those will get you a point on an exam because they're all identical. Okay? All right. So glycogen breakdown we just went through. So alpha-1 glucosidase is found only in the heart because the heart can beat so fast it doesn't have time to do 2 extra steps. That way every residue comes off as free glucose. Here's the glycogen storage diseases. How do I know them? Number 1, you're all hypoglycemic. Make sense to everybody now? Right, Paul? Make sense? All right. Signs and symptoms, low energy state. What cells will die first in this patient, Paul? No, not the skin, no. No, not bone marrow. Zena? Nope, not brain cells either. Jess? What cells will die first in all the glycogen storage diseases? It's always the red blood cells. Folks, it's been the same pattern for what, 8 days now? Why is everybody getting lost? See, I'm telling you, you guys are still programmed with details. I keep asking the same question a different way, and you keep hearing something different. You don't realize I'm asking the same question as before. Okay? Listen carefully. I added that to the mix. Anytime they say who's going to die first, anytime you're messing with glucose, it's the same answer all the time. Red cells, well, that was how I remember all of these have a hemolytic anemia. I don't have to look it up. Why are they all jaundice? I already know. Okay? All right, so anyway, here we go. The clues. Von Gerke's. Glucose 6-phosphate is missing. That's located in liver and adrenal. So they have big liver and big kidney. They always say big kidney, but it's really the adrenal cortex. That's because you can't mobilize glucose, glycogen, but you're making it. You're making it, but you're not getting rid of it. So swollen liver, swollen kidney. Anderson's branching enzyme, straight chains on biopsy, easy. Corey's deep branching enzyme, short outer branches. Sometimes they call them dextrans. This means starch, dextrans. Yes, for Corey's, yeah. Hers, only the liver phosphorylase is missing. So now you have a big liver, but the kidney looks normal. Ricardo's, the muscles are swollen. But it's gonna hurt when you're doing what, Zena? When you're exercising. That's why they'll tell you. At rest, the patient doesn't complain at all. These are usually children. But once they start running around, all of a sudden they start grabbing like, oh my God, my legs hurt, mommy. Only when they're exercising, all of a sudden the muscles start hurting. That's because the muscles don't have enough glucose to use. So they cramp up like crazy. They get rhabdo, bad rhabdo, if they try to play a sport. Can't do it. Out of these diseases, Rachel, look at them carefully. You tell me who's going to die first. What's that? Pompey's, because it affects the heart. Now remember, they're all going to die of heart failure. But if the disease starts in the heart, you're going to die pretty quickly. Why? Because in utero, the heart rate is 110 to 160. That means the heart needs to use glucose in utero, and it can't. This child never sees his first birthday. They die in like 2, 3, 4 months. They're gone. See? But look at that. Bunch of diseases. We know the signs, the symptoms, the labs, cause of death for every one of them. Why they got hemolysis, jaundice, anemia. You can figure out every one of them. We didn't have to look up anything. That's why you just got another clue, folks. That's it. That's why, and then drill it, know something. You know the diagnosis since they hint the clue. Yes, sir.
Alpha-1 glucosidase is only found in the heart?
Alpha-1 glucositis, yes, found only in the heart. Nobody else has that. Can we do what? Can we give enzyme replacements? So far, we don't have them. But it sounds like a project you can work on and let us know. All right, now, antibiotic. Go right into antibiotic. We're gonna rebuild things exactly in the order in which we broke them down, folks. It's never just random. Okay? We're going into anabolic now. Give me a page. 142, folks. 142. Bryce, you had a question?
Yes,
Go ahead.
my question is about the idiogenic proteins. I did
Oh
not.
yeah, idiogenic proteins made by the brain cells.
Yes. So
What's your
I did
question?
not, I did not get your explanation.
No, the explanation was that the brain cells are the only cells that are given the power to produce these proteins to offset the osmolarity that's rising in the plasma.
Okay.
That way the cells don't collapse and the child would have died a long time ago. They didn't have that power.
So just
But I was saying, as long as those proteins are there, you don't want to aggressively put too much water in the plasma because that water will immediately be taken up by the brain. As long as those proteins are there. That's why you need to know the parameters. Don't let glucose change any faster than 100 milligrams per hour. Don't let sodium change any faster than 0.5 per hour, 10 to 12 per day, because somebody figured it all out so that the osmolarity goes down slowly in the plasma, and the proteins are being broken down at the same rate, and no harm was done. You understand, Sandra?
Thank you.
You understand so far? Okay, we'll see in a minute. Here comes your set of questions. Now you're on deck. All right, Mabel, you have a question?
Sir, please, what did you say about phosphorylates again?
Which phosphorylase are you talking about? Phosphorylase breaks down glycogen by adding a phosphate to carbon number 1. So that way the residue comes up as glucose 1-phosphate. But
Okay,
the heart doesn't have a phosphorylase.
Okay.
Okay. Organization of anabolic pathways. Who controls anabolic? Folks, insulin does. Who was controlling catabolic? Miguel. Glucagon and epinephrine. We just switched everything. Another hormone now is about to take over. What was the second messenger for catabolic? Halima. Psychic MP. We're about to switch. And they use tyrosine kinase as the second messenger. And because parasympathetic plays a role, remember, rest and digest, psychic GMP is secondary. So on a test, I always look at tyrosine kinase because I expect you to look for that one first, because insulin is the ultimate control. But there's times when I have not seen tyrosine kinase, but psychic GMP, they got me a point. That's why I put them in order for you. Okay. So control of anabolic. Anabolic goes on to cytoplasm or mitochondria, Jess. Anabolic goes on in the cytoplasm or mitochondria. Why are you gonna say not in the mitochondria? It's shorter if you just say cytoplasm. No, you guys are trying to convince yourself that ain't the answer. And all that, just get cytoplasm. That's it. One word, we got you the point. But you're gonna say not. Yeah, see, that means your subconscious was trying to talk you, then you said, no, that's not. All right, so anyway, control of antibiotics. All right, here we go, folks. Pay attention. We're going backwards. As soon as you eat, you replenish your plasma glucose. There it is. Step 1 done. Isn't that the first source of energy we use? Plasma glucose? How long does that last, Jess? 2 to 4 hours. That's why you have to replenish it first, because that's the one you're going to use again if you start starving. The body will go right back to that plasma glucose, and it has to be there, okay? All right. To absorb this glucose from your diet, remember, incretins play a role in duodenum. What they do, they go to the pancreas. They inhibit glucagon. They say, oh, he's got sugar. And then promote insulin. Hey, we need insulin to push this glucose into the cells. So that's the incretins, they end in tie. And then there's an enzyme that breaks them down. They end in gliptins. What's the #1 side effect you have to worry about? Kathleen, for these drugs. Which one? Going that way again. All right, Zena? Pancreatitis, bro, that's where the drugs are going. Yeah. So the tides cause weight loss, like we said that semaglutide is getting that indication, but the other ones do not. The gliptins don't. So the good thing about going anabolic catabolic is you're hearing everything twice. So please pay attention. So that's the way you've heard it 2-3 times in the same lecture. Okay. All right. After glucose returns to your liver, you turn off gluconeogenesis, which makes sense. If you just ate some sugar, you don't need the liver to make any more sugar. Curious, what's the rate of enzyme for gluconeogenesis? Not glucose 6-phosphatase. Let me ask Ida. the regular enzyme for gluconeogenesis? Pyruvate carboxylase. Gluconeogenesis, this has been turned off. What drug do you know blocks gluconeogenesis, Avi? Metformin, that's where metformin works. So after you turn off gluconeogenesis, you now can turn on glycogen synthesis, which is why I showed you that first. Okay, so that's done. So we've just replenished plasma glucose and glycogen. Everybody follow? I'm just going down the line. There's no random here. We're going in order the way your body does it all the time. Okay, every human body does the same thing all the time. It only skips when there's a problem, but that's how you figure out when there's a problem. All right. Alpha glucosidase, remember, ascorbic and magnetone. See, you're hearing the drugs all over again. These two guys block this enzyme. That means they inhibit the digestion of sugars so that you don't absorb so much of it. What are they good for? Postprandial hyperglycemia, the people with the high swings after a meal. You can add it to their regimen. That's why I said earlier, if you see somebody with a high A1C, but their blood sugars look great on a diary, it's got to be postprandial. Check postprandial sugars. You'll see they're way too high. And these are drugs. We add one of these. Okay. Incretins. Your physiologic incretin is GLP-1. Made to duodenum, inhibit glucagon, increase insulin secretion. The signal is decrease in diabetics. And so the signal cell can be blocked by DPP, dipeptidyl peptidase 4. And that's why we have incretins and DPP-4 blockers. Block gluconeogenesis, fenformin, and metformin. Fenformin got taken off the market because the severe metabolic acidosis that metformin can do is actually fenformin who did it first. That's why it cost them the market. But now we know both of them, any of them can do it. It's just that it scared them so badly back then, they just snatched the drug off the market. All right? So metformin causes lactic acidosis. How does it do that? If you're blocking gluconeogenesis, you're eliminating one of 5 fates of pyruvate. That means pyruvate is forced to go to the other 4, and one of them is lactic acid. That's it. You just force the reaction because that's what happens in biochemistry. If you can't go one way, you go another way. Okay, just in case they ask you to explain it. That means before you start metformin on a patient, Anush, what test might you want to run? Any idea? No, Rachel? Not sure. Bailey? Not ABG. You're close though. You're getting close. And Fatima, take a crack at it. Okay, at least you're there. We always check B unit granted. At least you knew it was renal. That's my point, folks. They'll blurt out a clue. I just said lactic acidosis. What does acid mean? It's water soluble. Okay? So the person has renal failure, you can't use metformin. That means, again, hopefully don't forget the patterns because I'm not repeating it. Just every now and then, I got to make sure you guys have not forgotten the patterns. Because on the test, they'll whip it on you and you think it asks you something new. They're not. All right? Renal failure is the #1 contraindication using metformin. You cannot use it if you got renal failure. All right. It also interacts with IV contrast to destroy the kidneys. Well, that means if I got to do IV contrast in a diabetic who's on metformin like myself, what am I supposed to do? Here's the 2 things. If you're doing an elective procedure, that means it's going to be done next week. Stop the drug, wait at least 48 hours, and then do the procedure. 8-hour half-life by 48 hours is washed out of your system completely. Now do the test. Problem though, Ashley. What if you're having a heart attack? I need to know now. So I need to do an angiogram right now. That's contrast. That means I can destroy your kidney. So what do? Stop the drug at that point in time. That means don't let them take any more. They'll say hold the drug. Next, run plenty of normal saline. Remember, water soluble. And then give N-acetylcysteine as an antioxidant to absorb some of the free radicals that are made. When the contrast mixes with metformin, you get a bunch of free radicals that get released, and that's what destroys your kidney. So they say, well, put an antioxidant in there. So they will question you on this, just so you don't ruin somebody's kidney. So all it takes is one time, you forgot, oh, and there's a, send him down to cath lab, we need a cath lab, angiogram, and then you forgot to hold him informant. Of course, the cardiologist will be choking you. Because now he's in trouble with you, okay? Yeah, so they will test you on this, Chala.
Because metformin is notorious for diarrhea, because it's causing decreased reabsorption from the intestines.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
It's like osmotic therapy.
That's correct. Yeah, so she's saying because metformin is blocking, it's gonna make it harder for you to absorb glucose out of GI tract, you're actually getting osmotic diarrhea. That's one of the side effects of metformin. And I told you because it burns the stomach lining, you also can get B12 deficiency long-term. Because the inflammation will burn your parietal cells. Okay? All right, so that's metformin and fenformin.
All the fat soluble vitamin deficiencies be caused by metformin. Not just.
Theoretically, yes. Yeah, so metformin can cause a lot of deficiency once you start getting a diarrhea with it. Yeah, it can be bad. Luckily, I've never had it, thank goodness. I've heard about it. All right, glycogen synthesis, I'm not gonna go through again because we just did it 5 minutes ago. Let me just click through all this. So now, after glucose comes into the cell, what's it gonna do? Stop at the pentose pathway. Okay? Stop at the pentose pathway. Because what's gonna happen, if you remember, it's, let's do this. Glucose goes to glucose 6-phosphate. What's the name of that enzyme? There we go. It can't be glucose 6-phosphatase. Why do you guys jump on the product when I ask a question about an enzyme? And I just told you guys 90% of enzyme, and then after the substrate, you guys keep banking on that product stuff again. No, you're gonna put ATP on it. What's the first name of the enzyme? Glucose, ATP. What enzyme uses ATP to phosphorylate somebody? It's a kinase. That's what I'm saying, folks. Rehearse your enzymes over the weekend because we're going to use this some more next week. All right, because remember, we're going to get to a point where you don't ever have to look up an enzyme. Okay, but don't start guessing with the product. Product, that's 10%. Take the 90. Name the substrate first. Okay, and then you see what will happen. All right, anyway, we're going to stop here at glucose 6-phosphate and enter the pentose pathway. I just want to show you how we got there. All right, we're hexokinase and glucokinase, all right, working at that step. And now you stop at glucose 6-phosphate to stimulate the pentose pathway. Why are you doing this? Ashley's asking herself. Because you're trying to make, in pentose pathway, you're trying to make some things you're going to need for synthetic pathways, namely NADPH. NADPH is a reducing substance, Ashley. What does it do? Give or take electrons? Yeah. So does it give or take electrons?
Yeah.
Gives. Okay, at least you caught yourself this time. Yeah. So remember, we're gonna need it to make a bunch of things. We're gonna need fatty acids. We use it for DNA. And we're gonna use it for a bunch of other things. So in case you're asked, why do we have a pentose pathway? It's to make reducing substances, which we need for later on. And then second, we make ribose 5-phosphate, which you need for RNA and DNA. And we already did that pathway. Any questions on that? So in case you're asked, what the heck is the pentose pathway about? You got to know. 2 things it provides for you. NADPH, reducing substances, and then ribose 5-phosphate, so you can make RNA and DNA. Now, Jess, the first enzyme, how would you name that enzyme?
Oh, there.
Right here. Oh, damn, I forgot it's right there. Ah, I totally forgot I put the thing on it. Love that. All right, so anyway, I just want to remind you, remember, cofactor equals dehydrogenase all the time. So please don't forget. Obviously on the exam, the name is not going to be there. Okay? So you have 2 dehydrogenases in this pathway. Okay, and then at the end, you make your ribose 5-phosphate. Now, what is NADPH used for? Look at that. Fatty acid synthesis, that's where we're headed. DNA synthesis, we've already done that. And then RBC repair. Red blood cells have a repairman called glutathione. When you hear thio, what the heck's in there, Miguel? or Armunda? When you hear thio, what's in there? Something's in there. When you hear thio, Cesar. Huh? Diamond, not diamond. Let me ask Chris. It's a sulfur. Sulfur bond is in there. If they want sulfur, what amino acids in there, Chris? Cysteine. So they can ask you about the sulfur, ask you amino acid that's doing it. Okay. So glutathione uses NADPH to donate electrons to the membrane of red blood cells. Because remember, when red blood cells are working hard during starvation, they get oxidized because the free radicals flying around. You need to reduce it to go back to baseline. Yeah, that's how they work. Question. Can you take glutathione as a supplement? Some people do. But that's what it does. It helps repair your red blood cells, gives you energy. Because they're obviously able to, deliver oxygen for your body. Yep.
Excuse
So
me.
yes, ma'am.
Please, sir, what do you say about a sulfur in glutathione, please?
No, remember I said anything with thio, Mabel, has sulfur in it automatically.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So it's right there in the name. I was just testing someone to see if you guys saw that. All right. All right. Moving on. Exit says enzymes. There they are again. There again. There again. Of course, next time I ask for them, they won't be there again. They won't be there again. I'm just giving you the head warning. You've seen the list twice now. Feel it tonight, folks, because it's very high yield. All right, anyway, exocytosis enzymes. G6PD is one of them. All right, so G6PD is more common in Mediterranean people. Much like another disease protects Africans from malaria. Mabel, what disease was that?
Oh, what is it, sir?
I said, Mabel, I said, what disease protects Africans from malaria?
Oh, I think it was a sickle cell.
It is sickle cell anemia, correct. And what is the substitution of sickle cell anemia?
Valine for glutamic acid.
Valine for glutamic acid, position 6 of beta chain. What about hemoglobin C, Mabel?
It is a lysine for glutamic acid.
Lysine for glutamic. Oh, Mabel been studying those
Yeah,
notes.
I'm tight. I'm hot. I am.
Good job, girl. Good job. All right, excellent. That's why I always say stick with it, man. Don't give up. Just stick with it. All right, anyway, G6PD. Most common cause of hemolytic crisis is infection. Remember, no one reason for free radicals in your body is viral infection. So still the same answer here. And then drugs are number 2. As far as drugs, I gave you the top 4. Sulfur drugs, number 1. So I say you better know the side effects of sulfur. It's going to come in real handy for a lot of questions they're going to ask you. And then the clue for G6PD, remember Heinz bodies. What the heck is a Heinz body, Gustavo? Remember that? What's a Heinz body, Rachel? Angie? Now the bite cells when the macrophages take a bite out of the macrophage, eat that up. But what is a Heinz body? Jess? Which protein is precipitated? No, the DNA is not a protein now. Be careful.
Sorry, just like.
It's the hemoglobin itself. Hemoglobin, it's a protein. So it's oxidized hemoglobin and then it gets stuck to the wall of the red blood cell. That's what a Heinz body is. Okay. Classic clue for G6PD. All right, that's the pentose pathway. Now look at the bottom. You end up with this ribulose 5-phosphate, which can be turned into ribose 5-phosphate. Okay. Then the body says, what am I going to do? You end up with 2 things that your body can't use. Number 1 is a 4-carbon phosphorylated sugar. Number 2 is a 7-carbon phosphorylated sugar. Erythrose 3-phosphate, says you have the low 6-phosphate. Don't try to memorize the names. Okay, the key is you got a phosphorylated sugar. What if I don't do anything to it, Karis? You see a problem with that? Yeah? Oh, Karis is confident. What's the problem? It's trapped within the cell. Why can't it just leave? The phosphate. What's wrong with the phosphate? Charged and 2 water soluble. It cannot leave. And then what's going to happen if you just let it sit there? Water will follow, cells will die. Huh? So wait a minute, let me show you leading up to disease. Watch carefully. So your body says, I need to do something with these sugars. I can't let them just stay here. So we have two ways of dealing with them. Transketolase and transaldelase. Transketolase uses TPP as a cofactor. Transaldelase uses pyridoxyphosphate as a cofactor. And when they, well, what does TPP do in Plan F? Anybody remember that? Remember Plan F? What does TPP do? TPP is there. What does it do? Zena. I know it's made out of diamond, but what does it actually do? No, the enzyme is probably dehydrogenase. What does it do? I just realized I should have pointed out. I didn't point it out. My bad. Don't say anything. It decarboxylates. Remember, CO2 comes off. So if you decarboxylate this 4 carbon, you now have glycerol 3-phosphate. Decarboxylate 7, you now have fructose 6-phosphate. So they'll ask you, what are the 2 glycolysis intermediates made in pentose pathway? That's how I remember it. All you gotta do is just take 1 carbon off. You end up with a 3 over here and a 6 over here. Which means now they can go right into glycolysis and be broken down. Well, Ida, if you got thiamine, transketolase will work for you. You got B6, transaldelase will work for you. Let's say you're deficient in thiamine, B6 will take over. Let's say you're deficient in B6, B1 will take over. The problem, Ida, is that Wernicke's area, where's that located again? Posterior temporal lobe, Wernicke's area only has transketolase. There's no transaldelase there. But see a problem? That means you're deficient in thiamine. He can't do a thing to help you. You got phosphorylated sugars building up in the Wernicke's area and alcoholic after they've been given sugar. We were doing it. And look at that. So we were causing Wernicke's encephalopathy, Korsakoff encephalopathy, and death to a lot of them. We did that. So that's why it's important to understand this. Now, this I already explained to you. Wernicke's encephalopathy is just increasing the cranial pressure as the cells are swelling. Wernicke's aphasia is when those cells finally die. And Korsakoff is when the water soaks downward to the mammillary bodies, and then they soak and die. Okay? Any questions on this disease? Anna?
I'm just trying to understand like the concept over here.
Okay.
For this reason, would an alcoholic isoniazid will be contraindicated in an alcoholic?
For this reason, isoniazid will be contraindicated for what? Because it oxidizes?
Oh, because of the fact that there's a thiamine deficiency already in an alcoholic.
So but why would you say that INH would be contraindicated?
It takes away the B6, right?
Yeah, it's not that it's contraindicated. It just means you have to be careful when you're using an alcoholic, because alcoholics get tuberculosis all the time. We got to use INH. You just got to watch them carefully because it can be a big problem because they have thiamine deficiency.
They can worsen their encephalopathy.
Oh, sure. Of course it can. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so it's not an absolute contraindication because TB is worse. So you got to treat it. So you got no option. You got to treat it. All right. Any questions on Wernicke's? Now you've heard me explain it twice, so you should understand it. If you don't understand it, ask me now. All right. Next one. Amino acids. Remember proteins. All amino acids require transaminase to be made. All you do is transfer amino group on it from something else. The 3 main transaminases I need to know are called what, Lillian? Ashni. What's that? So AST, aspartate transaminase. Anybody else? Alanine transaminase, ALT. Anybody else? Yeah, gamma glutarate transaminase. So 3. Who does 90%? Gamma glutarate. Where's he located? Mitochondria or cytoplasm? Mabel. Her name might call. Okay. All right. So remember, GGT does 90% of mitochondria, AST does the other 10%. Out in the cytoplasm, AST and LT share 50-50. All right. So just so you guys have not forgotten anything. Any questions on amino acid synthesis? It's just that simple, folks. And I said, make sure you know the equation because they will ask you. What intermediate do you use for most reactions? Alpha ketoglutarate. What's the main amino acid made? Glutamate. If you know the reaction, it's easy questions, but they love asking it. Okay, so I'm just telling you, make sure you know that equation because they will ask. All right, you don't have to memorize where amino acids feed into any of these cycles, just so you know, they don't ask. Why? Because there's multiple entry sites, which means most questions will just be a guessing game for a student, so they won't ask you. Any questions at all? Boom, transaminases. I'll use B6, AST, 1 in cytoplasm, 1 in mitochondria. Does 50% in the cytoplasm, 10% in mitochondria. ALT, 1 in the cytoplasm, does 50% in the cytoplasm. And then GGT does 90% in mitochondria. GGT, there's the equation. Amino acid plus alpha ketoglutarate, you get glutamate plus the carbons, and then you can put the carbons into the cycle and burn energy. Okay, get ATP. If you wanted to make the amino acid back, you go to the left. Remember, any reaction can go back and forth unless there's a radium enzyme or something. All right. So all you do is take a bunch of carbons out of the cycle, take the amino group from glutamate and attach to it. That's how you get your amino acid and get alpha glutamate back. So you go either direction. GGT. Where amino acids are made, pyruvate, acetyl-CoA. These are the 6 places where amino acids are made. This is just memorization, but they want you to know it because they will ask. There's 6. Somebody had a mnemonic, but I can't remember it, which means it wasn't sexy enough. You know, in medicine, everything's about sex. If you just make it about sex, we remember it. All right, but whatever it was, obviously I don't remember because there's no sex in it. All right, so, but somebody did have a mnemonic years ago. Anyway, come up with your own because they will ask about this. The 6 places where amino acids feed in and out. All right, who are the 2 purely ketogenic amino acids? Sandra. Purely ketogenic, Andres. Who? Purely ketogenic amino acids. Lysine and leucine. Okay, now we've rehearsed that several times. 4 of them are both ketogenic and glucogenic. Hey, ha. Let me hear them. Montessori. All right, Hendrik.
Can't live without them.
What?
Was it leucine, isoleucine, and valine?
No, you're doing branch chain amino acids. I want the 4 amino acids that are both ketogenic and glucogenic. I give you guys a mnemonic to remember. Idonis.
Phenylalanine, isoleucine, threonine, and tryptophan.
Yeah, remember Mr. Pitt, P-I-T-T. Okay. All right, again, drill, folks. There's no magic. If you repeat enough times, then you remember it. All right, so anyway, where amino acids are made, those 6 places, know them. Succinyl-CoA is used to make ring structures. I told you before, I'm just reminding you again. Hepatitis, remember AST and ALT are 1-to-1, except in alcohol, where it's 2-to-1. Or GGT elevators. You got 2 good clues about alcoholic hepatitis. Okay, 2 good clues. To stop the TCA, all right? So antibiotic, you need to stop the catabolism and then store things away. All right, as you're going around the Krebs cycle, making all those amino acids from various places, you're making a whole lot of NADHs and FADH2s and GTPs, right? Understand that? You're making a lot of them. So it's the high NADH that shuts off all of Krebs cycle. So they'll ask you, what actually forces the Krebs cycle to shut down? It's high NADH. Just like in alcoholics, why high NADH shuts off gluconeogenesis. If you have too much energy, it says, okay, let's shut down. Again, that makes sense. Now, too much NADH will shut down the 3 big dehydrogenases. So pyruvate dehydrogenase will shut down and says you cannot go into the Krebs cycle anymore. Isocitrate dehydrogenase will shut down. That's the rate of enzyme for going around a circle. He says, okay, I'm close. And then alpha ketoglutarate dehydrogenase will shut down. That means glycolysis is shut down. High NADH will shut down these 3 important enzymes. So that Krebs cycle is now shut down. Let me do a transition to show you guys something. Let me see. Acetyl-CoA, citrate, isocitrate, alpha ketoglutarate, succinate-CoA, succinate, fumarate, and malate, and then oxaloacetate. All right. When, oh, wait a minute, I need to put pyruvate. Yeah, let's put pyruvate right here. And then that's pyruvate dehydrogenase. So that means when you've gone around a circle, whatever, 10,000 times to make 10,000 amino acids, you immediately shut down pyruvate dehydrogenase. Isocitrate dehydrogenase will shut down right here. Ketoglutarate dehydrogenase will shut down right here. That means all the glycolysis now, I mean, the Krebs cycle is completely shut down. But your body says, well, what am I gonna do with all this? Because this stuff is still in here. Well, folks, remember, citrate can be shuttled right back out of that mitochondria. Citrate is the only one that has a shuttle out of the mitochondria. That's how it starts. Citrate gets shuttled out of the mitochondria, and now we can turn on the other pathways. First thing citrate wants to do is do what? Shut down PFK1. Says, hey, Krebs cycle is closed for today. Don't send any more stuff down here. Then he goes over to fatty acid synthesis, reading enzyme, acetyl-CoA carboxylase. Hey, it's your turn. You need to store all this stuff away. You understand that, Jess? You understand, Jess? You understand, Anders? Okay, so Anders. That means if you eat too much of anything, and whatever's left in this Krebs cycle, folks, it's gonna be turned to fat. That's why they say whatever you want to eat, eat in moderation. Because whatever's left in this Krebs cycle, at the time when it shuts down, it's not going to turn to fat. It could be a bowl of green vegetables, and you think you're eating healthy, but you ate too much of it. It's stuck in the Krebs cycle when that signal says we're done. Straight to fat. Straight to fat. Okay? Whether you want it to or not, it's going to fat now. Because that's what's going to happen. Citrate will stimulate fatty acid synthesis. Okay? So citrate shuttle. Let's look at what it's going to do. It brings acetyl-CoA units out. Because remember, if we go back to this diagram, acetyl-CoA is attached to oxaloacetate to make citrate. So when citrate comes out, you can drop off acetyl-CoA units. All right. So since it's the citrate coming out to drop it off, that's why they call it the citrate shuttle. Okay. Once citrate comes out of the cytoplasm, it blocks PFK1. Really enzyme for glycolysis. Say we are done. Don't bring any more stuff here. It activates acetyl-CoA carboxylase, which is a radioenzyme for fatty acid synthesis, and say, dude, it's your turn. You store everything away. And then it delivers the acetyl-CoA units. Any questions on that? Now, when acetyl-CoA is out in the cytoplasm, look at that. Because these are just carbons, there's no entropy in it. Remember, every time there's no entropy, you got to use ATP. Here it is again. So acetyl-CoA reacts with ATP. And then what do? Add a carbon dioxide to acetyl-CoA. That's how you make malonyl-CoA. So malonyl-CoA will be the building block for fatty acid synthesis. Malonyl-CoA will be made every step. You want to add 2 carbons to a fatty acid, you got to make malonyl-CoA first. Why? Because he's high energy. There's no high energy in carbons. You got to create something else to drive the reaction forward. That's why acetyl-CoA carboxylase is considered rate limiting. Because if you don't make malonyl-CoA, that's it. There's no delta G to run fatty acid synthesis forward. It just won't happen. Any questions on that? Okay? So knowing what the shuttle is for, and then knowing that every round you want to add carbons to a fatty acid chain, you got to make a malonyl-CoA. That is a must. Okay? To make palmitic acid, how many rounds does it take to make it? Chris, for the C. Palmitic acid, C16. 7 rounds. Remember, C over 2 minus 1. How many NADPH is going to cost me? Abigail. You realize the equation is right here in front of you. All right, let me ask Bailey. No, it's 7 rounds to make it. How many NADPHs is it gonna cause? Yeah, just C minus 2. Everybody understand? I told you they're gonna give you fatty acid and ask you one of these 3 questions. That's why I just put it here so we rehearse it again. I don't know which one they're gonna give you. Arachidonic acid is the one I see most commonly in practice questions. How many ATPs? C minus 1, so 15. So something you've seen before. Any questions on these numbers? Okay. Pyruvate carboxylase is the anapyrulic enzyme. Let me draw this thing again for you. So we got, let me get the color here. Pyruvate out here. And then goes in here. Let's say this is the membrane. Now you got acetyl-CoA. Binds to oxaloacetate. And that's how you get citrate. And then isocitrate, and then alpha ketoglutarate, and so forth. After citrate drops off acetyl-CoA units, here's what you got. Citrate, let me just draw a line. So I'm out in the cytoplasm, so citrate comes out first. He goes to PFK1 and shuts it down. So let me just label it cytoplasm. First thing he does, block PFK1 so that no more substrate comes down. Then he activates the enzyme acetyl-CoA carboxylase. So acetyl-CoA carboxylase. And then he drops off acetyl-CoA. See? That way you get the cycle now. Separate this up. And then after you drop off acetyl-CoA, there's 4 more carbons still left. That's oxaloacetate. Sandra, how do you name? Oh, she's in the bathroom. What the hell am I calling her name for you? Yeah, it would have been funny if she started screaming for the bathroom. I think the answer is, okay. Amy, what do you name an enzyme that chops carbon-carbon bonds? Citrate what? Carboxylase is CO2. Okay, no CO2 there. Breaks carbon-carbon bonds. Who remembers? Anybody? Anders. It's a lyase. So citrate lyase will chop this into a 2-carbon and a 4-carbon. That means, again, it's going to cost you ATP, folks, because there's still no entropy in that. Carbon-carbon bonds are not favorable for reactions. So it's going to cost you an ATP to bring acetyl-CoA units out. So acetyl-CoA, 2 carbons. How many 2-carbon units do you need to get to C16? And how many 2 carbons do you need to get to C16? 8. So that's 8 ATPs it's going to cost you so far. Everybody follow me so far? Anybody not understand? Say something now. All right. Acetyl-CoA carboxylase will also burn an ATP because that's carbon-carbon bonds again. And I said you have to make malonyl-CoA every round. Yeah, that's a 3-carbon one, yeah. Every time you make a malonyl-CoA, it's going to cost you ATP again. How many rounds are you going to have to make malonyl-CoA? 7. So therefore, it costs you 8 ATPs to bring the acetyl-CoA units out, 7 more ATPs for each round. 8 plus 7 is what? 15 ATPs. Anyway, I just threw this in and like to show you, C-1 is a short way to figure it out because you're not going to be able to go through all these steps on the test. But C-1 is how you figure out how many ATPs it costs. Okay, you're not going to actually go through all this. All right, now, oxaloacetate. One more thing before we end for the day. Oxaloacetate is still here. What am I going to do with this guy? What does your body do? He takes it, does a couple of steps, and turns it into pyruvate. When he turns it to pyruvate, In the course of doing that, you get more NADPHs. See how smart your body is? It says I need NADPHs right now anyway. I'm making fatty acids. Where do you get most of your NADPHs from? Kathleen? What pathway? Pentose pathway. So 99% of NADPHs come from pentose pathway. But 1%, 2% comes from this little thing. All right, there's no name for this pathway. Okay. But here's the question. Why would your body turn oxaloacetate into pyruvate? Why not let oxaloacetate enter the malleus parte shuttle? Because what, Zena? Well, it wants to make the NADPH because it can't enter the malleus parte shuttle. Why can it not enter it? Because that goes with catabolic processes. We're on anabolic right now. That's not even open right now. I mean, that's why you have different hormones, different segments, you're controlling everything. So that, you know, catabolic opens up these pathways. Anabolic opens up these pathways. So oxaloacetate cannot use malleus parte shuttle. It's not open right now. So what's he do? Get turned into pyruvate. And the question is, why would you turn yourself into pyruvate? Because pyruvate can easily enter the Krebs cycle, sneaking through a back door, side door. You saw it earlier. Remember anaplerotic enzyme to fill in for me when I need to? There it is again. Pyruvate to oxaloacetate, and you add CO2. How would you name that enzyme? Ida. Pyruvate carboxylase. So really, pyruvate comes along, he goes to the front door of the nice club, and he knocks on the door. Man, I heard there's a good party going on here. I gotta get in here. Oh man, I can hear some music. Woo! Man, where are they? How do you get in here? All of a sudden, that little door at the top. Yeah, what you want? Hey man, I hear there's a good party. Can I get in the Krebs cycle? You gonna help me get in the Krebs cycle, man? Come on, with that. Hey man, come on. We're closed. Get out of here. Can't you bother me? Oh man, what am I gonna do now? So what's he do? He calls his uncle. He's got an uncle, Uncle Vinny. So he gets on the phone. Hey, Uncle Vinny, I need to get in the Krebs cycle, man. Oh, I want to get in the Krebs cycle, huh, kid? Hey, you're a good kid. Tell you what I'm gonna do, all right? I want you to go run the side door. There's a guy around there, owes me a favor, huh? He's a good friend of the family, all right? Named Pyruvate carboxylase. He take good care of you. Tell him you're with Uncle Vinny, okay? He'll let you in. All right, so how the hell I got an Italian accent? I don't know. Okay. Inside with an Italian accent, yeah, right. So anyway, you use pyruvate carboxylate sneaking in. Watch my arrow. Pyruvate goes in, becomes oxaloacetate. Oxaloacetate immediately stenches after CoA, becomes citrate, sneaks right back out. See that? That's why they call it a citrate shadow. But pyruvate uses pyruvate carboxylate, pulling everything out till the Krebs cycle is empty. There's nothing in it. That means everything that's stored away is fat because you ate too much. All right, that's why they say eat what you want, but eat in moderation. Because if whatever gets caught in that Krebs cycle, when the signal says, hey, we're done for today, whoosh, straight to fat. Okay, that happens to a lot of medical students in the first year of medical school. You ever heard about first year medical school disease? It's called gluteus maximus spreaditis. Everybody gets a big butt in the first year, man. Why? Because you're usually sitting down and studying. And while you're sitting down, Ritz cracker, cookie. I mean, you're eating all that crap all night trying to keep yourself awake so you can finish studying. But it's going straight to your butt, straight to your butt. That's why, you know, in medical school, remember the first couple of weeks, everybody's dressed, coordinated. Women got makeup on, the fellas got their hair combed, everything else. By 2 weeks into the program, you got so much studying to do. You say, the hell with this, man. I got it. That's 20 minutes I need. I ain't got time to be putting on no makeup. And then as you gain weight, everybody starts wearing sweatsuits. With sweatsuits, you can't see how big the butt has become. That's what happened. That's all right. I went through it myself. Man. I had every color of the rainbow when I was here in Champaign. I used to go along Green Street every time they had a sale on sweatpants. I was buying me every color there was. Shoot. Everybody gains weight that first year, man. You can't help it. All right, I think this is probably a good place to start. Yeah. All right, so anyway, this stuff I just did with fatty acid synthesis is all outlined right here. I just drew my own picture so you can follow it. Okay, but just so You gotta go through it in your mind, see how everything goes around the circle. You just keep adding 2 carbon units until you get to C16. All right, we'll go through this all again tomorrow. Then I'll go through the enzymes. All right, see you in the morning. You've been empowered yet again. All right, you doing okay, Mabel?
Fine, I'm good.
All right. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning, okay?
Thank you. Thank you,
All right,
everybody.
you're welcome. Take care.
Love you. Love you guys.
Okay. Love Mabel. Yes.
I lost a little bit after we got the citrate out to the cytoplasm. Does it do like 2 things? So